voyage had been Mr. Charles Darwin. Although Pop-Up did not look at him, the opacity seemed to be fading from his eyes. "What will happen to the ring?" Glynn asked.
"It will stay with me into the grave."
"No children?" Glynn already knew that Pop-Up was the last of the Yagan, but he wanted to gauge the answer. Pop-Up shook his head. Glynn nodded, still holding the hand. "Are there no others left at all?"
"A few mestizos, but I'm the last one to speak the lingo."
"That must make you sad."
"There's an ancient Yagan legend, and the older I get, the more I think it was meant for me."
"What is that?"
"When the time comes for the last Yagan to die, Anuxa himself will draw him down into the earth. From his bones, a new race will grow."
Glynn let go of Pop-Up's hand. "And how would Anuxa take the last Yagan?" Pop-Up shook his head.
"It's a bloody superstition, isn't it, then? I don't remember the details."
Glynn didn't push. This was the old Pop-Up talking again. He realized there was no way to know if he had been successful in reaching him. "John, I need your help with Comandante Emiliano Vallenar. His presence here is a threat to our mission. What can you tell me about him?" Pop-Up shook another cigarette out of the pack.
"Comandante Emiliano came down here 25 years ago, after the Pinochet coup."
"Why?"
"His father fell out of a helicopter while being questioned. An Allende man. So was the son. He was posted down here to keep him at arm's length like."
Glynn nodded. That explained a great deal. Not only his disgrace in the Chilean Navy, but his hatred of the Americans, possibly even his self-loathing as a Chilean. Why is he still commanding a destroyer?
"He knows certain things about certain people, don't he? He's a good officer, and Comandante Emiliano is very stubborn, and very careful."
"I see," said Glynn, noting the shrewdness of Pop-Up's insights. "Is there anything else about him that I should know? Is he married?" Pop-Up licked the end of a new cigarette and placed it between his lips.
"The Commandante is a double murderer."
Glynn stifled his surprise by lighting the cigarette.
"He brought his wife to Puerto Williams. It's a bad place for a woman. There's nothing to do, no dances, no fiestas. During the Falklands War, the Commandante was put on a long tour of duty in the Estrecho de Magallanes, keeping the Argentinian fleet pinned down for the British. When he came back, he discovered his wife had taken a lover."
Pop-Up took a deep drag.
"The Commandante was clever. He waited until he could walk in on them, doing it like. He cut her throat. As I heard it, he did something even worse to the man. He bled to death on the way to the hospital in Punta Arenas."
"Why wasn't he put in prison?"
"Down here, you don't just tell your rival to sod off. Chileans have old notions of honor, don't they?"
Pop-Up spoke very clearly, very matter-of-factly.
"If he had killed them outside the bedroom, it would have been different. But," he shrugged, "everyone understood why a man who saw his wife like that would do what he did. And that's another reason why the Commandante kept his command so long."
"Why is that?"
"He's a man who might do anything."
Glynn paused a moment, looking out across the channel at the destroyer. It hung there, motionless, dark. "There's something else I must ask you," he said, his eyes still on the warship. "That merchant in Punta Arenas, the one you sold the prospector's equipment to, would he remember you? Would he be able to identify you if asked?" Pop-Up seemed to think for a minute. "Can't say," he answered at last. "It was a big shop. Then again, there aren't many Yagan Indians in Punta Arenas, and we had quite a bargaining session." "I see," said Glynn. "Thank you, John. You've been very helpful." "Speak nothing of it, Governor," said Pop-Up. He looked sidelong at Glynn, eyes sparkling with shrewdness and amusement. Glynn thought quickly. Sometimes it was best to confess a lie immediately. If done properly, it could breed a perverse kind of trust. "I'm afraid I haven't been entirely honest with you," he said. "I know a lot about Captain Fitzroy, but he isn't actually my ancestor." Pop-Up cackled unpleasantly. "Of course not. No more than Fuegia Basket was mine." A gust of bitter wind tore at Glynn's collar. He glanced over at Pop-Up. "How did you get the ring, then?" "With us Yagans. So many died that the last one left inherited the lot. That's how I got the bonnet and the ring. And just about everything else." Pop-Up continued gazing at Glynn in a bemused way. "What happened to it all?" "Sold most of it. Drank the proceeds." Glynn, startled again at the directness of the response, realized he hadn't even begun to understand the Yagan. "When this is over," the old man added, "you'll have to take me with you, wherever you're going. I can't go back home again." "Why not?" But even as he asked the question, Glynn realized he already knew the answer. Rolvaag, 11:20 p.m. McFarlane walked down the blue-carpeted corridor of the lower bridge deck. He was bone-tired, yet he could not sleep. Too much had happened for one day. The long string of bizarre discoveries, the deaths of Rochefort and Evans, the reappearance of the destroyer. Having given up on sleep, he found himself roaming the decks of the Rolvaag like a restless apparition. Now he paused before a stateroom door. His feet, unbidden, had brought him to Amira's cabin. He realized, with surprise, that he wanted her company. Her cynical laugh might be just the bracing tonic he needed. Time spent with her would be mercifully free of chit-chat or exhaustive explanations. He wondered if she'd be interested in a cup of coffee in the wardroom, or a game of pool. He knocked on the door. "Rachel?" There was no response. She couldn't be sleeping. Amira claimed she had never gone to bed before 3 a.m. in the last 10 years. He knocked again. The unlatched door eased open under the pressure of his knuckles. "Rachel?" "It's Sam." He stepped inside, curious despite himself. He had never been inside Amira's cabin. Instead of the disarray, the confused riot of sheets and cigar ash and clothes he expected, the place looked fastidiously clean. The sofa and chairs were neatly arranged, the shelves of scientific manuals carefully ordered. For a moment he wondered if she was even living there, until he saw a litter of broken peanut shells lying in a semicircle underneath the computer table. He smiled fondly as he stepped toward the table. His eyes strayed to the screen and were arrested by the sight of his own last name. A 2-page document stood in the nearby printer. Snatching the top page, he began to read. EES Confidential. From R. Amira to E. Glynn. Subject, S. McFarlane. Since the last report, the subject has become increasingly engrossed with the meteorite and its incomprehensibility. He is still ambivalent about the project, and about Lloyd himself. He has also been drawn in, almost against his will, by the problems the meteorite poses. There is little talk between us of anything else, at least until what happened at the site this morning. I am not sure he is being completely forthright with me, but I'm not comfortable pressing the issue any farther. After the meteorite was first uncovered, I initiated a conversation about his earlier theory about the existence of interstellar meteorites. While reluctant at first, he soon became enthusiastic, explaining how the theory fits the Desolation meteorite. However, he felt the need for secrecy and asked me not to share his suspicions with anyone. As you must know from this morning's discussion, his belief in its interstellar nature is, if anything, growing. There was a closing of a door, the sharp intake of breath. McFarlane turned. Amira stood with her back to the cabin door. She was still dressed for dinner in a knee-length black dress, but she had thrown her parka over her shoulders for the trip to the commissary. She was in the act of pulling a newly purchased bag of peanuts from one of the pockets. She glanced at him, then at the paper in his hand, and became still. For a moment they simply looked at each other. Slowly, as if by its own accord, the bag of peanuts dropped back into the pocket of the parka. More than anything else, McFarlane felt a bleakness spread through him. It was as if, after all the recent shocks, he could find no more reserves of emotion to draw on. "Well," he said finally, "looks like I'm not the only Judas on this boat." Amira returned his gaze, her face pale. "You always break into other people's rooms and read their private papers?" McFarlane smiled coldly. He flipped the paper onto the desk. "Sorry, but this work is unsatisfactory. Ambivalent is misspelled. Eli's not going to paste a star by your name today." He stepped toward the door that was still blocked by her body. "Please step aside." Amira faltered, dropped her eyes, but she did not step away. "Wait," she said. "I said step aside." She nodded toward the printer. "Not until you read the rest." A flush of rage coursed through him at this, and he raised his hand to brush her aside. Then, mastering himself, he willed his hand back down. "I've read quite enough, thanks. Now get the hell out of my way." "Read the rest. Then you can go." Amira blinked, licked her lips. She stood her ground. He held her gaze for a minute, perhaps two. Then he turned, reached for the rest of the report, and read. "As it happens, I agree with him. The evidence is strong, if not irrefutable, that this meteorite came from far beyond the solar system. Sam's theory has been vindicated. Furthermore, I see no evidence of obsession in Sam, or anything else that could pose a threat to the expedition. Just the opposite. The meteorite seems to be awakening the scientist in him. I've seen less of the sarcastic, defensive, and sometimes mercenary side of him that was so evident in the beginning. This has been replaced by a voracious curiosity, a profound desire to understand this bizarre rock. And so this will be my third and final report. I can't, in good conscience, continue to provide these reports. If I sense problems, I'll report them. I'd do that in any case as a loyal EES employee. The fact is, this meteorite is stranger than any of us could have possibly foreseen.
It may even be dangerous. I can't both watch him and work with him. You asked me to be Sam's assistant, and that's just what I plan to be. For his good, my good, and the good of the mission.
McFarlane pulled the chair away from the computer table and eased down into it, the paper crackling in his hand. He felt his anger draining away, leaving a confused welter of feelings. For what seemed like a long time, neither one spoke. McFarlane could hear the distant rush of water, feel the faint thrumming of the engines. Then he looked up at her.
"It was Eli's idea," she said. "You were Lloyd's man, not his. You had a questionable history. And at that first meeting, that thing with the sandwich, you showed yourself to be a bit unpredictable. Unpredictable people make him nervous. So he told me to keep an eye on you. Write regular reports."
McFarlane sat, watching her in silence.
"I didn't like the idea. At first it was being your assistant that really got to me most, though. I just thought the reports would be a pain. But I had no idea how hard they would actually be. I felt like a real shit every time I sat down to write one."
She sighed deeply, a catch sounding in her throat.
"These last couple of days, I don't know."
She shook her head.
"And then, writing this one, I just realized I couldn't do it anymore. Not even for him."
She abruptly fell silent. She dropped her eyes from his face to the carpet. Despite her efforts, he saw her chin tremble. A single tear charted an erratic course down her cheek. Quickly, McFarlane rose from his chair and came to her. He drew the tear away. She put her hands around his neck and drew him toward her, burying her face in his neck.
"Oh, Sam," she whispered. "I'm so sorry."
"It's all right." A second tear began to furrow down her cheek. He bent to brush it away, but she turned her face to meet his, and their lips joined instead. With a soft moan, she pulled him more tightly to her. McFarlane, drawn forward over the sofa, felt the pressure of her breasts against him, felt her calves sliding past his hips. For a moment he hesitated. Then he felt her hands tease the back of his neck, and her thighs lock around him, and he yielded to a flood of passion. He slid his hands beneath her dress and pulled her to him, raising her legs, pressing the palms of his hands against the insides of her knees. He kissed her ardently as her hands traced caressing lines down his back. "Oh, Sam," she said again, and then she pressed her mouth to his. Isla Desolación, July 19th, 11:30 a.m. McFarlane eyed the towers of black lava that reared before him. The immense fangs were even more impressive close up. Geologically, he recognized them as classic volcanic plugs, the remnants of a twin volcano in which the slopes had eroded away, leaving behind the two basalt-filled throats. He turned around, glancing over his shoulder. Several miles behind and far below them, the landing area was a sprinkling of black dots on a white landscape, thread-like roads leading away across the island. In the wake of Rochefort's and Evans's deaths, recovery work had resumed immediately. It was being directed by Garza and the second engineer, Stonecipher, a humorless man who seemed to have inherited Rochefort's personality along with his duties. Rachel Amira came up beside him, her breath frosty. She gazed up at the peaks, frowning.
"How far do we have to go?"
"I want to reach that stripe of darker material about halfway up. That's probably a remnant of the last eruption, so we'd want to use that to date the flow."
"No problem," she said.
rattling her gear with a show of bravado. She had been in high spirits since meeting up for the climb, speaking little but humming and whistling to herself. McFarlane, on the other hand, felt restless, impatient. His eyes traveled up the possible routes, looking for obstacles, cornices, loose rock. Then he started off again, snowshoes biting into the freshly fallen snow. They moved slowly, hiking up the talus slope. Near the base of the plug, McFarlane stopped at an unusual rock that poked out from the snow. He gave it a sharp rap with his rock hammer, slipped 2 chips into his sample pouch, and jotted a quick note. "Playing with rocks," said Rachel. "How like a boy." "That's why I became a planetary geologist." "Bet you had a rock collection as a kid." "Actually, no." "What did you collect? Barbie dolls?" Rachel snorted. "I had a rather eclectic collection. Birds' nests, snake skins, dried tarantulas, bones, butterflies, scorpions, a dead owl, unusual roadkill, that sort of thing." "Dried tarantulas?" "Yeah. I grew up in Portal, Arizona, at the foot of the Chiricahua Mountains. In the fall, the big male tarantulas would come out onto the roads looking to get laid. I had about 30 of them mounted on a board. Goddamn dog ate my whole collection one day." "Did the dog die?" "Unfortunately, no. She threw them up all over my mom's bed, though, in the middle of the night. That was pretty funny." She giggled at the recollection. They paused. The slope beyond grew steeper. Here the constant wind had given the snow a thick crust. "Let's ditch the snowshoes," McFarlane said. Despite the sub-zero weather, he felt overheated and tugged down the zipper of his parka. "We'll head for the saddle between the 2 peaks," he said, fitting crampons to his boots and moving forward again. "What kind of roadkill?" "Herps, mostly." "Herps?" "Herpetological specimens. Amphibians and reptiles." "Why?" Rachel smiled. "Because they were interesting. Dry, flat, easy to sort and store. I had some pretty unusual species." "I bet your mom loved that." "She didn't know about it." They lapsed into silence, their breath leaving white trails behind them. A few minutes brought them to the saddle, and McFarlane stopped for another rest. 3 weeks on that damn ship has put me out of shape," he gasped. "You did all right last night, mister." A grin began to spread across her face. Then she suddenly flushed, turning her face away. He did not respond. Rachel had been a good partner, and he felt that he could trust her now, despite the duplicity. But what had happened last night was an unexpected complication. The last thing he wanted now were complications. They rested for a few minutes, sharing a canteen of water. Far to the west, McFarlane could see a dark streak lying across the horizon, a harbinger of the storm. "You seem different from the rest of Glenn's team," he said. "Why's that?" "I am different. That's no accident. Everyone at EES is super cautious, including Glenn. He needed somebody who took risks. And, in case you hadn't noticed, I'm brilliant." "I had noticed," said McFarlane, taking out a candy bar and handing it to her. They chewed in silence. Then McFarlane stuffed the empty wrappers back into the pack and swung it over his shoulder, casting an appraising eye at the slope above them. "It looks a little tricky from here. I'll go—" But Rachel already began scrambling up the icy snowfield ahead of him. It rose to the bottom of the rock, getting bluer, icier as it became steeper. "Take it easy," he called up, looking out from the face. The view out over the rugged islands of the Horn Group was spectacular. Far beyond, over the horizon, he could just see the tops of the Fuegian Mountains. The Rolvaag, for all its bulk, looked like a child's bathtub toy in the black water of the bay. The destroyer could just be seen, mostly hidden by a rugged island. At the limit of vision, he could see the line of storm eating into the crystalline sky. Looking back up, he was alarmed to see how quickly Rachel had climbed. "Slow down," he called, more urgently this time. "Slow poke," was the taunting reply. And then a rock clattered past, followed by another, larger, inches from his ear. With a crumpling sound, a small part of the talus slope slid away from Rachel's feet, exposing a dark scar beneath the snow. She dropped heavily onto her stomach, legs dangling into space. A strangle of fear escaped her as she twisted, scrabbling for a purchase. "Hold on!" McFarlane cried, scrambling upward. In a moment he was on a broad ledge directly beneath her. He edged closer, cautious now, planting his feet carefully in the hard surface. He reached out and grasped her forearm. "I've got you," he panted. "Let go." "I can't," she said between clenched teeth. "It's okay," he repeated quietly. "I've got you." She gave a small groan, then relaxed her grip. He felt her weight coming down on him, and he twisted, guiding her feet to the broad ledge below him. She landed hard and collapsed, shaking onto her knees. "Oh my God," she said, her voice quavering. "I almost fell." She put an arm around him. "It's okay," he said. "You would have fallen all of 5 feet. Into a snowdrift." "Really?" She looked down and made a wry face. "It felt like the whole mountain was falling away in a landslide. I was going to say you saved my life, but I guess you didn't. Thanks anyway." She raised her head to his, giving him a quick, light kiss on the mouth. She paused a moment, then kissed him again, more deliberately this time. Then, sensing resistance, she pulled back, regarding him intently with her dark eyes. They stared at each other in silence for a moment, the world spread out 1,000 feet below them. "You still don't trust me, Sam?" she asked quietly. "I trust you." She drew closer to him again, her eyebrows knitting in a look of consternation. "Then what's wrong? Is there somebody else? Our gallant captain, perhaps? Even Eli seems—" She stopped abruptly, her eyes cast downward, hugging her knees closely to herself. 6 responses came to McFarlane's mind, but each one seemed either frivolous or patronizing. For want of a better reply, he simply re-shouldered the pack and shook his head, smiling foolishly. "There's a good sampling spot, maybe 20 feet up the slope," he said after a moment. Rachel's eyes were still on the ground. "You go get your sample. I think I'll wait here." It was the work of a few minutes to reach the site, hack 6 pieces of the darker basalt from the rock face, and return to Rachel. She stood up as he approached, and they climbed back down to the saddle in silence. "Let's take a breather," McFarlane said at last, as casually as he could. His eyes were on Rachel. They would be working together closely for the rest of the expedition. The last thing he needed was to have an awkwardness between them. He put his hand on her elbow, and she turned toward him expectantly. "Rachel," he said, "listen. Last night was wonderful. But let's leave it like that. At least for now." Her look sharpened. "Meaning?" "Meaning we have a job to do. Together. And it's complicated enough as it is. So let's not push things, okay?" She blinked quickly, then nodded, a brief smile covering the disappointment, even hurt that had flashed across her face. "Okay," she said, looking away. McFarlane put his arms around her. With her heavy parka, it was like embracing the Michelin Man. With a gloved finger, he gently raised her face toward his. "Is it okay?" he asked. She nodded again. "It's not the first time I've heard it," she said. "It gets easier." "What does that mean?" She shrugged. "Nothing. I guess I'm just not very good at this kind of thing, that's all." They held each other as the cold wind eddied around them. McFarlane looked down at the stray hairs curling away from the hood of Rachel's parka. And then, on impulse, he asked a question he'd been wondering about since the first night on the fly deck. Was there ever anything between you and Glenn? She looked at him, then pulled away, her expression becoming guarded. Then she sighed, relaxing. Oh, why the hell not tell you? It's true. Once upon a time, Eli and I had a thing. Just a little thing, I suppose. It was very nice. A smile rose on her lips, then slowly faded. She turned away and sat down in the snow, legs kicked out before her, gazing out over the white vista beneath them. McFarlane sat down beside her. What happened? She glanced over. Do I really need to spell it out? Eli broke it off. She smiled coldly. And you know what? Everything was going great. There was nothing wrong. I'd never been happier in my life. She paused. I guess that's what spooked him. He couldn't bear the thought that it wouldn't always stay that great. So when things couldn't get any better, he cut it off. Just like that. Because if things can't get any better, they can only get worse. That would be a failure. Right? And Eli Glenn is a man who can't fail. She laughed mirthlessly. But you two still think alike, in some ways, said McFarlane. Like yesterday in the library. I kind of figured you'd speak up. About what happened to Rochefort and Evans, I mean. But you didn't. Does that mean their deaths are okay with you too? Please, Sam. No death is okay. But almost every project I've worked on with EES has seen casualties. It's the nature of this business. They sat a moment, looking away from each other. Then Rachel rose to her feet. Come on, she said quietly, dusting herself off. Last one back has to clean the test tubes. Almirante Ramirez, 2:45 p.m. Comandante Emiliano Vallenar stood on the destroyer's Puente Volante, the flying bridge, scanning the enormous tanker with his field binoculars. Slowly, carefully, his eyes traveled from the bow, along the main deck, on and on and on, until at last he reached the superstructure. As always, it was an interesting journey. He had lingered on it so long and so carefully that he felt he knew every rusted porthole, every davit, every smear of oil. There were certain things on this so-called ore carrier that he found suspicious. Those antennas, hidden low, that looked distinctly as if they belonged to some passive electronic surveillance measuring device. And a very tall antenna at the top of the mast, despite its broken appearance, looked like an air search radar. He lowered the binoculars, reached into his coat with a gloved hand, and pulled out the letter from the geologist in Valparaiso. Estimable sir, the rock which you so kindly furnished me is a somewhat unusual type of striated quartz, specifically silicon dioxide, with microscopic inclusions of feldspar, hornblende, and mica. However, I am sorry to tell you that it is of no value whatsoever, either for commercial purposes or to mineral collectors. In response to your specific query, there are no traces of gold, silver, or any other valuable ores, minerals, or compounds present. Nor is this type of mineral found in association with deposits of oil, gas, oil shale, or other commercial hydrocarbon products. Once again, I am humbly sorry to convey this information to you, as it must surely discourage any pursuit of your great-uncle's mining claim. Vallenar traced the embossed seal at the top of the letter with his hand. Then, in a spasm of disgust, He balled it in his fist and shoved it into his pocket. The analysis was not worth the paper it was written on. Once again he raised the binoculars in the direction of the foreign vessel. No ship of its size should be moored here. In the Horn Islands there was only one known anchorage, Surgidero Otter, and that was on the far side of Isla Wollaston. In the Franklin Channel there was no decent holding ground at all, with the exception of an uncharted ledge that he alone had discovered. The currents were strong. Only a very ignorant captain would try to moor here, and then he would have surely run mooring cables to shore. But this vessel had dropped anchor in bad ground, and had been sitting there for a number of days, swinging back and forth with the tide and wind, as if it had found the finest holding ground in the world. At first Vallenar had been astonished by this. It seemed miraculous. But then he had noticed small, infrequent swirls of water at the vessel's stern, and he realized that its stern thrusters were running. Always running. They were adjusting their thrust to keep the ship stationary in the ever-changing currents of the channel, except at the change of tide, when he could see they were being used to swing the ship around. And that could mean only one thing. The anchor cables were a deception. The ship was equipped with a dynamic positioning system. This required a link to a geopositioning satellite and a powerful computer operating the ship's engines, working together to maintain an exact position on the surface of the Earth. It was the very latest technology. Vallenar had read about it, but never seen it. No ship in the Chilean Navy was equipped with DPS. Even in a small vessel it was extremely costly to install and burned a tremendous amount of fuel. And yet here it was, on this alleged shabby converted tanker. He breathed deeply, swiveling the binoculars from the ship to the island beyond. He took in the equipment shed, the road leading inland to the mine. There was a large scar on a hillside where heavy equipment was at work, beside what might be leaching pools. But there was also a deception here. There were no hydraulic nozzles or sluicing work to indicate placer mining. Except for the pools, it was a neat operation. Too neat, in fact. He had grown up in a mining camp in the north, and he knew what they were like. In his heart, the Commandante now knew the Americans were not digging for gold, and any fool could see they were not digging iron ore. It looked more like a diamond pipe operation than anything else. But if the Americans were mining diamonds, why then had they brought such a huge vessel with them? The whole operation, from start to finish, carried a strong odor of duplicity. He wondered if the work had anything to do with the legends about the island, the old myths of the Yagans. He vaguely remembered the borracho, Juan Pupup, rambling on about some legend in the bar one evening. He tried to remember what it was. Something about an angry god and his fratricidal son. When he got his hands on Pupup, he would make sure the mestizo's last earthly act would be to tell him everything he knew. Footsteps approached, then the oficial de guardia, the officer of the deck, appeared at his side. "Comandante," the man said, snapping a salute. "Engine room reports all engines online." "Very well. Make your course 090. And please send Mr. Timmer to me." The officer saluted again, then turned and left the flying bridge. Vallenar scowled as he watched the man retreat down the metal stairway. New orders had come in. As usual, they amounted to more worthless patrolling in desolate waters. With his good hand he reached into the pocket of his jacket and found the chunk of rock that had been returned with the letter. It was barely larger than a prune, and yet he was convinced it held the secret to what the Americans were doing. They had learned something from the prospector's machine and the sack of rocks, Something important enough to bring a vast amount of money and equipment to this remote, dangerous place. Vayanar clutched the rock tightly. He needed to know what the Americans knew. If the moronic geologist at the university could not help him, he would find somebody who could. He knew that Australia had some of the best geologists in the world. That was where he would send it, by urgent express. They would unlock the Pebble's secret. Then he would know what they were after, and how to respond. "Sir!" The voice of Timur intruded on his thoughts. Vayanar glanced over at the man's trim figure, standing at rigid attention, glanced over his blue eyes and sun-bleached hair, his spotless uniform. Even in a crew that had been drilled for instant, instinctive obedience, Oficial de Comunicaciones Timur stood out. His mother had come to Chile from Germany in 1945. A beautiful woman, cultivated, sensual. Timur had been raised with discipline, and he was no stranger to the use of force. "At ease," said Vayanar, his tone softening. Timur relaxed almost imperceptibly. Vayanar clasped his hands behind his back and gazed out at the flawless sky. "We are heading east," he said, "but we will return here tomorrow. Bad weather is expected." "Yes, sir." Timur continued, staring straight ahead. "On that day, I will have an assignment for you. It will involve a degree of risk." "I look forward to it, sir." Comandante Vayanar smiled. "I knew you would," he said, the faintest touch of pride in his voice. Rolvaag, 2:50 p.m. McFarlane paused just inside the outer door of the Rolvaag sick bay. He'd always had a morbid fear of doctors' offices and hospitals, any place with intimations of mortality. The Rolvaag's waiting room was devoid even of the false sense of tranquility such places ordinarily tried to project. The well-thumbed magazines, the shabby Norman Rockwell reproductions were missing. The only decoration was a large medical school poster detailing in full color various diseases of the skin. The place smelled so strongly of rubbing alcohol and iodine that McFarlane believed the strange old doctor must be using them for rug cleaner. He hesitated a moment, feeling a little foolish. This errand can wait, he thought. But then, with a deep breath, he found himself walking across the room and into a long hallway. He stopped at the last door and rapped on the frame. Captain Britton and the doctor were inside, quietly discussing a chart that lay open on the table between them. Bramble sat back in his chair, casually closing the folder as he did so. "Ah, Dr. McFarlane." The dry voice held no surprise. He stared at McFarlane, eyes unblinking, waiting. This can wait, he thought again. But it was too late. They were both looking at him expectantly. "Masanke's effects," he said aloud. "Those things with the body. Now that you've completed the tests, can they be released?" Bramble continued to look at him. It was a stare not of human compassion, but of clinical interest. "There was nothing of value among them," he answered. McFarlane leaned against the doorframe and waited, refusing to betray anything to the watchful eyes. At last the doctor sighed. "Once they've been photographed, I see no reason to keep them. What precisely are you interested in?" "Just let me know when they're ready, will you?" McFarlane pushed himself away from the frame, nodded to Britton, and turned back toward the waiting room. As he pulled open the outer door, he heard quick footsteps behind him. "Dr. McFarlane." It was Captain Britton. "I'll walk topside with you." "Didn't mean to break up the party," McFarlane said, swinging out into the hall. "I have to get back up to the bridge anyway. I'm expecting an update on that approaching storm." They moved down the wide corridor, dark except for the regular stripes of sunlight that slanted inward from the round portholes.
"I'm sorry about your friend Masenke, Dr. McFarlane," she said with unexpected kindness.
McFarlane glanced at her. "Thanks." Even in the dim corridor, her eyes were bright. He wondered if she was going to probe his nostalgic desire for Nestor's effects, but she remained silent. Once again he was struck by an indefinable feeling of kinship. "Call me Sam," he said.
"Okay, Sam."
They stepped out of the stairwell onto the main deck.
"Take a turn around the deck with me," Britton said.
Surprised, McFarlane followed her back through superstructure to the fantail. Something in her stately bearing, in the sway of her walk, reminded him of his ex-wife, Malou. A pale golden light lay over the ship's stern. The water of the channel shone a rich, deep blue. Britton walked past the landing pad and leaned against the rail, squinting into the sun.
"Sam, I have a dilemma. I frankly don't like what I'm hearing about that meteorite. I fear it will endanger the ship. A seaman always trusts her gut, and I really don't like seeing that out there."
She motioned toward the low, slender line of the Chilean destroyer lying in the waters beyond the channel.
"On the other hand, from what I've seen of Glynn, I have every reason to expect success."
She glanced at him.
"You see the paradox? I can't trust Eli Glynn and my own instincts both. And if I need to act, I need to act now. I'm not going to put anything in the hold of my ship that isn't safe."
In the pitiless sunlight, Britton looked older than her years.
"She's thinking of aborting the mission," he thought in surprise.
"I don't think Lloyd would be very happy if you balked now," he said.
"Lloyd isn't the master of the Rolvaag. I'm speaking to you as I did before, because you're the only one I can speak to."
McFarlane looked at her.
"As captain, I can't confide in any of my officers or crew, and I certainly can't speak to EES personnel about these concerns. That leaves you, the meteorite expert. I need to know if you think that meteorite will endanger my ship. I need your view, not Mr. Lloyd's."
McFarlane held her gaze a moment longer. Then he turned back toward the sea. "I can't answer your question," he said. "It's dangerous enough. We've learned that the hard way. But will it specifically endanger the ship? I don't know. But I think maybe it's too late for us to stop, even if we wanted to."
"But in the library, you spoke up. You had concerns, just as I did."
"I'm very concerned. But it isn't that simple. That meteorite is as deep a mystery as any in the universe. What it represents is so important that I think we've got no choice but to continue. If Magellan had soberly taken into account all the risks, he never would have begun his voyage around the world. Columbus would never have discovered America." Britton was silent, studying him intently.
"You think this meteorite is a discovery on a par with Magellan or Columbus?"
"Yes," he said finally. "I do."
"In the library, Glynn asked you a question. You didn't answer it."
"I couldn't answer it."
"Why?"
He turned and looked into her steady green eyes. "Because I realized, despite Rochefort, despite everything, I want that meteorite. More than I've ever wanted anything." After a pause, Britton drew herself up.
"Thank you, Sam," she said.
Then, turning smartly, she headed for the bridge. Isla Desolación, July 20th, 2:05 p.m. McFarlane and Rachel stood at the edge of the staging area in the cold afternoon sun. The eastern sky was clear and bright, the landscape below painfully sharp in the crisp air. But the sky to the west looked very different. A vast, dark cloak that stretched across the horizon, tumbling low, moving in their direction, blotting out the mountain peaks. A gust of wind swirled old snow around their feet. The storm was no longer just a blip on a screen. It was almost on top of them. Garza came toward them. "Never thought I'd like the look of a storm as ugly as that one," he said, smiling and pointing westward. "What's the plan now?" McFarlane asked. "Cut and cover, from here to the shore," said Garza with a wink. Cut and cover? Instant tunnel. It's the simplest engineered tunnel, a technique that's been used since Babylon. We dig a channel with a hydraulic excavator, roof it over with steel plates, and throw dirt and snow on top to hide it. As the meteorite is dragged toward the shore, we backfill the old tunnel and dig new tunnel ahead. Rachel nodded toward the hydraulic excavator. "That baby makes Mike Mulligan's steam shovel look like a Tonka toy." McFarlane thought back to all that had been accomplished in the 2 days since the meteorite crushed Rochefort and Evans. The tunnels had been cleared and reshored, and double the number of jacks positioned under the rock. The meteorite had been raised without a hitch, a cradle built underneath it, and the dirt cleared away. A gigantic steel flatbed cart had been brought up from the ship and positioned next to it. Now it was time to drag the meteorite and its cradle onto the cart. Garza had made it all look so easy. The engineer grinned again. He was garrulous, in high spirits. "Ready to see the heaviest object ever moved by mankind get moved?" "Sure," said McFarlane. "The first step is positioning it on the cart. We'll have to uncover the meteorite for that, briefly. That's why I like the look of that storm. Don't want those damn Chileans getting a gander at our rock." Garza stepped back and spoke into his radio. Farther away, Stonecipher made a motion with his hands to the crane operator. As McFarlane watched, the crane operator began removing the steel roofing plates off the cut that held the meteorite and stacking them nearby. The wind was picking up, whistling about the huts and whipping snow along the ground. The final metal plate twisted wildly in the air as the crane operator fought to hold the boom steady against the gusts. "To the left! To the left!" Stonecipher called into his radio. "Now, boom down! Boom down! Boom down! Cut!" After a tense moment, it, too, was set safely aside. McFarlane gazed into the open trench. For the first time, McFarlane saw the meteorite exposed in its entirety. It lay in its cradle, a blood-red, lopsided egg atop a nest of timbers and metal I-beams. It was a breathtaking sight. Dimly, he was aware that Rachel was speaking. "What did I tell you?" she said to Garza. "He's got the look." The look was a term she had coined for the way almost anybody, technicians, scientists, construction workers, tended to stop what they were doing and stare at the meteorite, as if mesmerized. With an effort, McFarlane pulled his gaze from the meteorite to her. The infectious twinkle of merriment, so evidently missing for the last 24 hours, had returned to her eyes. "It's beautiful," he said. He glanced back down the length of the exposed tunnel to the cart that would carry the rock. It was a remarkable-looking thing, a honeycombed flatbed of steel and ceramic carbon composite 100 feet long. Although he could not see them from above, McFarlane knew that beneath the cart was an array of heavy-duty aircraft tires. 36 axles, with 40 tires on each axle to bear the staggering weight of the meteorite. At the far end, a massive steel capstan rose from a socket in the tunnel bed. Glenn was calling out orders to dark figures in the tunnel, raising his voice above the increasing fury of the wind. The front now loomed above them, a cliff of dark weather that ate away daylight as it approached. He broke off and came over to McFarlane. "Any new results from the second set of tests, Dr. McFarlane?" he asked as he watched the men work beneath them. McFarlane nodded. "On several fronts." He fell silent. It was only a small satisfaction, he knew, making Glynn ask. It continued to rankle him, Glynn's monitoring his actions. But he had decided not to make an issue of it. At least, not now. Glynn inclined his head as if perceiving the thought. "I see. May we hear them, please?" "Sure thing. We have its melting point now. Or rather, I should say vapor point, since it goes directly from a solid to a gas." Glynn raised his eyebrows inquiringly. 1.2 million degrees Kelvin. Glynn breathed out. "Good Lord." "We've also made some progress on its crystalline structure. It's an extremely complicated asymmetrical fractal pattern built from nested isosceles triangles. The patterns repeat themselves at different scales, from the macroscopic all the way down to individual atoms. A textbook fractal, which explains its extreme hardness. It appears to be elemental, not an alloy. Any more information about its place on the periodic table?" "Very high up, above 177. A superactinide element, probably. The individual atoms appear to be gigantic, each with hundreds of protons and neutrons. It's most definitely an element in the island of stability we talked about earlier." "Anything else?" McFarlane took a breath of frosty air. "Yes. Something very interesting. Rachel and I dated the jaws of Hanukkah. The volcanic eruptions and lava flows date almost precisely to the time of the meteorite's impact." Glynn's eyes flickered toward him. "Your conclusion?" "We always assumed that the meteorite landed near a volcano. But now it looks as if the meteorite made the volcano." Glynn waited. The meteorite was so heavy and dense, and traveling so fast, that it punched deep into the Earth's crust, like a bullet, triggering the volcanic eruption. That's why Isla Desolación, alone among the Cape Horn Islands, is volcanic. In his journal, Nestor talked about the weird cosite of the region. And when I re-examined the cosite with the X-ray diffractor, I realized he was right. It is different. The meteorite's impact was so severe that the surrounding rock that wasn't vaporized underwent a phase change. The impact chemically changed the material into a form of cosite never seen before. He gestured in the direction of the jaws of Hanukkah. The force of the eruption, the turbulence of the magma, and the explosive release of gases carried the meteorite back up, where it froze into position several thousand feet down. Over millions of years, in the uplift and erosion of the southern Cordillera, it gradually moved closer and closer to the surface, until it finally eroded out of the island valley. At least, that's what seems to fit the facts. There was a thoughtful silence. Then Glynn looked over at Garza and Stonecipher. "Let's proceed." Garza shouted out orders. McFarlane watched as some of the figures in the tunnel below gingerly attached a webbing of thick Kevlar straps to the cradle and the meteorite. Others pulled more straps over the top of the sled and into position around the capstan. Then the group stood back. There was a metallic cough, then a throaty rumble, and the ground beneath McFarlane's feet came alive with vibration. 2 massive diesel generators began turning the steel capstan. As it turned, the webbing of Kevlar straps slowly began to wind up, taking out the slack, tightening around the rock. The generators stopped. The meteorite was now ready to move. McFarlane's eyes returned to the meteorite. The shadow of the storm fell across the staging area, and the meteorite looked duller, as if some internal fire had been quenched. "Jesus," Rachel said, glancing at the wall of wind and snow that was boiling toward them. "Here it comes." Everything's in position, Garza said. Glynn turned, the wind tugging at his parka. We stop at the first sign of lightning, he said. Move it. There was a sudden rising darkness. A muffled howl and pellets of snow came blasting horizontally through the air. In an instant, McFarlane's view was reduced to monochromatic shadows. Over the fury of the wind came the roar of heavy machinery as the generators came up to speed. The ground was shaking harder now, and a low, sub-auditory rumble, a pressure on the ear and gut went through him. The generators climbed, whining louder as they strained to move the rock. "It's a historic moment," Rachel wailed, "and I can't see a damn thing." McFarlane pulled the hood of his parka tight around his face and crouched forward. He could see the Kevlar was drawn tight now, the straps like bars of iron, singing under the strain. Creaks and strange twanging noises rose up, audible even over the wind. The rock did not move, and the tension began to mount. The twanging noises rose in pitch, the generators roared, and still the rock remained stationary. And then, at the height of the cacophony, McFarlane thought he saw the meteorite move. But with the wind shrieking in his ears and the snow obscuring his vision, he could not be sure. Garza looked up, smiling crookedly, and gave them a thumbs up. "It's moving!" Rachel cried. Garza and Stonecipher shouted orders to the workers below. Beneath the cradle, the steel runners squealed and smoked. Workers pumped a continuous slurry of graphite on the runners and the surface of the cart. The acrid smell of burning steel rose to McFarlane's nostrils. And then it was over. With a tremendous, decaying groan, the meteorite and its cradles settled onto the waiting cart. The Kevlar straps loosened, and the generators powered down. "We did it!" Rachel pressed her index fingers to her lips and gave a piercing whistle. McFarlane gazed down at the meteorite, now safely mounted on the cart. 10 feet, he said. 10,000 miles to go. Beyond the jaws of Hanukkah, there was a brilliant flash of lightning, then another. A monstrous clap of thunder rolled past them. The wind rose in strength, tearing at the snow, sending sheets of white across the ground and into the trench. "That's it," Glynn called out to the group. "Mr. Garza, please cover the tunnel." Garza turned toward the crane operator, one gloved hand keeping his hood secure against the wind. "Can't do it," he shouted back. "The wind's too strong. It'll topple the boom." Glynn nodded. "Then pull the tarps and ribbing over it until the storm passes." As McFarlane watched, a group of workers ran down both sides of the trench, unrolling a tarp as they went, struggling to keep it in place against the rising fury of the wind. It was streaked with mottled white and gray, camouflaged to resemble the bleak surface of the island. McFarlane was impressed once again by Glynn's ability to anticipate every possibility, to have a contingency plan always waiting in the wings. Another flash of lightning, closer this time, gave a strange illumination to the snow-heavy air. Satisfied that the tarp had been properly secured, Glynn nodded to McFarlane. "Let's get back to the huts." He looked over at Garza. "I want the area cleared of personnel until the storm passes. Post a guard at 4-hour shifts." Then he motioned to McFarlane and Rachel, and they began to make their way across the staging area, leaning into the howling wind. Isla Desolación, 10:40 p.m. Adolfo Timmer waited behind a large snowdrift, motionless in the dark. He had lain, watching, until he was almost completely buried by the storm. Down below he could see the faint glow of lights, fading in and out of the snow. It was now after midnight, and he had seen no activity. The cleared area was deserted, the workers no doubt sheltering in the huts. It was time to act. Timmer raised his head against the still intensifying blast. He rose, the wind whipping the accumulated snow from his limbs. Around him the storm had shaped the snow into long diagonal fins, some more than 10 feet high. It was perfect cover. He moved forward on his snowshoes, shielded by the drifts. He stopped near the edge of the cleared area. Ahead lay a pool of dirty light. Crouching behind a snowbank, he waited, then raised his head and looked around. Perhaps 50 yards away, a lone shack stood, the wind moaning through gaps in its corrugated roof. On the far side of the cleared area across from the shack, he could make out the long row of Quonset huts, their windows small squares of yellow. Beside them were other structures and some containers. As he stared, Timur's eyes narrowed. The leaching ponds and tailing piles across the island had proved to be a ruse, a cover for something else. But what? He tensed. From around the corner of the shack, a man in a heavy parka appeared. He opened the door of the shack, looked inside, closed it again. Then he walked slowly along one edge of the cleared area, rubbing his mittens together, ducking his head against the wind and snow. Timur watched carefully. The man was not out for an evening smoke. He was doing guard duty. But why post a guard over an old shack and a barren patch of ground? He crept forward slowly until he reached another drift. He was much closer to the shack now. He waited, motionless, as the man returned to its door, stamped warmth into his feet, then walked away again. Unless there was somebody else posted inside the shack, the guard was alone. Timur came around the side of the drift and approached the building, keeping it between him and the guard. He stayed close to the ground, letting the darkness and the storm conceal him, careful to expose only the white nylon of his snowsuit to the circle of light. Before he left the Almirante Ramirez, the Comandante had told him to take no unnecessary risks. He had said it more than once. "Be very careful, Mr. Timur. I want you back in one piece." There was no way to know if the guard was armed. Timur would assume he was. Crouching in the shadow of the shack, he reached into his snowsuit. His hand closed around the handle of his knife and slid it out of the scabbard, making sure it had not frozen in place. Tugging off one glove, he felt the blade, ice cold and razor sharp. Excellent. "Yes, my Commandante," he thought. "I will be very, very careful." He clasped it tightly, ignoring the cold that bit into his fingers. He wanted the blade warm enough to cut through flesh without freezing and snagging. He waited as the storm grew even stronger. The wind whipped around the bare sides of the shack, howling and crying. He pulled his hood from his head, listening with his naked ear. Then he heard it again, the soft swish and crush of footsteps approaching through the snow. A faint shadow came into view around the edge of the hut, barely visible in the dim light. Timur pressed against the shack as it approached. There was the sound of breathing, the thumping of arms as the man hugged himself against the cold. Timur spun around the corner, lashing out low with his foot. The figure fell face down in the snow. In a flash, Timur was on top of him, knee digging into his back, dragging the man into shadow while wrenching back his head. The knife came forward, scoring deeply across the man's neck. Timur felt the blade grating against the cervical vertebrae. There was a soft gurgle, then a rush of hot blood. Timur continued to hold the man's head back, letting his life drain into the snow. Then he relaxed his grip and eased the body forward. Timur turned the man over and examined his face. He was white, not the mestizo the Commandante had told him to watch for. He patted the man's pockets quickly, finding a two-way radio and a small semi-automatic weapon. He slipped them into his pocket, then concealed the body in a nearby drift, sweeping snow over it and smoothing over the area. He cleaned his knife in the snow and carefully buried the bloody mush. The fact that he had seen only one guard did not mean there could not be another. Moving around the rear of the shack and keeping out of the light, he crept along the edge of the cleared area, following the path the guard had walked. It was most curious. There was nothing here but snow. As he stepped forward again, the ground yielded suddenly beneath one of his snowshoes, and he scrambled backward in surprise. Exploring cautiously, on his hands and knees now, he felt something strange beneath the thin covering of snow. It was not earth. It was not a crevasse. There was a hollow beneath the ground, with some kind of cloth stretched tight across it, held up by spacers. Carefully, Timur made his way back to the shadows behind the shack. Before he explored further, he would have to make sure there were no surprises inside. Keeping his knife poised, he crept around to the front, opened the door a crack, and glanced within. It was deserted. He slipped inside and closed the door behind him. He pulled out a small flashlight and swept it around. The beam illuminated nothing but kegs full of nails. Why would somebody post a guard in front of a useless, empty shack? Then he noticed something. Quickly he turned out his light. A faint line of light was coming from the edge of a steel plate beneath one of the kegs. Moving it aside, Timur saw a trap-door of banded metal. He knelt beside it, listening intently for a moment. Then he grasped the door and lifted it gingerly. After the hours of waiting and watching in the winter night, the fluorescence that streamed up was blinding. He closed the trap-door again and crouched in the darkness, thinking. Then he removed his snowshoes, concealed them in the far corner of the hut, and opened the door again, waiting a moment for his eyes to adjust. Then, knife in hand, he descended the ladder. 30 feet down, he stepped off the ladder into the tunnel. He paused. It was warmer down here, but at first Timur barely noticed. In the glare of the light he felt exposed and vulnerable. He moved rapidly along the tunnel, keeping low. This was like no gold mine he had ever heard of. In fact, it was like no mine at all. Reaching a junction, he paused to look around. There was nobody. No sound, no movement. He licked his lips, wondering what to do next. Then he paused. Up ahead, the tunnel widened. There was an open space ahead, with something very large in it. He crept to the edge of the open area and shined his light around. A giant cart. Timur approached it cautiously, creeping along the wall. It was a huge steel flatbed trailer, perhaps 100 feet long. Mounted to its underside were big tires, hundreds of them, on gleaming titanium axles. His eyes traveled slowly upward. Built on the cart was a complex pyramid of wooden struts and members, and nestled in that was something Timur had never seen or imagined before. Something huge and red, something that gleamed with impossible richness in the artificial light of the tunnel. He looked around again, then approached the cart. Setting one foot on the closest tire, he pulled himself onto the platform, breathing heavily. He was quickly overheating in his heavy snowsuit, but he ignored the discomfort. Overhead, a large tarp was stretched tightly across the open roof, the tarp onto which he had stepped. But Timur had no interest in this. His eyes were on the thing resting in the huge cradle. Very carefully, he climbed the wooden struts toward it. There was no doubt about it. This was what the Americans had come for. But what was it? There was no time to waste. There was no time even to hunt for the little mestizo. Commandante Vallenar would want to know about this right away. And yet still Timur hesitated, balanced on the wooden cradle. The thing was almost ethereal in its beauty. It was as if it had no surface, as if he could put his hand forward and thrust it right into its ruby depths. As he stared, he thought he could see subtle patterns within, shifting and changing, coruscating in the light. He almost imagined a coldness emanating from it, cooling his overheated face. It was the most beautiful, otherworldly thing he had ever seen. Without taking his eyes away, Timur slipped the knife into a pocket, pulled off his glove, and held his hand forward, slowly, almost reverently, toward the rich and shining surface. Isla Desolacion, 11:15 p.m. Sam McFarlane jerked awake, heart pounding. He would have thought it a nightmare if the sound of the explosion was not still reverberating across the landscape. He stood bolt upright, the chair falling to the floor behind him. From the corner of his eye he saw that Glynn, too, was on his feet, listening. As they met each other's gaze, the lights in the hut winked out. There was a moment of pitch blackness, and then an emergency light snapped on over the door, bathing the room in pale orange. "What the hell was that?" McFarlane said. His voice was almost drowned out by a loud gust of wind. The window had been blown out, and snow swirled into the hut, mingling with wooden splinters and shards of glass. Glynn approached the window and gazed out into the stormy darkness. Then he glanced at Garza. He, too, was on his feet. "Who's got duty?" "Hill." Glynn raised a radio. "Hill, this is Glynn. Report." He took his thumb from the transmit button and listened. "Hill," he called again. Then he switched frequencies. "Forward post. Thompson." He was answered by a loud hiss of static. He dropped the radio. "Radio's out. I'm not getting any responses." He turned back to Garza, who was pulling on his snowsuit. "Where are you going?" "To the electrical hut." "Negative. We'll go together." Glynn's tone had become sharper, military. "Yes, sir," Garza replied briskly. There was a clattering outside. Then Amira tumbled in from the communications hut, snow clinging to her shoulders. "Power's down everywhere," she gasped. "All we've got is the reserve." "Understood," Glynn said. A small Glock 17 pistol had appeared in his hand. He checked the magazine, then tucked it into his belt. McFarlane had turned to reach for his own snowsuit. As he thrust his arms into the sleeves, he saw Glynn look at him. "Don't even say it," McFarlane began. "I'm coming with you." Glynn hesitated and saw his resolve. He turned to Amira. "You stay here." "But, Rachel, we need you here. Lock the door after we leave. We'll have a guard here shortly." Within moments, 3 of Glynn's men, Thompson, Rocco, and Sanders, appeared at the door, powerful torches in their hands and Ingram M10 submachine guns slung over their shoulders. "Everyone accounted for except Hill, sir," Thompson said. "Sanders, have guards posted at every hut. Thompson, Rocco, you come with me." Glynn strapped on snowshoes, grabbed a torch, and led the way out into the swirling dark. McFarlane struggled with the unfamiliar snowshoes. Hours of drowsing by the stove had made him forget how cold it was outside, how sharp the snowflakes felt when the wind drove them against his face. The electrical hut lay only 50 yards away. Garza unlocked the door and they entered the small space, Thompson and Rocco sweeping it with their torches. The smell of burnt wiring hung in the air. Garza knelt to pull open the gray metal cover of the master control cabinet. As he did so, a cloud of acrid smoke billowed out into the light of the torches. Garza ran his finger down the panel. "Totally fried," he said. "Estimated time to repair?" Glynn asked. "Main switching box, 10 minutes max. Then we can run diagnostics." "Do it. You men, get outside and guard the door." The construction chief worked in silence while McFarlane looked on. Glynn tried the radio again. Finding it was still broadcasting nothing but noise, he replaced it in his pocket. At length, Garza stepped back and threw a series of switches. There was a click and a hum, but no lights. With a grunt of surprise, Garza opened a nearby metal locker, withdrew a palm-top diagnostic computer, plugged it into a jack on the master control cabinet, and switched it on. A small blue screen flickered into life. "We've got multiple burnouts up and down the line," he said after a moment. "What about the surge suppressors?" "Whatever it was, it caused one hell of a spike. Over 1 billion volts in under a millisecond. with a current exceeding 50,000 amps. No dampeners or surge suppressors could protect against that. 1,000,000,000 volts? McFarland said in disbelief. Not even lightning is that powerful. That's right, Garza said, pulling the tool from the panel and dropping it into a pocket of his snowsuit. A burst of this size makes lightning look like static cling. Then what was it? Garza shook his head. God knows. Glynn stood still a moment, gazing at the fused components. Let's check the rock. They stepped back out into the storm, moved past the huts, and struggled across the staging area. Even from a distance, McFarland could see that the tarp had been torn from its tethers. As they drew nearer, Glynn made a suppressing motion with his hand, then instructed Rocco and Thompson to enter the shack and descend into the tunnel. Pulling out his pistol, Glynn moved forward carefully, Garza at his side. McFarland stepped up to the edge of the trench, the tattered remains of the tarp billowing skyward like ghostly linen. Glynn angled the beam of the torch downward into the tunnel. Dirt, rocks, and charred wood were scattered everywhere. Part of the cart was twisted and fused, hissing faintly, sending up clouds of steam. Globs of foamy metal, now resolidified, spattered the tunnel. Beneath the cart, several rows of tires had melted together and were now burning, sending up foul clouds of smoke. Glynn's eyes moved rapidly around the scene, following his torch. Was it a bomb? Looks more like a gigantic electrical arc. Lights wavered at the far end of the tunnel, then Thompson and Rocco approached beneath them, waving away the pall of smoke. They began spraying fire suppressant on the burning tires. See any damage to the meteorite? Glynn called down. There was a pause as the men below made a visual inspection. Can't see a scratch on it. Thompson, Glynn said, pointing down into the trench. Over there. McFarland followed his arm to a spot beyond the cart. Something was burning fitfully. Nearby, ragged clumps of matter and bone glistened in the flickering light. Thompson shined his torch toward one of them. There was a hand, a piece of what looked like a flayed human shoulder, a twisted length of grayish entrails. Christ, McFarland groaned. Looks like we found Hill, said Garza. Here's his gun, Thompson said. Glynn shouted down into the tunnel. Thompson, I want you to check the rest of the tunnel system. Report anything you find. Rocco, roust up a med team. Let's get those remains gathered up. Yes, sir. Glynn looked back toward Garza. Get the perimeter secured. Gather all surveillance data and get it analyzed right away. Call back to the ship for a general alert. I want a new power grid up and running in 6 hours. All communications with the ship are down, said Garza. We're getting nothing but noise on all channels. Glynn turned back toward the tunnel. You, Thompson, when you're done here, take a snowcat to the beach. Contact the ship from the landing area. Use Morse if you have to. Thompson saluted, then turned and made his way down the tunnel. In a moment he disappeared from view in the smoke and darkness. Glynn turned to McFarland. Go get a mirror and any diagnostic tools you'll need. I'm going to have a team sweep the tunnels. Once the area is secured and Hill's body is removed, I want you to examine the meteorite. Nothing elaborate for the time being. Just determine what happened here. And don't touch that rock. McFarland looked down. At the base of the cart, Rocco was slipping what looked like a lung onto a folded section of tarp. Above, the meteorite steamed in its wooden bed. He wasn't about to touch it, but he said nothing. Rocco, Glynn called out, pointing to an area just to the rear of the damaged cart where there was a faint flickering. You've got another small fire over there. Rocco approached it with the extinguisher, then stopped short. He looked up at them. I think it's a heart, sir. Glynn pursed his lips. I see. Extinguish it, Mr. Rocco, and carry on. Isla Desolacion, July 21st, 12:05 a.m. As McFarlane trudged across the staging area toward the row of huts, the wind pressed rudely at his back, as if trying to force him to his knees. Beside him, Rachel stumbled, then recovered. "Is this storm ever going to end?" she asked. McFarlane, his mind a whirlwind of speculation, did not reply. In another minute they were inside the medical hut. He peeled out of his suit. The air was rich with the smell of roasted meat. He saw that Garza was speaking into a radio. "How long have you had communications?" he asked Glenn. "Half an hour, or thereabouts. Still spotty, but improving." "That's odd. We just tried to contact you from the tunnel and got nothing but radio noise." McFarlane began to speak again, but fell silent, forcing his mind to work through the weariness. Garza lowered his radio. "It's Thompson, from the beach. He says Captain Britton refuses to send anyone over with the equipment until the storm dies down. It's too dangerous." "That's not acceptable. Give me that radio." Glenn spoke rapidly. "Thompson, explain to the captain that we've lost communications, the computer network, and the power grid. We need the generator and the equipment, and we need them now. Lives are at risk. If you encounter any more difficulties, let me know and I'll see to it personally. Get Bramble out here too. I want him to examine Hill's remains." Distantly, McFarlane watched Rocco, hands and forearms hidden by heavy rubber gloves, removing charred body parts from a tarp and placing them in a freezer locker. "There's something else, sir," Garza said, listening once again to the radio. "Palmer Lloyd's in communication with the Rolvaag. He demands to be patched through to Sam McFarlane." McFarlane felt himself shocked back into the stream of events. "It's not exactly the best time, is it?" he said with a disbelieving laugh, looking at Glenn. But the expression on Glenn's face took him by surprise. "Can you rig up a squawk box?" Glenn asked. "I'll grab one from the communications hut," Garza said. McFarlane spoke to Glenn. "You're not really going to chit-chat with Lloyd, are you? Now? Of all times?" Glenn returned the look. "It beats the alternative," he replied. Only much later did McFarlane realize what Glenn meant. Within minutes, the hut's transmitter had been jury-rigged with an external speaker. As Garza attached his radio, a wash of static filled the room. It faded into silence, grew louder, then faded again. McFarlane glanced around. At Rachel, huddled near the stove for warmth. At Glenn, pacing in front of the radio. At Rocco, industriously sorting body parts in the back of the room. He had a theory, or the beginnings of one. It was still too raw, too full of holes to be shared, and yet he knew he had little choice. There was a squeal of feedback, then a ragged voice emerged from the speaker. "Hello?" it said. "Hello?" It was Lloyd, distorted. Glenn leaned forward. "This is Eli Glenn, Mr. Lloyd. Can you hear me?" "Yes. Yes, I can. But you're damn faint, Eli." "We're experiencing some kind of radio interference. We'll have to be brief. There's a great deal going on at the moment, and our battery power is limited." "Why? What the hell is going on? Why didn't Sam call in for his daily briefing? I couldn't get a straight answer from that bloody captain of yours." "There's been an accident. One of our men is dead." "Two men, you mean? McFarlane told me about that incident with the meteorite. Damn shame about Rochefort." "There's been a new fatality. A man named Hill." There was a piercing shriek from the speaker. Then Lloyd's voice returned, even fainter now. "Happened to him?" "We don't know yet," Glenn said. "McFarlane and Rachel Amira have just returned from examining the meteorite." He motioned McFarlane toward the speaker. McFarlane moved forward with great unwillingness. He swallowed. "Mr. Lloyd," he began, "what I'm about to tell you is theoretical. A conclusion based on what I've observed. But I think we were wrong about how Nestor Masanke died." "Wrong?" said Lloyd. "What do you mean? And what does it have to do with the death of this man Hill?" "If I'm right, it has everything to do with it. I think both men died because they touched the meteorite." For a moment, the hut was silent save for the pop and stutter of the radio. "Sam, that's absurd," Lloyd said. "I touched the meteorite." "Bear with me. We thought Nestor was killed by lightning. And it's true the meteorite is a powerful attractor. But Garza can tell you that the blast in the tunnel was on the order of 1,000,000,000 volts. No lightning bolt could produce that kind of power. I examined the cart and meteorite. The pattern of damage shows definite signs that the meteorite threw out a massive blast of electricity itself. But I laid my damn cheek against it, and I'm still here." "I know that. I don't have an answer yet to why you were spared. But nothing else fits. The tunnel was deserted. The meteorite was shielded from the elements. No other force was acting upon it. It looks like a bolt of electricity came out of the rock, passed through part of the cart and cradle, spraying molten metal outward. And beneath the cart I found a glove. It was the only piece of Hill's clothing not burned. I think he dropped the glove so he could touch the meteorite." "Why would he do something like that?" Lloyd asked impatiently. This time it was Rachel who spoke up. "Why did you?" she asked. "That's one mighty strange-looking rock. You can't always predict what someone's going to do the first time they see it." "Jesus. This is unbelievable," Lloyd said. There was a moment of silence. "But you can proceed, right?" McFarlane darted a look at Glynn. "The cart and the cradle have been damaged," Glynn said. "But Mr. Garza tells me they can be repaired within 24 hours. The meteorite remains a question, however." "Why?" Lloyd asked. "Was it damaged?" "No," Glynn continued. "It appears to be unscathed. I'd given standing orders from the beginning to treat this thing as if it was dangerous. Now, if Dr. McFarlane's right, we know that it is. We must take additional precautions to load that rock onto the ship. But we have to move fast. It's also dangerous to remain here any longer than absolutely necessary." "I don't like it. You should have figured out these precautions before we ever left New York." It seemed to McFarlane that Glynn's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. "Mr. Lloyd, this meteorite has confounded all our expectations. We are now outside the parameters of the original EES analysis. That has never happened before. Do you know what that normally means?" Lloyd did not reply. "We abort the project," Glynn finished. "That is not a goddamn option!" Lloyd was suddenly shouting, but the reception had grown so poor that McFarlane had to strain to hear. "I don't want that kind of talk. You hear me? Glynn, you get the goddamn rock on the boat and you bring it home." Abruptly, the radio cut out. "He terminated the transmission," said Garza. The hut was silent. All eyes were on Glynn. Over the man's shoulder, McFarlane could see Rocco, still at his grisly task. He had what looked like a piece of skull in his gloved hands, an eyeball hanging from it, held only by the ocular nerve. Rachel sighed, shook her head, and rose slowly from her wooden chair. "So what do we do?" "For now, help us get the plant back online. Once we have power, you two will tackle that problem." Glynn turned to McFarlane. "Where's Hill's glove?" "Right here." McFarlane reached wearily for his satchel, pulled out a sealed baggie, and held it up. "That's a leather glove," Garza said. "The construction team was issued Gore-Tex gloves." "Mr. Glynn!" Rocco's voice was so sharp the note of surprise so clear that everyone glanced toward him. He still had the piece of skull in his hand, poised in front of his chin, as if he were about to take a snapshot with it. "Yes, Mr. Rocco."
"Frank Hill had brown eyes."
Glenn's face flicked from Rocco to the skull and then back again, the mute question clear on his face. With an oddly delicate motion, Rocco drew the cuff of his shirt across the dangling eyeball, wiping it clean.
"This isn't Hill," he said. "This eye is blue."
Isla Desolacion, 12:40 a.m. Glenn stopped, arrested by the sight of the eyeball dangling from a strip of nerve. "Mr. Garza." His voice was unusually calm. "Sir, get a team together. Find Hill. Use probes, thermal sensors."
"Yes, sir."
"But keep a sharp eye out. Watch for booby traps, snipers. Don't rule out anything." Garza disappeared into the night. Glenn took the shattered eye from Rocco and began rotating it under his gaze. It seemed to McFarlane that he scrutinized it as one might a piece of fine porcelain. Then he walked over to the table where the body parts lay divided between the tarp and the cold storage locker. "Let's see what we've got here," he murmured. As McFarlane watched, he began sorting through them, handling each piece, peering at it critically, setting it down again and moving to the next, like a shopper browsing the meat section of a supermarket. "Blonde," he said, holding up a tiny hair to the light. He began assembling pieces of the head. High cheekbones, close-cropped hair, Nordic features. He put them aside and continued rummaging. Death's head tattoo on the right arm. Young, perhaps 25. His examination lasted 15 minutes, during which nobody else spoke. At last he straightened up and went to wash his hands in the sink. There was no water, so he flicked the excess matter from his hands and wiped them with a towel. Then he paced the length of the hut, turned, walked back. Suddenly, Glenn went still. He seemed to have come to a decision. He plucked a radio from the table. "Thompson."
"Yes, sir."
"What's the status on the generator?"
"Britain is bringing it herself. She wouldn't risk her crew. She says Bramble will come as soon as it's safe. The storm is supposed to ease by dawn."
The radio beeped and Glenn switched frequencies.
"Found Hill,"
came Garza's terse voice.
"Yes." "He was buried in a snowdrift. Throat cut. Very professional piece of work."
"Thank you, Mr. Garza." Glenn's profile was dully illuminated in the emergency light of the hut. A single bead of sweat stood on his brow.
"And there's a pair of snowshoes hidden in the entrance shack. Like the glove. They're not ours."
"I see. Bring Hill's body to the medical hut, please. We wouldn't want it to freeze before Dr. Bramble arrives. That would be inconvenient."
"So who was this other man?" McFarlane asked.
Instead of answering, Glenn turned away and murmured something in Spanish, just loud enough for McFarlane to catch. "You are not a wise man, mi comandante. Not a wise man at all." Isla Desolacion, July 23rd, 12:05 p.m. The storm eased, and 48 hours passed without further incident. Security was beefed up considerably. Guard duty was tripled, additional cameras were installed, and a perimeter of motion-detecting sensors was sunk into the snow around the operation. Meanwhile, work on the sunken roadway proceeded at a breakneck pace. As soon as one section was built, the meteorite and cart were dragged along inch by inch, to rest only while the capstan was repositioned, a new section of roadway built, and the previous section filled in. Safety precautions around the meteorite had been redoubled. At last, the excavators reached the interior of the snowfield. Here, sheltered beneath almost 200 feet of solid ice, the meteorite waited while digging teams cored through the snowfield from both ends. Eli Glynn stood inside the mouth of the ice tunnel, watching the progress as the great machines worked. All had gone according to plan, despite the 2 recent deaths. Half a dozen thick hoses snaked out of the hole in the ice, diesel fumes and soot spewing from their ends. A jury-rigged forced air system to suck exhaust from the tunnel while the heavy machinery carved through the ice. It was beautiful in its way, Glynn thought. One more engineering marvel in a long list since the project had begun. The walls and ceiling of the tunnel were rough-edged and irregular, fractal in their endless knobs and ridges. A million cracks and fissures ran away in crazy spiderwebs across the walls, white against the shockingly deep blue of the ice. Only the floor was even, covered with the omnipresent crushed gravel over which the cart would travel. A single row of fluorescent lights lit the tunnel. Peering ahead, Glynn could see the meteorite on its cart, a red blob inside an eerie blue tube. The tunnel echoed with the crashing and grinding of unseen machinery. There was a wink of headlights in the distance, then some kind of vehicle made its way around the meteorite and came toward him. It was a train of ore carts, full of glittering blue shards of ice. The revelation that the meteorite could kill by touch had startled Glynn more than he cared to admit. Despite that he had instituted orders never to touch the rock directly, he had always considered this merely a judicious precaution. He sensed that McFarlane was right. The touch had caused the explosion. There seemed to be no other possible answer. A strategic recalculation had become necessary. It had caused yet another revision in his failure-success analysis, one that required virtually all of EES's computer capacity back in New York to process. Glynn looked once again at the red rock, sitting like a huge gemstone on its bed of green heart oak. This was the thing that killed Vallenar's man, killed Rochefort and Evans, killed Masanke. Strange that it had not killed Lloyd. It was undeniably deadly, but the fact was, they were still ahead of schedule on fatalities. The volcano project had cost 14 lives, including one meddling government minister who insisted on being where he shouldn't have been. Glynn reminded himself that, despite the strangeness of the rock, despite the problem of the Chilean destroyer, this remained essentially a heavy-moving job. He glanced at his watch. McFarlane and Amira would be on time. They always were. And he could see them now, stepping out of a snowcat at the mouth of the ice tunnel, McFarlane lugging a duffel bag full of instruments. In 5 minutes they were at Glynn's side. He turned to them. "You've got 40 minutes until the tunnel is complete and the meteorite is moved again. Make good use of it." "We intend to," said Amira. He watched her pulling gear out of the duffel and setting up instruments, while McFarlane silently took pictures of the rock with a digital camera. She was capable. McFarlane had learned about her reports as he had expected. This had had the desired effect. It put McFarlane on notice that his behavior was being scrutinized. It also gave Amira an ethical dilemma to occupy herself with, always helpful in distracting her from the thornier moral questions she had a tendency to ask. Moral questions that had no place in a cold-blooded engineering project. McFarlane had taken it better than the profile predicted. A complicated man, and one who had proven himself unusually useful. Glynn noticed another cat arriving, also with a passenger. Sally Britton stepped out, a long coat of navy blue wool billowing out behind her. Uncharacteristically, there was no officer's cap on her head, and her wheat-colored hair gleamed in the lights of the tunnel. Glynn smiled. He had also been expecting this ever since the explosion that killed the Chilean spy. Expecting it. Even looking forward to it. As Britton drew near, Glynn turned toward her with a genuinely welcoming smile. He took her hand. "Nice to see you, Captain. What brings you down here?" Britain looked around, her intelligent green eyes taking in everything. They froze when they saw the meteorite. "Good God," she said, her steps suddenly faltering. Glynn smiled. "It's always a shock at first sight." She nodded wordlessly. "Nothing great can happen in this world, Captain, without some difficulty." Glynn spoke quietly, but with great force. "It's the scientific discovery of the century." Glynn did not particularly care about its value to science. His interest was solely in the engineering aspects. But he was not going to eschew a little drama if it served his purposes. Britain continued staring. "They said it was red, but I had no idea." The roar of heavy machinery echoed down the ice tunnel as she stared. 1 minute, then 2. At last, with obvious effort, she took a breath, pulled her eyes away, and faced him. "2 more people have been killed. But what news we've had from you has been slow in coming, and rumors are everywhere. The crew are nervous, and so are my officers. I need to know exactly what happened and why." Glynn nodded, waiting. "That meteorite is not coming on board my ship until I'm convinced it's safe." She said it all at once and then stood firm, her slim, small form planted on the gravel. Glynn smiled. This was 100% Sally Britton. Every day he admired her more. "I feel exactly the same way," he said. She looked at him, off balance, obviously having expected resistance. "Mr. Glynn, we have a dead Chilean naval officer to explain to the authorities. We have a warship out there somewhere, a destroyer that likes to train its guns on us. 3 of your people are dead. We have a 25,000-ton rock that, when it isn't crushing people, blows them to bits. And you want to put it inside my ship." She paused a moment, then continued, her voice lower. "Even the best crews can get superstitious. There's been a lot of wild talk." "You are right to be concerned. Let me brief you on what happened. I apologize for not coming to the ship myself, but as you know, we've been fighting the clock." She waited. 2 nights ago, during the storm, we had an intruder from the Chilean ship. He was killed by an electrical discharge from the meteorite. Unfortunately, not before he murdered one of our men. Britain looked at him sharply. "So it's true? Lightning shot out of the meteorite? I didn't believe it. And I sure as hell don't understand it." "It's actually quite simple. It's made of a metal that is a superconductor of electricity. The human body, human skin, has an electrical potential. If you touch the meteorite discharges some of the electricity circulating inside it. Like a blast of lightning, only greater. McFarlane has explained the theory to me. That's what we believe killed the Chilean, as well as Nestor Masanke, the man who first discovered the meteorite." "Why does it do that?" "McFarlane and Amira are working on that question now. But moving the rock is the priority now, and they haven't had time for further analysis." "So what's to prevent this from happening on my ship?" "Another good question." Glynn smiled. "We're working on that one too. We're taking great precautions to make sure no one touches it. Indeed, we had instituted such a policy even before we realized that touch could trigger an explosion." "I see. Where does the electricity come from?" Glynn's hesitation was very brief. "That's one of the things that Dr. McFarlane is studying right now." Britain did not respond. Quite suddenly, Glynn took her hand. He felt a brief, instinctive resistance. Then she relaxed. "I understand your concerns, Captain," he said gently. "That's why we are taking all possible precautions. But you must believe we will not fail. You must believe in me, just as I believe in you to maintain discipline aboard your ship, despite the nervousness and superstitions of the crew." She looked at him, but he could see her eyes irresistibly drawn back to the great red rock. "Stay a while," said Glynn softly, smiling. "Stay and watch us bring the heaviest object ever moved by mankind to your ship." She looked from the rock toward him, then back to the rock, hesitating. A radio on her belt chirped. She immediately freed herself and stepped away. "This is Captain Britton," she said. Watching the change in her face, Glynn knew precisely what she must be hearing. She replaced the radio. "The destroyer. It's returned." Glynn nodded. The smile had not left his face. "No surprise," he said. "The Almirante Ramirez has lost one of her own. Now she's come to get him back." Rolvaag, July 24th, 3:45 p.m. Night was falling over Isla Desolacion. Coffee cup in hand, McFarlane watched the twilight gather from the solitude of the fly deck. It was a perfect evening, clear, cold, windless. In the distance there were some remaining streaks of clouds, mare's tails of pink and peach. The island lay etched in light, unnaturally clear and crisp. Beyond, the glossy waters of Franklin Channel reflected the last rays of the setting sun. Farther still lay Vallenar's destroyer, gray, malevolent, the name Almirante Ramirez barely legible on its rust-streaked sides. That afternoon it had moved in closer, nosing into place at the entrance to Franklin Channel, their only route of exit. Now it looked as though it planned to stay. McFarlane took a sip of coffee, then impulsively poured the rest over the side. Caffeine was the last thing he needed right now. There was already a tremendous tension in his gut. He wondered just how Glynn was planning to deal with the destroyer on top of everything else. But Glynn had seemed calm that day. Exceptionally calm. He wondered if the man was having a nervous breakdown. The meteorite had been moved, painfully, centimeter by centimeter, through the ice field and down the sunken roadway to the edge of Isla Desolacion. It had finally reached a bluff overlooking Franklin Channel. To hide it, another of Glynn's corrugated metal shacks had gone up. McFarlane examined the shack from the deck. As usual, it was a masterpiece of deception. A rusty contraption of second-hand metal that listed dangerously. Bald tires had been piled in front. He wondered how they planned to lower it into the hold. Glynn had been exceptionally cagey. All he knew was it was going to happen in a single night. That night. The hatch opened, and McFarlane turned at the sound. He was surprised to see Glynn, who hadn't been on board the ship, as far as he could tell, for almost a week. The man sauntered over casually. Although his face remained gray, there was an easiness in his movements. "Evening," he said. "You seem awfully calm." Instead of replying, Glynn removed a pack of cigarettes and, much to McFarlane's surprise, slid one into his mouth. He lit it, the match flaring against his sallow face, and took a long drag. "Didn't know you smoked. Out of costume, anyway." Glynn smiled. "I allow myself 12 cigarettes a year. It's my one foolishness." "When was the last time you slept?" McFarlane asked. Glynn gazed out over the peaceful waters. "I'm not sure. Sleep is like food. After the first few days, you stop missing it." He smoked in silence for a few minutes. "Any fresh insights from your time in the ice tunnel?" he asked at last. tantalizing bits and pieces. It has an atomic number in excess of 400, for example. Glynn nodded. Sound travels through it at 10% the speed of light. It has a very faint internal structure, an outer layer and an inner layer with a small inclusion in the center. Most meteorites come from the breakup of a larger body. This one is just the opposite. It looks like it grew by accretion, probably in a jet of plasma from a hypernova, sort of like a pearl around a grain of sand. That's why it's somewhat symmetrical. Extraordinary. And the electrical discharge. Still a mystery. We don't know why a human touch should trigger it when nothing else seems to. We also don't know why it is that Lloyd alone escaped getting blown to bits. We've got more data than we can even begin to analyze, and it's all contradictory. What about the way our radios were knocked out after the explosion? Any connection? Yes. It seems that after the discharge, the meteorite was in an excited state, emitting radio waves, long-wavelength electromagnetic radiation. That accounts for the interference with radio communication. Over time, it died down, but in its immediate vicinity, say inside the tunnel, the meteorite was still throwing off enough radio noise to defeat radio traffic for several hours at least. And now, it settled down, at least until the next explosion. Glynn puffed silently, savoring the cigarette as McFarlane watched. Then he gestured toward the shore and the rickety shack that concealed the meteorite. In a few hours, that thing will be in the tank. If you have any last reservations, I need to know now. Our lives at sea depend on it. McFarlane said nothing. He could almost feel the burden of the question settling on his shoulders. I simply can't predict what's going to happen, he said. Glynn smoked. I'm not asking for a prediction, only an educated guess. We've had the chance to observe it, under various conditions, for almost 2 weeks. Except for the electrical discharge apparently caused by human touch, it seems completely inert. It doesn't react to metal touching it, or even a high-powered electron microprobe. As long as our safety precautions are kept rigidly in place, I can't think of any reason why it should act differently in the holding tank of the Rolvaag. McFarlane hesitated, wondering if his own fascination with the meteorite was causing him to lose his objectivity. The idea of leaving it behind was unthinkable. He changed the subject. Lloyd's been on the satellite phone almost hourly, and he's desperate for news. Glynn inhaled blissfully, his eyes half closed, like a Buddha. In 30 minutes, as soon as it's fully dark, we bring the ship up against the bluff and begin loading the meteorite on a tower built out of the tank. It will be in the tank by 3 a.m., and by dawn will be a good way to international waters. You can relate that to Mr. Lloyd. Everything is under control. Garza and Stonecipher will be running the operation. I won't even be needed until the final stage. What about that? McFarlane nodded toward the destroyer. Once you start lowering the rock into the tank, it's going to be exposed for all to see. The Rolvaag will be a sitting duck. We will work under cover of darkness and a predicted fog. Nevertheless, I will be paying a call on Commandante Vallanar during the critical period. McFarlane was not sure he had heard correctly. You'll be doing what? It will distract him. Then, more quietly, and it will serve other purposes as well. That's insane. He might arrest you, or even kill you. I don't believe so. By all accounts, Commandante Vallanar is a brutal man. But he is not crazy. In case you hadn't noticed, he's blocking our only exit. Night had fallen, and a cloak of darkness had settled over the island. Glynn checked his gold watch, then pulled a radio out of his pocket. "Manuel, you may commence." Almost instantaneously, the bluff was lit up by banks of brilliant lights, bathing the bleak landscape in a cold illumination. A swarm of workers appeared as if out of nowhere. Heavy machinery growled. "Jesus, why don't you put up a billboard saying 'Here it is'?" asked McFarlane. "The bluff is not visible from Vianar's ship," Glynn said. "It's blocked by that headland. If Vianar wants to see what this new activity is about, and he will, he'll have to move the destroyer back up to the northern end of the channel. Sometimes the best disguise is no disguise at all. Vianar, you see, won't be expecting our departure." "Why not?" "Because we will also continue the decoy mining operation all night long. All the heavy equipment and 24 men will remain on the island, working at a feverish pace. There will be occasional explosions, naturally, and lots of radio traffic. Just before dawn, something will be found. Or at least it will look that way to the Almirante Ramirez. There will be great excitement. The workmen will take a break to discuss the discovery." He flicked the butt away, watching it sail into the darkness. "The Rolvaag's tender is hidden on the far side of the island. As soon as we depart, the tender will load up the men and meet us behind Horn Island. Everything else will be left behind." "Everything?" McFarlane let his mind run over the shacks full of equipment, the dozers, the container labs, the huge yellow haulers. "Yes. The generators will be running. All the lights will be left on. Millions of dollars worth of heavy equipment will be left on the island in plain view. When Vianar sees us move, he'll assume we're coming back." "He won't give chase?" Glynn did not respond for a moment. "He might." "What then?" Glynn smiled. "Every path has been analyzed, every contingency planned for." He raised his radio again. "Bring the vessel in toward the bluff." After a pause, McFarlane could feel the vibration of the big engines. Slowly, very slowly, the great ship began to turn. Glynn looked back toward McFarlane. "You have a critical role in this, Sam." McFarlane looked at him in surprise. "Me?" Glynn nodded. "I want you to stay in communication with Lloyd. Keep him informed, keep him calm, and above all, keep him where he is. It might be disastrous if he came down now. And now, farewell. I must prepare for my meeting with our Chilean friend." He paused and looked McFarlane steadily in the face. "I owe you an apology." "What for?" McFarlane asked. "You know very well what for. I couldn't have wished for a more consistent or reliable scientist. At the conclusion of the expedition, our file on you will be destroyed." McFarlane didn't quite know what to make of this confession. It seemed sincere, but then everything about the man was so calculated that he wondered if even this admission was intended to do double or even triple duty in Glynn's grand scheme. Glynn held out his hand. McFarlane took it and laid his other hand on Glynn's shoulder. In a moment, Glynn was gone. It was only later that McFarlane realized the thick padding he'd felt under his fingers was not a heavy coat, but a flak vest. Franklin Channel, 8:40 p.m. Glynn stood at the bow of the small launch, welcoming the frigid air that streamed across his face. The 4 men who were part of the operation sat on the deck of the dark pilot-house, suited up, silent and out of sight. Directly ahead, the lights of the destroyer wavered in the calm waters of the Sound. As he predicted, it had moved up channel. He glanced back toward the island itself. An immense cluster of lights surrounded the feverish mining activity. Heavy equipment rumbled back and forth. As he watched, the faint crump of a distant explosion rolled through the air. By comparison, the real work taking place on the bluff looked incidental. The movement of the Rolvaag had been presented through radio traffic as a precaution against another storm. The big ship would be moving into the lee of the island and stringing cables to shore. He smelled the moisture-laden sea air, breathed in the deceptive calm. A big storm was certainly coming. Its precise nature was a secret shared only by Glynn, Britton, and the on-duty officers of the Rolvaag. There had seemed no need to distract the crew or the EES engineers at such a critical moment. But satellite weather analysis indicated it might develop into a panteonero, a cemetery wind, kicking up as early as dawn. Such a wind always started out of the southwest and then swung around to the northwest as it gained strength. Such winds could grow to force 15. But if the Rolvaag could get through the Strait of Le Maire by noon, they would be in the lee of Tierra del Fuego before the worst of the wind started. And it would be at their backs. Ideal for a large tanker. Hellish for a small pursuer. He knew that Vayanar must now be aware of his approach. The launch moved slowly, its full complement of running lights on. Even without radar, it would be conspicuous against the black, moonless night water. The launch drew within 200 yards of the ship. Glynn heard a faint splash behind him, but did not turn around. As expected, 3 other splashes quickly followed. He was aware of a preternatural calmness, a sharpening of his senses that always came before an op. It had been a long time, and the feeling was pleasant, almost nostalgic. A spotlight on the destroyer's fantail snapped on and swiveled toward the launch, blinding him with its brilliance. He remained motionless in the bow as the launch slowed. If he was going to be shot, this would be the moment. And yet he felt an unwavering conviction that the destroyer's gun would remain silent. He breathed in, then exhaled slowly, once, twice. The critical moment passed. They met him at the boarding hatch and led him up through a series of foul passageways and slippery metal stairways. At the entrance to the puente, the bridge, they paused. Except for the deck officer, Vayanar was alone. He stood at the forward windows, looking out at the island, cigar in his mouth, hands clasped behind his back. It was cold. Either the heating system did not work or it had been turned off. Like the rest of the ship, the bridge smelled of engine oil, bilge water, and fish. Vayanar did not turn. Glynn let a very long silence ensue before he began. "Comandante," he said in polite, measured Spanish, "I have come to pay you my respects." A faint noise issued from Vayanar, which Glynn took for amusement. The man still did not turn. The atmosphere around Glynn seemed charged with superhuman clarity. His body felt light, as if made of air. Vayanar removed a letter from his pocket, unfolded it, and paused. Glynn could see the letterhead of a well-known Australian university. Vayanar spoke at last. "It's a meteorite," he said, his voice flat and dry. So he knew. It had seemed the most unlikely path of those they had analyzed, but now it became the path they must follow. Yes. Vayanar turned. His heavy woolen coat fell back, displaying an old Luger snugged into his belt. "You are stealing a meteorite from my country." "Not stealing," said Glynn. "We are within international law." Vayanar barked out a laugh, hollow on the nearly deserted bridge. "I know. You are a mining operation, and it is metal. I was wrong after all. You did come down here for iron." Glynn said nothing. With every word of Vayanar's, he was getting priceless information about the man. Information that would allow him to make ever more accurate predictions on future behavior. But you, senor, are outside my law. The law of Comandante Vayanar. I do not understand, said Glenn, although he did. You will not leave Chile with this meteorite. If we find it, said Glenn. Vayanar paused ever so slightly, and in that pause Glenn saw that he did not, in fact, know they had found it. What is to prevent me from simply reporting this to the authorities in Santiago? They, at least, have not been bribed. You are free to report it to anyone you wish, said Glenn. We are doing nothing illegal. He knew Vayanar would never report it. Vayanar was the kind of man who would settle things his own way. Vayanar took a long drag on the cigar, blowing the smoke in Glenn's direction. Tell me, Senor, Ishmael, was it not? Actually, my name is Glenn. I see. So tell me, Mr. Glenn, why have you come to my ship? Glenn knew he had to answer this carefully. I was hoping, Comandante, that we could work out an arrangement with you. He saw the expected anger in the captain's face and pressed on. I am authorized to give you $1 million gold for your cooperation. Vayanar suddenly smiled, his eyes veiled. You have it on you? Of course not. The Comandante lazily puffed on the puro. Perhaps, senor, you think I have a price like the others. Because I am a South American, a dirty Latin, that I am always willing to cooperate in exchange for la mordida. It has been my experience that no one is incorruptible, said Glenn. Americans included. He watched the Comandante carefully. He knew he would refuse the bribe, but even in the refusal there would be information. If that has been your experience, then you have led a corrupt life, surrounding yourself with whores, degenerates, and homosexuals. You will not leave Chile with this meteorite. I request you to take your gold, senor, and fill your mother's whorish coño with it. Glenn did not respond to this strongest of Spanish insults. Vayanar lowered his cigar. There is another matter. I sent a man over to make a reconnaissance of the island, and he has not returned. His name is Timur. He is my oficial de comunicaciones, my signal officer. Glenn was faintly surprised at this. He did not believe the Comandante would bring up the subject, let alone admit the man was on a spying expedition. After all, this man Timur had failed, and Vayanar was clearly someone to whom failure was contemptible. He slit the throat of one of our men. We are holding him. The Commandante's eyes narrowed, and for a moment his control seemed to slip. But he recovered and smiled again. You will return him to me, please. I am sorry, said Glenn. He committed a crime. You will return him to me at once, or I will blow your ship out of the water, Vayanar said, his voice rising. Again Glenn felt a twinge of puzzlement. This rash threat was far out of proportion to the situation. A signal officer was easily replaced, not of high rank. There was something more here than met the eye. His mind raced over the possibilities even as he was formulating his answer. That would be unwise, since your man is in the ship's brig. The Commandante stared hard at Glenn. When he spoke again, his voice was even once more. Give me back Timur, and I may consider letting you take the meteorite. Glynn knew this was a lie. Vayanar would no more let them go if they returned Timur than they could return the man. The Commandante, he understood from Pup-Up, had a fanatically loyal crew. Now perhaps he could understand why. Vayanar returned their loyalty just as fiercely. Glynn had believed the Commandante to be a man to whom other people were dispensable. This was a side of Vayanar that he had not anticipated. It didn't fit the profile that his people back in New York had drawn up, or the background dossier he had obtained. Still, it was useful. He would have to reconsider Vayanar. At any rate, he now had the information he needed. He knew now what Vayanar knew, and his own team had had ample time to do what needed to be done. "I will relay your offer to our captain," he said, "and I think it might be possible to arrange. I will have an answer for you by noon." Glynn bowed slightly. "And now, with your permission, I will return to my ship." Vayanar smiled, making an almost successful effort to cover up a simmering anger. "You do that, senor, because if I do not see Timur with my own eyes by noon, then I will know that he is dead. And your lives will not be worth dog dirt under my heel." Rolvaag, 11:50 p.m. McFarlane took the call in Lloyd's suite of deserted offices. Outside the wide span of windows, a breeze had sprung up, and a swell was rolling in from the west. The great ship stood in the lee of the sheer basaltic cliffs, its hawsers strung to the shore, affixed to steel bolts in the bedrock itself. All was in readiness, awaiting the cloaking fog that Glynn said was predicted for midnight. The phone on Lloyd's desk began to blink angrily, and McFarlane reached for it with a sigh. It would be his third conversation with Lloyd that evening. He hated this new role, a go-between, a secretary. "Mr. Lloyd?" Yes, I'm here. Has Glynn returned?" There was that same loud, continuous noise in the background he had heard during their last conversation. Idly, McFarlane wondered where Lloyd was calling from. "He came back 2 hours ago." "What did he say? Did Vayanar take the bribe?" "No." "Maybe he didn't offer enough money." Glynn seems to think that no amount of money would make a difference. Jesus Christ, everyone has a price. I suppose it's too late now, but I'd pay $20 million. You tell him that. $20 million in gold, sent anywhere in the world, and American passports for him and his family. McFarlane said nothing. Somehow he didn't think Vayanar would be interested in American passports. "So what's Glynn's plan?" McFarlane swallowed. He hated this more by the minute. "He says it's foolproof, but he can't share it with us now. He says confidentiality is critical to its success." "What bullshit! Put him on, now." "I tried to find him when I heard you were calling. Again. He's not answering his page or radio. No one seems to know where he is." "Damn him. I knew I shouldn't have put all my—" His voice was drowned out by a roar of static. It returned, a little fainter than before. "Sam? Sam! I'm here. Listen. You're the Lloyd representative down there. You tell Glynn to call me immediately, and tell him that's an order, or I'll fire his ass and personally throw him overboard." "Yes," said McFarlane wearily. "Are you in my office? Can you see the meteorite?" "It's still hidden on the bluff." "When will it be moved onto the ship?" "As soon as the fog rolls in. I'm told it'll take a few hours to get it into the tank, maybe half an hour to secure it, and then we're off. We're supposed to be out of here no later than 5 a.m. That's cutting it close. And I hear there's another storm coming, bigger than the last." "Storm?" McFarlane asked. The only answer was static. He waited, but the line was dead. After a minute, he hung up the phone and stared out the window. As he did so, he heard the electronic clock on Lloyd's desk chime out midnight. "I'll personally throw him overboard," he'd said. And then McFarlane suddenly understood the sound he had heard behind Lloyd's voice. A jet engine. Lloyd was on a plane. Almirante Ramirez, July 25th, midnight. Comandante Vallenar stood at the bridge, staring through the binocular scope. His ship lay at the northern end of the channel, where he had an unopposed view of the activity on shore. It was a revealing sight indeed. The Americans had brought the big tanker in against the bluff and strung hawsers to shore. Clearly the captain of the Rolvaag knew a thing or two about Cape Horn weather. They could not know of the uncharted undersea ledge to which he had anchored the Almirante Ramirez. So instead they had tethered the ship in the lee of the island, hoping to protect themselves from the worst fury of the storm. With any luck, the offshore breeze would keep the ship away from the dangerous rocks. Still, it was a very risky maneuver for a vessel that large, particularly a ship using dynamic positioning, if the wind should change suddenly. It would have been much safer to take the ship away from land altogether. Something pressing was keeping them nearby. And he did not have far to look for it. He swiveled the scope back to the center of the island and the wide-scale mining operation, taking place some 2 miles from the Rolvaag. He had been scrutinizing it even before the American, Glynn, had arrived. A few hours before, there had been a sudden increase in activity. Explosions, the frantic grinding of machinery, workmen dashing here and there, huge lights bathing the worksite. The intercepted radio traffic indicated the work crews had found something. Something big. But they were having great difficulty with this find. First, they broke their most powerful crane trying to lift it, and now they were trying to drag the thing with heavy machinery. But the radio chatter made it clear they were having little or no luck. No doubt the Rolvaag was staying nearby in case extra men or equipment was needed. Vallenar smiled. The Americans were not so competent after all. At this rate, it would take them weeks to get the meteorite on board the ship. Of course, he would never allow that to happen. Once Timmer was safely back, Vallenar would disable the tanker to prevent their leaving, and then communicate the news of their attempted theft. It would preserve the honor of his country. When the politicians saw the meteorite, when they learned how the Americans had tried to steal it, they would understand. With that meteorite, he might even be promoted out of Puerto Williams. It would be the corrupt bastards in Punta Arenas, not he, who would suffer. But the timing was everything. His smile faded as he thought of Timmer, locked in the brig of that tanker. That he had killed someone was no surprise. Young Timmer was a quick thinker, eager to impress. What surprised Vallenar was that he had been caught. He looked forward to the debriefing. He did not allow himself to think about the other possibility, that the American had lied, and Timmer was dead. There was a rustle, and the oficial de guardia came up behind him. "Comandante?" Vallenar nodded without looking at him. "We have received a second order to return to base, sir." Vallenar said nothing. He waited, thinking. "Sir?" Vallenar looked back out into the darkness. The expected fog was now rolling in. Observe radio silence. Acknowledge nothing. There was a faint flickering in the officer's eyes at this request, but the man was far too well trained to question an order. "Yes, sir." Vallenar watched the fog. It drifted in like smoke, creeping out of nowhere to shroud the seascape. The lights of the great tanker began flickering in and out, blotted by patches of fog until they disappeared. In the middle of the island, the brilliant light of the work site gave way to an indistinct glow, then yielded completely, leaving a wall of darkness before the bridge. He bent his head toward the FLIR scope, where the ship was outlined in a hazy yellow. Vayanar straightened, then stepped back from the scope. He thought of Glynn. There was something strange about him, something unreadable. His visit to the Almirante Ramirez had been brazen. It had taken cojones, and yet it bothered him. He stared out into the fog another moment. Then he turned to the deck officer. "Have the Oficial Central de Informaciones de Combate report to the bridge," he said softly but carefully. Rolvaag, midnight. When McFarlane arrived on the bridge, he found a troubled-looking group of officers huddled over the command station. A klaxon had gone off, and all hands had been called to quarters over the ship's PA. Britton, who had sent him an urgent summons, seemed not to notice his arrival. Outside the bank of windows lay a haze of fog. The powerful lights on the ship's forecastle were faint pinpricks of yellow. "Has he got a lock on us?" Britton asked. "Affirmative," answered a nearby officer. "With targeting radar." She drew the back of her hand across her forehead, then glanced up and caught sight of McFarlane. "Where is Mr. Glynn?" she asked. "Why isn't he responding?" "I don't know. He disappeared soon after returning from the Chilean ship. I've been trying to reach him myself." Britton turned to Howell. "He may not be on the ship," the chief mate said. "He's on the ship. I want 2 search parties, 1 forward and 1 aft. Have them work their way midships. Do a high-order search. Bring him to the bridge immediately." "That won't be necessary." Glynn, noiseless as ever, had materialized at McFarlane's side. Behind him were 2 men that McFarlane didn't remember having seen before. Their shirts bore the small circular EES insignia. "Eli," McFarlane began, "Palmer Lloyd has been on the phone again." "Dr. McFarlane, silence on the bridge, if you please," Britton barked. The note of command in her voice was overwhelming. McFarlane fell silent. Britton turned toward Glynn. "Who are these men, and why are they on my bridge?" "They are EES employees." Britton paused a moment, as if digesting this. "Mr. Glynn, I wish to remind you, and Dr. McFarlane, as the on-board representative of Lloyd Industries, that as master of the Rolvaag, I am the ultimate authority as to the handling and disposition of this vessel." Glynn nodded, or at least McFarlane thought he did. The gesture was so slight as to be imperceptible. "I now intend to exercise my prerogative under such authority." McFarlane noticed that the faces of Howell and the other bridge officers were hard set. Clearly something was about to happen, and yet Glynn seemed to receive this stiff announcement without concern. "And how do you plan to exercise this prerogative?" "That meteorite is not coming aboard my ship." There was silence while Glynn looked at her mildly. "Captain, I think it would be better if we discussed this in private." "No, sir." She turned to Howell. "Begin preparations to vacate the island. We leave in 90 minutes. "One moment, if you please, Mr. Howell." Glynn's eyes remained on the captain. "May I ask what precipitated this decision?" "You know my misgivings about that rock. You've given me no assurances beyond guesswork that the thing is safe to bring aboard. And just 5 minutes ago, that destroyer painted us with fire control radar. We're a sitting duck. Even if the meteorite is safe, the conditions aren't. A severe storm is on its way. You don't load the heaviest object ever moved by man when you're staring down the business end of a 4-inch gun." "He will not fire. At least, not yet. He believes we have his man Timmer in the brig, and he seems remarkably eager to get him back safely." "I see.
And what will he do when he finds Timur's dead?
Glynn did not answer this question. Running away without a proper plan is a guaranteed way to fail, and Vayanar won't let us leave until Timur is returned.
All I can say is that I'd rather try running now than with a bellyful of meteorite slowing us down.
Glynn continued to regard her with a mild, almost sad expression. A technician cleared his throat.
I've got an inbound air contact bearing 009 at 35 miles. Track it and get me a call sign, Britton said,
without shifting position or dropping her gaze from Glynn. There was a short, tense silence. Have you forgotten the contract you signed with EES? Glynn asked.
I've forgotten nothing, Mr. Glynn. But there is a higher law which supersedes all contracts, the law and custom of the sea. The captain has the last word on matters pertaining to her vessel, and under present circumstances I will not allow that meteorite on board.
Captain Britton, if you will not speak privately with me, all I can do is assure you there is no need to worry. Glynn nodded to his men. One of them stepped forward, sitting down at an unused computer console of black steel. The words "Secure Datametrics" were stamped into its side. The other man took up a position behind him, his back to the console, facing the bridge officers. McFarlane realized this console was a smaller cousin of the mysterious machine Britton had pointed out to him in the cargo control room. Britton watched the two strangers darkly.
Mr. Howell, remove all EES personnel from the bridge.
That, said Glynn sorrowfully, will not be possible. Something in his tone seemed to make Britton hesitate.
What do you mean?
The Rolvaag is a marvelous ship, the latest in maritime computerization. As a precaution, EES has used that computerization against a contingency such as this. You see, our systems control the main computer. Normally this control is transparent, but after the Rolvaag was brought into shore, I deactivated the bypass. Now, we alone have the authorization codes to control the main engines. You cannot transmit any engine or rudder orders until the correct sequence is punched in. Britton looked at him, silent fury on her face. Howell picked up a telephone on the command console.
Security to the bridge, on the double.
Britton turned to the watch officer.
Initiate engine sequence.
There was a pause as the officer entered a series of commands.
No response from the engines, ma'am. I've got a dead board. Run a diagnostic, she said.
Captain, continued Glynn, I'm afraid you will be required to observe the letter of your contract, whether you like it or not. She wheeled suddenly, her eyes locked on his. She said something to him in a voice too low for McFarlane to hear. Glynn stepped forward. No, he almost whispered. You promised to captain this ship back to New York. I merely added a safeguard to prevent a violation of that promise. By you, or by others. Britton fell silent, her tall frame quivering slightly. If we leave now, rashly, without a plan, they will sink us. Glynn's voice remained low, persuasive, urgent. Our very survival now depends on your following my lead. I know what I am doing. Britton continued looking at him.
This will not stand.
Captain, you must believe me when I tell you that if we are to survive, we have only one course of action. You must cooperate with me, or we will all die. It is as simple as that.
Captain, the watch officer began, the diagnostics check out.
His voice died away as he saw Britton had not heard him. A group of security officers appeared on the bridge. "You heard the captain," barked Howell, motioning the security team forward. "Clear all EES personnel from the bridge." At the console, Glenn's operatives stiffened in preparation. And then Britton slowly held up a hand. "Captain," Howell began.
"They may remain."
Howell looked at her incredulously, but Britton did not turn. There was a long, agonized silence. Then Glenn nodded to his team. The seated man took a stubby metal key from around his neck and inserted it into the front of the console. Glenn stepped forward, typed a short series of commands, then turned to a numeric keypad and typed again, briefly. The watch officer glanced up. "Sir, the board's gone green." Britton nodded.
"I hope to God you do know what you're doing."
She did not look at Glenn as she spoke. "If you trust anything, Captain, I hope you will trust this. I have made a professional pact, and a personal one, to bring the meteorite to New York. I have thrown tremendous resources into solving any problem we might encounter, including this one. We will not fail." If this had any impact on Britton, McFarlane could not see it. Her eyes remained distant. Glenn stepped back. "Captain, the next 12 hours will be the most trying of the entire mission. Success now depends on a certain subordination of your authority as captain. For that, I apologize. But once the meteorite is safely in the holding tank, the ship will be yours again. And by noon tomorrow, we'll be well on our way back to New York, with a prize beyond price." As Glenn looked at her, McFarlane saw him smile, faint, tenuous, but there nonetheless. Banks stepped out of the radio room. "I've got an ID on the bird, ma'am. It's a Lloyd Holdings helicopter, sending an encrypted call sign over the bridge-to-bridge frequency." The smile vanished from Glenn's face. He darted a look at McFarlane. "Don't look at me," McFarlane almost said. "You should have kept him in the loop." The officer at the radar console adjusted his headphones. "Captain, he's requesting permission to land."
"ETA?"
30 minutes. Glenn turned. "Captain, if you don't mind, I have a few matters to attend to. Make any necessary preparations for our departure you see fit. I'll return shortly." He began walking away, leaving the 2 EES employees at the console. In the doorway he paused. "Dr. McFarlane," he said, without looking around. "Mr. Lloyd will be expecting a welcome. Arrange it, if you please." Rolvaag, 12:30 a.m. With a depressing sense of déjà vu, McFarlane paced the main deck, waiting for the helicopter to approach the tanker. For interminable minutes there was nothing more than a low thud of rotors somewhere out in the murk. McFarlane watched the frenzied activity that had begun the moment the fog concealed their ship from the Almirante Ramirez. The bluff loomed beside them, the crags of rock softened by the fog. Atop stood the shack that enclosed the meteorite. Before him the center tank lay open. A pale light drifted upward. McFarlane watched while, with astonishing speed, swarms of workmen began assembling a tower of gleaming struts. It rose out of the tank, its metal latticework glowing softly in the sodium lights. Now 2 derricks swung additional prefabricated pieces of tower into place. At least a dozen welders were at work on the tower, and continuous streams of sparks cascaded downward onto the hard hats and shoulders of the engineers below. Despite its size and bulk, the whole structure looked oddly delicate, a complex spiderweb of 3 dimensions. For the life of him, McFarlane could not see how the meteorite was going to get into the tank once it was dragged on top of the tower. The thudding sound grew suddenly louder, and McFarlane trotted back along the superstructure to the fantail. The big Chinook was emerging out of the fog, its rotors sending billows of fine spray up from the deck. A man with coned flashlights in his hands maneuvered the bird into position. It was a routine landing, with none of the excitement of Lloyd's arrival during their stormy rounding of Cape Horn. Moodily he watched as the helicopter's oversized tires sank onto the pad. Acting as a gopher between Lloyd and Glynn was a no-win situation. He wasn't a liaison, he was a scientist. This wasn't why he had hired on, and the knowledge made him angry. A hatchway in the helicopter's belly opened. Lloyd stood within, a long black cashmere coat billowing out behind him, a gray fedora in one hand. Landing lights gleamed off his wet pate. He made the jump, landing gracefully for a man of his size, and then strode across the deck, unbowed, powerful, oblivious to the jumble of equipment and staff that streamed out of the chopper on the hydraulic ramp deployed behind him. He grasped McFarlane's hand in his steel grip, smiled and nodded, and continued walking. McFarlane followed him across the wind-swept deck and out of the noise of the blades. Near the forward railing, Lloyd stopped, scanning the fantastical tower from bottom to top. "Where's Glynn?" he shouted. "He should be back on the bridge by now. Let's go!" The bridge was alive with tension, faces drawn in the pale illumination. Lloyd paused in the doorway for a moment, drinking it in. Then he stepped heavily forward. Glynn was standing at the EES console, speaking in hushed tones to his man at the keyboard. Lloyd strode toward him, enfolding Glynn's narrow hand in his own. "The man of the hour," he cried. If he had been angry on the plane, he seemed to have recovered his high spirits. He waved one hand out toward the structure rising out of the tank. "Christ, Eli, that's incredible! Are you sure it's going to hold a 25,000-ton rock?" "Double overage," was Glynn's reply. "I should have known. How the hell is it supposed to work?" "Controlled failure." "What? Failure? From your mouth? Heaven forbid." "We moved the rock to the tower. Then we set off a series of explosive charges. These will cause the levels of the tower to fail in sequence, bringing the meteorite down, bit by bit, into the holding tank." Lloyd gazed at the structure. "Amazing," he said. "Has it ever been done before?" "Not in quite this way." "Are you sure it'll work?" A wry smile appeared on Glynn's thin lips. "Sorry I asked. Oh, that's your department, Eli, and I'm not going to second-guess you on it. I'm down here for a different reason." He drew himself to his full height and looked around. "I'm not going to mince words. We've got a problem here, and it's not being dealt with. We've come too far to let anything stop us now. So I've come down to kick ass and take names." He pointed out into the dense fog. "There's a warship parked right off our bow. It's sent in spies. They're just waiting for us to make a move. And God damn it, Eli, you've done nothing about it. Well, there's to be no more chicken shit wavering. Strong action is what's needed here, and from now on I'll be handling it personally. I'm traveling back to New York with you on board the ship. But first, I'm getting the Chilean Navy to recall this damn cowboy." He turned back toward the door. "It'll take my people just a few minutes to get up to speed. Eli, I'll expect you in my office in half an hour. I'm going to make some calls. I've dealt with this kind of tin-pot political situation before." During this brief speech, Glynn kept his deep gray eyes trained steadily on Lloyd. Now he touched his brow with a handkerchief and glanced at McFarlane. As usual, it was almost impossible to read anything into his gaze. Weariness, disgust, nothing at all. Glynn spoke. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lloyd. Did you say you had contacted the Chilean authorities?" "No, not yet. I wanted to find out exactly what was happening here first. But I've got powerful friends in Chile, including the Vice President and the American Ambassador. Casually, Glynn took a step closer to the EES console. I'm afraid that will not be possible. What exactly will not be possible? Surprise mingled with impatience in Lloyd's tone. Your involvement in any aspect of this operation. You would have done better to stay in New York. Lloyd's voice sharpened with anger. Glynn, don't go telling me what I can and can't do. I'll leave the engineering in your hands, but this is a political situation. I assure you I am dealing with all aspects of the political situation. Lloyd's voice trembled. Oh, really? And what about that destroyer out there? It's armed to the teeth, and its guns are pointing at us in case you didn't notice. You've not done a damn thing. Nothing. Hearing this, Captain Britton glanced at Howell, and then, more significantly, at Glynn. Mr. Lloyd, I will say this only once. You gave me a job to do. I am doing it. Your role right now is very simple. Let me carry out my plan. This is no time for drawn-out explanations. Lloyd, instead of responding, turned to Penfold, who had been hovering unhappily in the door to the bridge. Get Ambassador Throckmorton on the horn and conference him into the Vice President's office in Santiago. I'll be down in a minute. Penfold disappeared. Mr. Lloyd, said Glynn quietly, you may remain on the bridge and observe. That is all. It's way too late for that, Glynn. Glynn turned quietly and spoke to his man at the black computer. Kill the power in the Lloyd Industries suite and suspend ship-to-shore communications across the board. There was a shocked silence. You son of a bitch, Lloyd roared, recovering quickly. He turned to Britton. I contravene that order. Mr. Glynn is relieved of authority. It appeared that Glynn hadn't heard. He punched in another frequency on his radio. Mr. Garza, I'll take that report now. He listened for a moment, then replied, Excellent. With the covering fog, let's start an early evacuation of the island. Order all non-essential personnel back on board. But follow the game plan precisely. Instruct them to leave the lights on and the equipment running. I've had Rachel set the radio transmission routines to automatic. Bring the tender around the rear of the island, but be careful to always keep it within the radar shadow of the island, or the Rolvaag. Lloyd broke in, his voice shaking with rage. Aren't you forgetting, Glynn, who's ultimately in charge of this operation? On top of firing you, I'm stopping all payments to EES. He turned to Britton. Restore power to my suite. It again appeared for several moments as if Glynn had still not heard Lloyd. Britton also made no move. Glynn continued speaking calmly into the radio, giving orders, checking on progress. A sudden gust of wind buffeted the bridge windows, sending streamers of rain down the plexiglass. Lloyd's face flushed a deep purple as he looked around at the captain and the crew. But no one met his eyes. The work of the bridge went on. "Did any of you hear me?" he cried. And then at last Glynn turned back. "I am not forgetting that you are ultimately in charge, Mr. Lloyd," he answered, his voice suddenly conciliatory, even friendly. Lloyd took a deep breath, momentarily thrown off balance. Glynn continued to speak softly, persuasively, even kindly. "Mr. Lloyd, in any operation, there must be a single commander. You know that better than anyone. In our contract, I made you a promise. I'm not going to break that promise. If I seem insubordinate, please know that I am doing it for you. If you had contacted the Chilean vice president, all would have been lost. I know him personally. We used to play polo together on his Patagonian ranch. He would like nothing better than to give the Americans a swift poke in the eye." Lloyd faltered. "You played polo with—" Glynn went on, speaking rapidly. "I alone have all the facts. I alone know the path to success. I am not being secretive for the sake of coyness, Mr. Lloyd. There is a vital reason for this. It is essential to prevent second-guessing and freelance decision-making. Frankly, the meteorite bears no intrinsic interest for me. But I promised to move this thing from point A to point B, and no one is going to stop me. So I hope you understand now why I am not going to relinquish control of this operation, or share with you explanations and prognostications. As for you withholding payment, we can settle that question like gentlemen once we are back on American soil." "Look here, Glynn, that's all very well and good. This discussion is over. And now, sir, you will obey me." Glynn's voice, still soft, suddenly took on a steely edge. "Whether that means staying here quietly, or disappearing into your office, or being escorted to the brig, is a matter of indifference to me." Lloyd stared at him, dumbfounded. "You think you could put me in the brig, you arrogant bastard?" The expression on Glynn's face provided the answer. Lloyd was silent for a moment, his face almost purple with rage. Then he turned to Britton. "And who are you working for?" But Britton's eyes, deep and green as the ocean, were still on Glynn. "I'm working for the man with the keys to the car," she said at last. Lloyd stood there, swelling in fury. But he did not immediately react. Instead, he made a slow circuit of the bridge, his creaking wingtips leaving a trail of water until he stopped at the bridge windows. There he stood, breathing heavily a moment, looking out at nothing in particular. "Once again, I order that power and communications be restored to my suite." There was no sound, no answer. It was clear that no one, not even the lowest officer, intended to obey Lloyd. Lloyd slowly turned, and his eyes fell square on McFarlane. He spoke in a low voice. "And you, Sam?" Another hard gust buffeted the windows. McFarlane, standing in suspension, felt the shudder in the air. The bridge had fallen deathly quiet. He had a decision to make, and he found it one of the easiest decisions of his career. "I'm working for the Rock," said McFarlane quietly. Lloyd continued looking at him, his eyes black, adamantine. Then, all at once, he seemed to crumple. The bull-like power seemed to drain out of his massive frame. His shoulders slumped, his face lost its fiery color. He turned, hesitated, then walked slowly off the bridge and disappeared out the door. After a moment, Glynn bent once again toward the black computer and murmured to his man at the keyboard. Rolvaag, 1:45 a.m. Captain Britton stared straight ahead, betraying nothing of her feelings. She tried to measure her breathing, the rhythm of her heart, everything, to the pulse of the ship. Over the past hours the wind had been picking up steadily, and it moaned and rattled about the ship. It was raining harder now, fat drops that shot out of the fog like bullets. The Panteonero was not far away. She transferred her attention to the spider-webbed tower that rose out of the ship's tank. It was still well below the level of the bluff, and yet it seemed to be complete. She had no idea what the next step would be. It was uncomfortable, even humiliating, not knowing. She glanced over toward the EES computer and the man operating it. She had thought she knew everyone on board, and yet this man was a stranger who seemed to know a great deal about the operation of a supertanker. She pressed her lips more tightly together. There were times, of course, when she relinquished command, taking on fuel, say, or when a harbor pilot came aboard. But those were comfortable, familiar patterns of running a ship, established over decades. This was not comfortable. It was a humiliation. Strangers were running the loading process, after lashing the ship to the shore and leaving her a sitting duck 3,000 yards from a warship. Once again she struggled to tuck away the feelings of anger and hurt. After all, her own feelings were not important. Not when she thought about what waited for them, out there in the murk. Anger and hurt. Her eyes flickered to Glynn, standing beside the black console, occasionally whispering words to his operative. He had just humiliated, even crushed the world's most powerful industrialist, and yet he looked so slender, so ordinary. She continued looking covertly at him. She could understand her anger, but hurt was something else. More than once she had lain awake at night, wondering what went on in his mind, what made him tick. She wondered how a man who was so physically inconsequential, a man she might pass in the street without a second glance, could take up residence in her imagination so vividly. She wondered how he could be so ruthless, so disciplined. Did he really have a plan, or was he simply good at covering up a series of ad hoc reactions to unexpected events? The most dangerous people were those who knew they were always right. And yet Glynn had been always right. He seemed to know everything in advance. He seemed to understand everybody. He certainly had understood her. At least, the professional Sally Britton. Success now depends on a certain subordination of your authority as captain, he had said. She found herself wondering if he really knew how she felt about having her command subordinated, even temporarily, or if he even cared. She wondered why she cared that he cared. She felt a shudder as pumps came on along both sides of the ship. Jets of seawater blasted through discharge pipes into the sea. The ship began to rise almost imperceptibly as the ballast tanks emptied. Of course. That's how the squat-looking tower would be raised to the level of the meteorite on the bluff. The whole ship would rise to meet it, bringing the platform flush with the rock. Again she felt humiliated at having control of the tanker taken from her, and yet awed at the audacity of the plan. She remained stiffly at attention, speaking to no one, as the great ship rose in the water. It was a strange feeling to see the ship going through the traditional motions of deballasting, lashing the sea suctions, aligning the loading arms, opening the manifold blocks, and yet seeing them as an observer rather than a participant. And to observe it under such circumstances, tethered to shore in the lee of a storm, went against everything she had ever learned in her career. At last the tower was even with the shed perched on the bluff. She watched Glynn murmur to the console operator. Instantly the pumps ceased. A loud crack echoed from the bluff. A cloud of smoke expanded as the metal shed blew apart. The smoke rolled away to merge with the fog, revealing the meteorite, blood red under the sodium lights. Britton caught her breath. She was aware that all eyes on the bridge had locked on the meteorite. There was a collective gasp. On the bluff, diesel engines roared into life and a complicated series of pulleys and capstans began to turn. A high-pitched squeal sounded. Diesel smoke billowed skyward to mingle with fog. Inch by inch, the meteorite began moving toward the reinforced edge of the bluff. Britton watched, transfixed, the flood of emotions inside her temporarily stilled. There was something regal about the meteorite's progress. Stately, slow, regular. It crept past the edge onto the platform atop the tower. Then it stopped. Again she felt the whole ship vibrate as the computer-controlled pumps kept the ship trim, emptying precisely enough ballast to compensate for the growing weight of the meteorite. Britain watched the process in tense silence. The meteorite would creep a little farther onto the platform, then stop, to an answering shudder from the ballast pumps. The jerky ballet continued for 20 minutes. At last it was finished. The meteorite was centered atop the tower. She felt the Rolvaag's top-heaviness, the destabilization caused by the meteorite's weight. But she could also sense the ballast tanks now refilling with water, the ship sinking back down into the water for stability. Glynn spoke again to the computer operator. Then, nodding at Britain, he walked out onto the bridge wing nearest the bluff. The bridge remained silent for another minute. Then she felt Chief Mate Howell come up behind her. She did not turn as he leaned toward her ear.
"Captain," he murmured, "I want you to know that the officers and myself, aren't happy about this. It isn't right the way you were treated. We're behind you 100%. You just say the word and—"
There was no need to finish the sentence. Britain remained rigidly at attention.
"I thank you, Mr. Howell," she replied in a quiet voice.
"But that will be all." After a moment, Howell stepped back. Britain took a deep breath. The time for action had passed. Now they were committed. The meteorite was no longer a land-based problem. It was on the ship. And the only way to get it off was to see the Rolvaag docked safely in New York. Once again she thought of Glynn, of the way he had wooed her into commanding the Rolvaag, how he had known everything about her, how much he had trusted her in customs at Puerto Williams. They had been a good team. She wondered if she had done the right thing in yielding her command to him, however temporary. But then she had had no choice. Through all these things, Britain stood rigidly at attention. Outside there was another sharp cracking sound. A gleaming row of titanium struts flew away from the top rung of the tower with a dozen puffs of smoke. They spun away, coruscating into the fog, dropping lazily out of sight. The meteorite sank onto the next layer of the tower. The whole ship shuddered again, and the ballast pumps rumbled into life. Then there was another round of explosions. Another narrow layer of the tower crumpled into itself, and the meteorite sank a few inches closer to the tank. A part of Britain realized this was an awesome engineering feat. Utterly original, perfectly planned, beautifully executed. But another part of her found no pleasure in it. She glanced down the length of the vessel. The fog was getting patchier, and the sleety rain was now blowing horizontally across the windows. Soon the fog would blow away. Then the game would be up. Because Vayanar was not some engineering problem Glynn could solve with a slide rule. And their only bargaining chip lay deep inside the Rolvaag. Not in the brig, but in Dr. Bramble's frozen morgue. Rolvaag, 2:50 a.m. Lloyd paced his darkened study on the middle bridge deck with the restless fury of a caged beast. The wind had picked up, and every few minutes a gust would strike the ship with such force that the stern windows bowed and rattled in their frames. Lloyd barely noticed. He paused a moment, then stared out through the open door of his private office into the sitting room beyond. Its surfaces were faintly illuminated in the dull red glow of emergency lights. The wall of television screens, black and featureless, blinked back the silent mockery of 100 dim reflections of himself. He spun away, trembling. His body swelled with anger inside his suit, straining the expensive fabric. It was incomprehensible. Glynn, a man he was paying $300 million, had ordered him from the bridge of his own ship. He had cut off the power to his suite, leaving him deaf, dumb, and blind. There were matters to take care of back in New York, critical matters. The enforced silence was costing him big money. And there was something else. Something that hurt more than money. Glenn had humiliated him in front of the bridge officers and his own people. Lloyd could forgive a lot of things, but that he could never forgive. Palmer Lloyd had faced down presidents, prime ministers, sheiks, captains of industry, and mob kingpins. But this man was different. In a paroxysm of rage, he kicked out at one of the wing chairs, sending it crashing to the deck. And then suddenly he whirled around, listening intently. The howl of the wind, the faint grinding of machinery from the bogus worksite went on as they had before. But there had been another, more regular sound, something that Lloyd, in the full flood of his anger, had not immediately noticed. There it was again. The staccato pop of an explosion. It was very near. On the ship, in fact, because he could feel the deck shuddering faintly beneath his feet. He waited in the faint light, muscles tense, curiosity now mingling with his outrage. There it was again. The sound, followed by the shudder. Something was happening on the main deck. Quickly he walked out through the sitting room, down the corridor, and into the central suite. Here his secretaries and assistants sat awkwardly among the dead phones and darkened computers, talking quietly. The talk fell away as he passed through the long, low space. Noiselessly, Penfold slipped out of the shadows to pluck at his sleeve. Brushing him away, Lloyd moved past the closed elevators and opened the soundproof door that led to his private apartment. He went through the rooms to the forward bulkhead of the superstructure. He wiped the condensation from a porthole with the cuff of his suit jacket and peered out. Below the deck was a hive of activity. Workers were battening down the deck equipment, checking fastenings, tightening hatches, making all the last frenzied preparations for a sea voyage. But what caught his attention was the bizarre tower that reared out of the tank. It was shorter than it had been before, much shorter, in fact. Smoke and steam encircled it, blending with the fog to create clouds that unfurled along the deck in a slow-motion ballet. As he watched, there was another rat-tat-tat of explosions. The meteorite dropped slightly, and the ship shuddered again. Groups of workers scurried forward, clearing away the fresh debris before the next set of explosions. Now he understood precisely what Glynn had meant by a controlled failure of the tower. They were blowing it apart, bit by bit. As he watched, Lloyd grasped that this was the best, probably the only way of getting something that heavy into the tank. He caught his breath at the brilliance and the audacity of it. At this thought, a fresh spasm of rage ripped through his body. But Lloyd closed his eyes against it, turning away, taking a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Glynn had told him not to come. McFarlane had told him not to come. But he had come anyway, just as he had leapt onto the meteorite when it was first exposed. He thought of what had happened to the man named Timmer, and he shuddered. Perhaps coming down again, guns blazing, had not been the right thing to do. It was impulsive, and Lloyd knew enough about himself to know he was not normally an impulsive man. He was too close to this. It had become too personal. J.P. Morgan once said, "If you want something too much, you will not succeed in getting it." He had always lived by that philosophy. He had never been afraid to walk away from a deal, no matter how lucrative. The ability to fold a hand, even with 4 aces, had been his most valuable business asset. Now, for the first time in his life, he had drawn a hand that he could not fold. He was in the game to the finish, win or lose. Lloyd found himself fighting an unfamiliar battle, a struggle to steady his mind. He considered that he had not made $34 billion by being unreasonable and hot-tempered. He had always avoided second-guessing his hired professionals. In this terrible moment of humiliation, defeat, and self-reflection, he realized that Glynn might in fact have been acting in his best interests by sending him from the bridge and cutting him off from the world. But even this thought touched off another wave of anger. Best interests or not, the man had been arrogant and high-handed. Glynn's coolness, his unflappability, his assumption of leadership enraged Lloyd. He had been humiliated in front of everyone, and he would never forget nor forgive it. When all this was over, there would be a reckoning for Glynn, financial and otherwise. But first, they had to get the meteorite the hell out of there. And Glynn seemed to be the only man who could do it. Rolvaag, 3:40 a.m. Captain Britain, the meteorite will be inside the holding tank within 10 minutes. The ship will be yours, and we can depart. Glynn's words broke the long hush that had fallen over the bridge. Like the others, McFarlane had been staring at the slow, regular progress of the meteorite into the belly of the Rolvaag. For another minute, maybe two, Britain stood unmoving, statuesque, staring out the windows of the bridge as she had ever since Lloyd's departure. At last she turned and looked directly at Glynn. After a significant moment, she turned toward the second officer. "Wind speed." 30 knots from the southwest, gusting to 40 and rising. "Currents." The murmured exchange continued, while Glynn leaned toward his man at the computer console. "Have Pop-Up and Amira report to me here, please." There was another rapid series of explosions. The ship lurched, and the ballast pumps rumbled to compensate. "There's a weather front coming in," Howell murmured. "We're losing our fog." "Visibility?" Britain asked. "Rising to 500 yards. "Position of the warship?" "Unchanged at 2,200 yards, 051. A gust of wind hit the ship hard. Then there was a vast hollow boom, different from anything McFarlane had felt before, and a shudder seemed to run through the very spine of the vessel. "The hull just hit the bluff," said Britain quietly. "We can't move yet," replied Glynn. "Will the hull stand it?" "For a while," Britain answered expressionlessly. "Perhaps." A door at the far end of the bridge opened and Rachel entered. She looked around, her bright, alert eyes quickly sizing up the situation. She came up beside McFarlane. "Garza better get that thing in the tank before we're holed," she muttered. There was another series of explosions, and the meteorite dropped farther. Its base was now hidden inside the frame of the ship. "Dr. McFarlane," Glynn said without turning around. "Once the meteorite is secured in the tank, it becomes yours. I want you and Amira to monitor it round the clock. Let me know if there's any change in readings, or in the meteorite's status. I don't want any more surprises from that rock." "Right." "The lab is ready, and there's an observation platform above the tank. If you need anything, let me know." "More lightning now," the second officer broke in. 10 miles out." There was a moment of silence. "Speed this up," Britain said suddenly to Glynn. "Can't," murmured Glynn, almost absent-mindedly. "Visibility 1,000 yards," said the second officer. "Wind speed increasing to 40 knots. McFarlane swallowed. Everything had been moving ahead with such predictable, clockwork precision that he'd almost been lulled into forgetting the danger. He remembered Lloyd's question. So how are you going to deal with that destroyer out there? How indeed? He wondered what Lloyd was doing down in his darkened staterooms. He thought, with surprisingly little regret, about the probable loss of his $750,000 fee, given what he had said to Lloyd. It hardly mattered to him now that he had the rock. Another crackle of explosions, and titanium struts flashed out, bouncing and skidding along the main deck and ricocheting off the rails. He could hear the thunk of additional struts falling away into the tank. There were occasional ticks of gravel on the bridge windows now, picked off the nearby bluff by the rising wind. The Pantanero was descending in earnest. Glynn's radio squawked. 2 more feet and we'll have clearance, came the metallic voice of Garza. Stay on this channel. I want you to call out each drop. Pop-Up opened the door and entered the bridge, rubbing his eyes and yawning. Visibility 2,000 yards, said the second officer. The fog's lifting fast. The warship will have visual contact with us at any moment. McFarlane heard a rumble of thunder. It was drowned out by another great boom as the vessel made contact with the bluff for a second time. Increase RPM on main engines, barked Britton. A new vibration was added to the mix. 18 inches to go, came Garza's voice from the main deck. Lightning at 5 miles. Visibility 2,500 yards. Initiate blackout, Glynn said. Instantly, the brilliantly lit deck was plunged into darkness as the ship went black. The ambient light from the superstructure cast a dull glow over the meteorite, its top now barely visible. The whole ship was shaking, whether from the meteorite's descent, the rollers now crashing along its flank, or the wind, it was impossible for McFarlane to tell. There was another round of explosions, and the meteorite sank still lower. Both Britton and Glynn were calling out commands now. There was an awkward moment in which the ship seemed to have 2 masters. As the fog rolled back, McFarlane could see that the channel was a turmoil of whitecaps, heaved up and down by combers. His eyes remained glued to the nocturnal seascape beyond the windows, waiting for the sharp prow of the destroyer to materialize. 6 inches, said Garza over the radio. Prepare to close the hatch, Glynn said. There was a flash of lightning to the southwest, followed shortly by a faint rumble. Visibility 4,000 yards. Lightning at 2 miles. McFarlane became aware of Rachel, gripping his elbow hard. Jesus, that's too close, she murmured. And there it was, the destroyer off to the right, a dim cluster of lights flickering through the storm. As McFarlane stared, the fog peeled away from the destroyer. It was stationary, lights ablaze, as if flaunting its presence. There was another explosion, another shudder. She's in, came Garza's voice. Close the mechanical doors, Britton said crisply. Slip cable, Mr. Howell. Smartly. Set course 135. There was a fresh set of explosions, and the great hawsers that moored the ship to the cliff dropped away, swinging lazily toward the bluff. Right 15 degrees rudder. Steady on course 135, said Howell. Almirante Ramirez, 3:55 a.m. Just over a mile away, Comandante Vallenar paced his own bridge. It was unheated and, as he preferred, manned with the minimum complement. He stared out the forward windows toward the ship's Castillo, the forecastle. He could see nothing through the lightening fog. Then, abruptly, he veered toward the Oficial de Guardia en la Mer, the conning officer who was standing in the radar alcove. He leaned over his shoulder to scrutinize the forward-looking infrared radar. The tanker's signature showed him nothing he did not already know, and answered none of his questions. Why was the ship still moored to the shore? In the gathering storm, it had become increasingly dangerous to remain. Could they be attempting to move the meteorite toward the ship? No. Before the fog had moved in, he'd watched them struggling ineffectively with it in the island's interior. Even now he could hear the frantic grinding of machinery. and the chatter of talk over the shore radio was continuing. Still, it seemed foolish to endanger the ship by leaving it strung to shore. And the man, Glynn, was no fool. What, then, was going on? Earlier, the loud thud of propeller blades had sounded over the wind as a helicopter hovered nearby, landed, then departed. There had been the sound of nearby explosions, much smaller than those from the island, but apparently originating from the vicinity of the ship. Or perhaps from the ship itself. Could there have been some accident on board? Were there casualties? Had Timur commandeered a weapon and tried to escape? He turned from the ancient green radar screen and gazed intently into the darkness. Through the flickering tatters of fog and sleet, he thought he glimpsed lights. The fog was lifting, and he would soon have visual contact with the ship. He blinked hard, then looked again. The lights were gone. Wind whipped against the ship, whistling and crying. Vayanar had heard that cry before. It was a panteonero. He'd already ignored several orders to return to base, each more urgent, more threatening than the last. It was the corruption, the bribed officials calling him back. By the Mother of God, they would thank him in the end. He could feel the movement of his ship in the heavy swell, a corkscrew motion that he did not like. The anchor to the uncharted underwater ledge held, the best anchorage, the only anchorage in the Franklin Channel. What was going on? He would not wait for noon to get an answer about Timur. At first light he would fire a few 4-inch shells high into their bows. Nothing that would sink the ship, of course, but enough to disable it and get their attention. Then he would deliver an ultimatum. Hand over Timur, or die. Something flickered through the parting sheets of fog. He stared, face close to the glass. There they were again. Lights, no doubt of it. He strained into the darkness. The fog and sleet whipped past, but he saw it again fleetingly, and then again. Now the outline of the great ship was becoming visible in the lifting murk. He raised his binoculars, and the ship disappeared. He cursed as he examined the blackness. And then again he saw lights. One light now, very faint. The bastards had darkened ship. What were they hiding? He stepped backward, glancing at the flarescope, trying to pull some kind of meaning out of the blurry green smear. Something, he sensed, was about to happen. Perhaps the time to act was now. He turned to the bosun's mate. "Sound general quarters," he said. The mate leaned into the IMC. General quarters, all hands man battle stations." A klaxon horn went off. Almost immediately, the Jefe de la Guardia en la Mer, the tactical action officer, appeared on the bridge and saluted. Vayanar opened a store's closet and pulled out a bulky set of Sovietsky night vision goggles. Strapping them in place around his head, he stepped toward the windows and peered out again. The Russian technology was not as good as the ITT devices made by the Americans, but then again they were not nearly as expensive. He glanced out toward the tanker. With the goggles he could see more clearly. Figures were scurrying across the deck, clearly making preparations to get underway. But, perplexingly, the greatest activity seemed to center around a large open hatch in the middle of the deck. Something was protruding from the hatchway, something Vayanar could not quite make out. As he stared, there was a searing flicker of small explosions just above the open tank. The second-generation night goggles, unequipped with safety cutouts, overloaded in the glare. Vayanar staggered backward, clawing at the goggles, pulling them from his face and rubbing his eyes with a curse. "Target by fire control," he called out to the tactical action officer. "Do not engage with 4-inch guns until I so order." There was a slight hesitation. Although spots still swayed in front of his eyes, Vayanar turned sharply in the direction of the weapons officer.
Aye, aye, sir, came the reply. Targeted by fire control. Tracking data transferred to weapon system.
Vayanar turned to the conning officer. Prepare to raise anchor.
Aye, preparing to raise anchor.
How is our fuel?
55%, sir.
Vayanar closed his eyes, letting the painful glare subside. He withdrew a cigar from his pocket and spent a good 3 minutes lighting it. Then he turned back toward the window.
The American ship is moving, said the conning officer, leaning over the radar.
Vayanar took a slow puff. High time. Perhaps they were finally going to anchor in safer water, in the lee up the channel. From there they could ride out the storm.
It's moving away from the bluff.
Vayanar waited.
Turning. Bearing 085 now.
The wrong direction for the lee water up channel. Still Vayanar waited, a sudden cold dread in his heart. 5 minutes passed.
Still bearing 085. Accelerating to 4 knots.
Keep tracking, he murmured. The dread gripped him tighter now.
Target turning. Moving 5 knots. Bearing 115. 120. 125.
Accelerating fast for a tanker, he thought. But it didn't matter what kind of engines the massive ship sported. Outrunning a destroyer was a physical impossibility. He turned away from the windows. Aim forward of the king posts, above the waterline. I want the ship crippled, not sunk.
The target is moving 5 knots, steadying at 135.
Heading for open sea, Vayanar thought. That was it then. Timur was dead.
Caseo, the tactical action officer, spoke. Maintaining tracking of target, sir.
Vayanar struggled to keep himself calm, to keep himself strong, to show nothing of himself to the men around him. Now, more than ever, he would need clarity. He lowered the cigar, licked his dry lips. Prepare to fire, he said. Rolvaag, 3:55 a.m. Glynn drew in breath slowly, deliberately, feeling the steady rush of air fill his lungs. As always before an action, a preternatural calm settled over him. The ship was rigged for sea, and the powerful engines hummed far beneath his feet. The destroyer sat low in the water, a bright spot in the gloom about 20 degrees aft of the port beam. It would all be over within 5 minutes, but the timing would be everything. He turned his gaze toward the corner of the bridge. Pop-Up was standing in the shadows, hands folded, waiting. Now he came forward at Glynn's nod.
Yes.
I'll need you to stand ready to assist the helmsman. We may have to make abrupt changes to our course, and we'll need your expertise with the currents and underwater topography.
The underwater what?
Where the reefs are, where it's shallow, where it's deep enough to pass safely. Pop-Up seemed to accept this. Then he looked up at Glynn, eyes bright.
Gov?
Yes.
My canoe only draws 6 inches. I never had to worry about any of that lot.
I'm aware of that. I'm also aware that the tides here run 30 feet, and it's high tide. You know where the wrecks are, and the sunken ledges. Be ready.
Very well, Gov.
Glynn watched as the little man slunk back into the shadows. Then his glance flickered toward Britain, at the command station with Howell and the deck officer. She was indeed a fine woman, a good captain, everything he had known she would be. The way she'd reacted when he temporarily abrogated her authority, that above all had impressed him deeply. There was a great dignity and self-control in her bearing, even as she relinquished command. He wondered if it was innate, or the result of her earlier disgrace. On impulse, he had early on picked up a book of W.H. Auden's poetry from the ship's library. He was not a reader of poetry. It had always seemed a non-productive pursuit. He'd turned to something called In Praise of Limestone, with its vague promise of engineering. It had been a revelatory experience. He'd had no idea of the power of poetry, of how much feeling, thought, even wisdom could be imparted in such compact language. It occurred to him that it would be interesting to discuss this with Britain. After all, it had been her Auden quotation during their first meeting that had led him to the book. All these thoughts occupied Glenn's mind for less than a second. They vanished at the low sound of an alarm. Britain spoke, her voice distinct but calm. "The warship's painting us with high PRF fire control radar." She turned to Howell. "Sound stations." Howell repeated the command. Another siren went off, much louder. Glenn stepped lightly toward his man at the computer console. "Jam it," he murmured. He felt Britain's eyes flicker toward him. "Jam it," she repeated, a trace of sarcasm mingling with the tension in her voice. "May I ask with what?" "With the McDonnell Douglas Blackout Series wideband ECM system on your mast. He's going to fire on us with his guns, or perhaps even launch an exocet. We have chaff and CIWS to take care of any missile launch." This time Howell turned to look at him incredulously. "Close-in weapons systems? There's nothing like that on our ship." "Under those forward bulkheads." Glenn nodded to his man. "Time to shed our clothes." The man typed a few commands, and there was a sharp crack forward. Glenn watched as the bulkheads peeled off and fell into the sea, just as planned, exposing the 6 stubby barrels of the Phalanx Gatling guns, which, Glenn knew, could fire 20mm rounds of depleted uranium at an incoming missile at a rate in excess of 3,000 rounds per minute. "Jesus," said Howell. "That's classified hardware." "Indeed." "Additional security equipment, I believe he once called it," Britain said with a trace of irony. Glenn turned back toward her. "At the moment we begin jamming, I suggest you bring her head hard to starboard." "Evasive action," Howell said. "With this ship? It takes 3 miles just to stop." "I'm well aware of that. Do it anyway." Britain spoke. "Mr. Howell, bring her head hard to starboard." Howell turned to the helmsman. "Hard right rudder, starboard engine back emergency full, port engine emergency ahead." Britain looked at Glenn's man. "Employ all countermeasures. If he fires a missile, deploy chaff, CIWS as necessary." There was a delay, then a shudder as the ship began to slow and turn. "This isn't going to work," Howell muttered. Glenn did not bother to answer. He knew that, in fact, the tactic would work. Even if the electronic countermeasures failed, Valyanar would be aiming high at the bow, where it would cause the most excitement with the least damage. He wouldn't try to sink the Rolvaag. Not yet, at any rate. A long 2 minutes passed in the darkness. Then there was an eruption of light along the side of the destroyer as its 4-inch guns fired. Some tense seconds later there was an explosion off the Rolvaag's port bow, and another, and a third, faint geysers of water rising in the darkness and twisting away in the wind. Glenn noted that, as he expected, the shells were going wide. The officers on the bridge exchanged pale, shocked glances. Glenn watched them with sympathy. He knew that even in the best of circumstances, coming under fire for the first time was traumatic. "I'm getting movement on the destroyer," Howell said, staring at the radar. "May I suggest all ahead flank? Steady course 180, Glenn said gently. The helmsman did not repeat the order, instead glancing over at the captain. "That'll take us out of the main channel. Inside the reefs," he said. voice wavering ever so slightly. "They're uncharted." Glynn motioned to Pop-Up.
"Yes, Gov."
"We are taking the reef side of the channel."
"Sure thing."
Pop-Up skipped over to stand beside the helmsman. Britton sighed.
"Execute the order."
Surf crashed into the bow, sending foam across the deck. Pop-Up peered out into the dark.
"Take it a little to the left there."
"Make it so, Mr. Howell," Britton said tersely. "Left 5 degrees rudder," said Howell. "Steady on course 175. There was a moment of strained silence. Then the helmsman spoke. "Aye, sir. Steady at 175. Howell leaned over the radar. "They're picking up speed. Up to 12 knots now to our 8. He stared hard at Glynn. "What the hell's your plan now?" he asked. "You think we can outrun that bastard? You crazy? In a few minutes he'll be close enough to sink us with his 4-inchers, despite our jamming." "Mr. Howell," Britton said sharply. The chief mate fell silent. Glynn glanced at his man at the computer. "Armed?" he asked. The man nodded. "Wait for my signal." Glynn looked out through the window at the destroyer. He, too, could see it was now moving faster through the water. Even an old warship like that could do 34 knots. It was a beautiful sight, in the dark at least. The brilliant cluster of lights, the bone in the throat, the watery reflections off the underside of the gun turrets. He waited another moment, letting the destroyer build up plenty of headway. Fire in the hole. It was gratifying to see the 2 sudden geysers of water rip along the destroyer's stern, to see the high wind carry the water right across the flying bridge, and more gratifying still, to hear the twin reports barely 7 seconds later. He watched as the destroyer began to swing broadside to the swell. With both screws stripped, Commandante Vallanar would swiftly end up on the rocks. Glynn wondered, with faint amusement, how Vallanar would now explain the loss of his ship. Assuming he survived, of course. There was a report from the destroyer, and then another. It was firing its 4-inch guns again. Then the reports were punctuated with the higher sound of 40mm cannon. In a moment all the ship's guns were firing in a furious gesture of impotent rage, the cluster of flashes like manic strobes against the velvety darkness of the sea. But with the Almirante Ramirez's radar useless, their steerage gone, their ship wallowing broadside to a heavy sea, and the Rolvaag in blackout, slipping away into the dark night on a new course, their shots were naturally going wild.
"A touch more to the left there, Gov," said Pop-Up,
stroking one mustache, squinting into the darkness.
"Left 5 degrees rudder,"
said Britton to the helmsman, without waiting for Howell. The ship changed course almost imperceptibly. Pop-Up peered out intently. The minutes ticked on. Then he bent his head toward Glynn.
"We're out of it."
Britton watched him retreat again to the far shadows of the bridge.
"Steady as she goes," she said.
"All ahead flank." The massive reports continued to echo crazily among the mountain peaks and silent glaciers, rolling and booming, gradually growing fainter. Soon they were heading into the open ocean. 30 minutes later, on the west side of Horn Island, they slowed just long enough to make a running recovery of the tender. Then Britton spoke.
"Take her round the Horn, Mr. Howell."
Cabo de Hornos came dimly into view, and the sound of firing finally disappeared, swallowed by the howl of the wind and the thunder of the sea along the hull. It was over. Glynn had never once looked back at Desolation Island, at the bright lights of its works, at the machines that still raced furiously on their imaginary errands. Now, with the op completed, he felt his breathing pick up, his heart rate begin to increase again.
"Mr. Glynn?"
It was Britton. She was looking at him, her eyes luminous and intense. Yes?
How are you going to explain the sinking of a warship of a foreign nation?
They fired first. We acted in self-defense. Besides, our charges only knocked out their steerage. The Panteonero will sink them.
That isn't going to cut it. We'll be lucky not to spend the rest of our lives in prison.
I respectfully disagree, Captain. Everything we've done has been legal. Everything. We were a legal mining operation. We recovered an ore body, a meteorite, it so happens, which fell well within the legal language of our mining contract with Chile. From the very beginning we were harassed, forced to pay bribes, and threatened. One of our men was murdered. Finally, as we departed, we were fired upon by a freelancing warship. And yet, during this entire period, there was no warning to us from the Chilean government, no official communication whatsoever. I assure you, we are going to lodge the strongest possible protest with the State Department on our return. We've been treated outrageously. He paused, then added with the faintest of smiles, You don't really think our government will see it any other way, do you? Britain continued regarding him, her eyes quite beautifully green, for what seemed a long time. Now she came close and spoke in his ear.
You know what? She whispered. I think you're certifiable.
There was, Glynn thought, a note of admiration in her voice. Rolvaag, 4 a.m. Palmer Lloyd sat in his study, slouched deep in the lone upright wing chair, his broad back to the door. His custom-made English shoes, now dry, had nudged the useless phone and laptop to one corner of the small table. Outside the bank of windows, a faint phosphorescence lay across the violent surface of the ocean, throwing rippling patterns of green light around the darkened study, giving the impression that the room lay on the bottom of the sea. Lloyd gazed out motionlessly at that faint light. He had sat motionless through it all. The firing of the guns, the brief chase with the Chilean destroyer, the explosions, the tempestuous trip around the Cape. With a soft click, the lights in the study came on, instantly turning the stormscape beyond the windows to an indistinct black. In the private office beyond, the wall of television sets lit up, suddenly crowded with dozens of silent talking heads. Further, in the suite of offices, a telephone rang. Then another, and another. Still, Palmer Lloyd did not move. Even Lloyd could not say precisely what was going through his mind. Over the dark hours, there had been anger, of course. There had been frustration, humiliation, denial. All these feelings he understood. Glynn had summarily removed him from the bridge, clipped his wings, left him powerless. Such a thing had never happened to him before. What he could not quite understand, what he could not explain, was the growing feeling of joy that shot through all these other feelings, suffusing them like light through a screen. The loading of the rock, the disabling of the Chilean ship, had been a magnificent piece of work. Under the unexpected glare of self-examination, Lloyd realized that Glynn had been correct to send him away. His own bull-in-a-china-shop methods would have been disastrous alongside such a carefully balanced scheme. And now the lights were back on. Glynn's message to him was crystal clear. He remained still, a fixed spot at the center of freshly renewed activity, and thought about his past successes. This, too, would be a success. Thanks to Glynn. And who had hired Glynn? Who had chosen the right man, the only man for the job? Despite the humiliation, Lloyd congratulated himself on his choice. He had chosen well. He had succeeded. The meteorite was safely aboard. With the destroyer out of action, nothing could stop them. Soon they would be in international waters, and then it was a straight shot to New York. There would be an uproar, of course, when they returned to the States, but he relished a good fight, especially when he was in the right. He inhaled deeply as the feeling of joy continued to swell. The phone on his desk began to ring, but still he ignored it. There was a tapping at the door, no doubt Penfold. He ignored that too. A violent gust shook the windows, splattering them with rain and sleet. And then at last Lloyd stood up, dusted himself off, and squared his shoulders. Not yet, but soon, very soon, it would be time to return to the bridge and congratulate Glenn on their success. Almirante Ramirez, 4:10 a.m. Comandante Vallenar stared into the blackness of the Cape Horn night, gripping the engine-room telegraph, steadying himself against the steep rolling of the ship. It was all too clear what had happened, and why. Pushing the fury to the back of his consciousness, he concentrated on a mental calculation. In the 60-knot Panteonero, the destroyer's windage would produce a 2-knot drift. Combine that with the 2-knot easterly set of the current, and he had about 1 hour before his ship was thrust onto the reefs beyond Isla de Cite. Behind him, he could feel the silence of his officers. They were awaiting the orders to abandon ship. They were going to be disappointed. Vallenar took a breath, controlling himself with an iron will. When he spoke to the officer of the deck, his voice was steady, without quaver. "Damage assessment, Mr. Santander." "It is difficult to say, Comandante. Both screws appear to be stripped. Rudder damaged, but functional. No hull breach reported. But the ship has lost headway and steerage. We are dead in the water, sir." "Send 2 divers over the side. Report specific damage to the screws." This order was greeted with a deeper silence. Vallenar turned, very slowly, raking the assembled officers with his eyes. "Sir, it will be death to send anyone overboard in this sea," said the officer of the deck. Vallenar held him in his gaze. Unlike the others, Santander was relatively new to his command, a mere 6 months spent here at the bottom of the world. "Yes," said Vallenar, "I see the problem. We cannot have that." The man smiled. "Send a team of 6. That way, at least one should survive to complete the job." The smile vanished. "That's a direct order. Disobey, and you will be leading that team." "Yes, sir," said the officer of the deck. "There is a large wooden crate in along the starboard side of forward hold C, marked 40mm ordnance. Inside is a spare screw." Vallenar had prepared for many emergencies, the loss of a screw included. Hiding spare parts aboard ship was a good way to get around the corrupt officials of the Punta Arenas Navy Yard. "After documenting the damage, you will cut what sections you need from the spare screw. Divers will weld these sections to the damaged screws to give us propulsion. We will be on the shoals of Isla de Cite in less than 60 minutes. There will be no order given to abandon ship. There will be no distress call. You will either give me propulsion, or all hands will go down with the ship." "Yes, sir," said the officer of the deck in a near whisper. The looks of the other bridge officers betrayed what they thought of this desperate plan. Vayanar ignored them. He did not care what they thought. He cared only that they obeyed. And for now, they were obeying. Rolvaag, 7:55 a.m. Manuel Garza stood on a narrow metal catwalk, peering down at the great red rock that lay far below him. From this height it looked almost small, an exotic egg sitting in a nest of steel and wood. The webbing surrounding it was a fine piece of work. Damn fine, perhaps the best thing he had done in his life. Marrying brute strength to pinpoint precision had been remarkably difficult, a challenge that only someone like Jean Rochefort could appreciate. Garza found himself sorry that Rochefort wasn't here to see it. Beautiful engineering was one of the few things that had brought a smile to the man's pinched face. The TIG welding crew had followed him down the access tunnel and were now stepping through the hatchway onto the catwalk, making a racket in their heavy rubber boots. They were a colorful bunch. Yellow suits and gloves, welding diagrams with individual jobs colored in red. "You've got your assignments," Garza said. "You know what to do. We need to lock that son of a bitch into place, and we need to do it before the seas get any rougher." The foreman gave Garza a mock salute. Everyone seemed to be in high spirits. The meteorite was in the hold. The Chilean destroyer was out of the picture, and they were on their way home. "Oh, and one other thing. Try not to touch it." The men laughed at the little joke. Someone made a crack about Timmer's ass achieving escape velocity. There was a reference to being mailed home in Tupperware containers, but nobody moved toward the elevator cage leading to the bottom of the tank. Garza could see that, despite the humor and the high spirits, there was a deep nervousness. The meteorite might be safely in the Rolvaag, but it had lost none of its ability to inspire dread. There was only one way to handle this. Quickly. "Go to it," Garza said, slapping the foreman on the back with an air of heartiness. Without further delay, the men began stepping into the cage. Garza almost stayed behind. After all, he could direct the entire operation better from the observation unit at the end of the catwalk, but decided that would be unseemly. He stepped into the cage and slid the grating shut. "Into the belly of the beast, Mr. Garza?" one man asked. "Gotta keep you jackasses out of trouble." They descended to the bottom of the tank, where a series of metal beams had been laid across the keel rider, forming a floor. Buttressing members ran from the cradle in all directions, distributing the weight of the meteorite toward all corners of the ship. Following the directions on their welding diagrams, the men branched out, climbing along struts and disappearing into the complex lattice that surrounded the meteorite. Soon they were all in place, but the tank remained silent for a long moment. It was as if, down here beside the rock, nobody wanted to be the first to begin. And then the bright points of light began popping out in the dim space, casting crazy shadows as the welders fired up their equipment and went to work. Garza checked the assignment list and the master diagram, satisfying himself that everybody was doing just what he was supposed to. There was a faint chorus of sizzling as the TIG welders bit into the metal, fusing the cradle into place at a host of critical nodes. He ran his gaze over the welders in turn. It was unlikely some cowboy would get too close to the rock, but he made sure nonetheless. Somewhere in the distance he could hear an occasional drip. Searching idly for the source, he glanced at the longitudinal bulkheads rising 60 feet to the top of the tank, ribbed and worked like a metal cathedral. Then he glanced down at the bottom girders. The hull plates were wet. No surprise there under the circumstances. He could hear the measured boom of surf along the hull, feel the gentle, slow motion rolling of the ship. He thought of the 3 membranes of metal that lay between him and the bottomless ocean. It was a disquieting thought, and he pulled his gaze away, looking now at the meteorite itself, inside its webbed prison. Although from down here it looked more imposing, it was diminished by the vastness of the tank. Once again he tried to comprehend how something so small could weigh so much. 5 Eiffel Towers packed into 20 feet of meteorite. Curved, pebbled surface. No scooped-out hollows like a normal meteorite. Stunning, almost indescribable color. He'd love to give his girlfriend a ring made out of that stuff. And then his memory flashed back to the various chunks of the man named Timmer, laid out in the command hut. Nope, no ring. He glanced at his watch. 15 minutes. The work was estimated to take 25. "How's it going?" he called to the crew foreman. "Almost there," the foreman called back, his voice echoing and distorted in the great tank. Garza stood back and waited, feeling the ship rolling more heavily now. The smell of cooking steel, tungsten, and titanium was strong in the air. At last the TIG welders began snapping off as the welders finished their work. Garza nodded. 22 minutes. Not bad. Just a few more critical welds and they'd be done. Rochefort had designed things to keep those welds to a minimum. Whenever possible, he'd kept things simple, less likely to fail. He may have been a prig, but he was a damn good engineer. Garza sighed as the ship began to roll again, wishing again Rochefort could have seen his plan become real here in this tank. Someone got killed on almost every job. It was a little like war. Better not to make too many friends. He realized that the vessel was still rolling. This is a big one, he thought. There was a faint flurry of creaks and groans. "Hold tight!" he called out to the crew as he turned away and grasped the lift railing for support. The ship heeled. More, and still more. Then he found himself lying on his back, in the pitch dark, pain coursing through him. How did he get there? A minute could have passed, or an hour. There was no way to tell. His head swirled. There had been an explosion. Somewhere in the blackness a man was screaming, hideously, and there was a strong smell of ozone and burnt metal in the air, overlaid with a whiff of wood smoke. Something warm and sticky coated his face, and the pain throbbed in rhythm with the beat of his heart. But then it began to go away, far away, and soon he was able to sleep once again. Rolvaag, 8 a.m. Palmer Lloyd had taken his time arriving on the bridge. He had to brace himself. He could show no lingering childish resentment. He was received with polite, even deferential nods. There was a new feeling on the bridge, and it took him a moment to understand. The mission was almost over. He was no longer a passenger, a nuisance at a critical moment. He was Palmer Lloyd, owner of the most important meteorite ever discovered, director of the Lloyd Museum, CEO of Lloyd Holdings, the 7th richest man in the world. He came up behind Britain. Over the gold bars on her shoulder, he could see a monitor displaying a global positioning diagram. He had seen this screen before. Their ship showed on the screen as a cross, the long axis indicating direction of travel. Its forward end was steadily approaching a red line that arced gently across the diagram. Every few seconds the screen flickered as the chart information was updated via satellite. When they crossed that line, they would be in international waters. Home free. "How long?" he asked. 8 minutes, Britain replied. Her voice, though cool as ever, had lost the tightness of those harrowing final minutes at the island. Lloyd glanced over at Glynn. He was standing beside Pup-Up, hands clasped behind his back, his face the usual mask of indifference. Still, Lloyd felt sure he could see a smugness lingering in those impassive eyes. As well it should. They were minutes from one of the greatest scientific and engineering achievements of the 20th century. He waited, not rushing it. He glanced around the rest of the company, the crew of the watch, tired but satisfied, anticipating their relief. Chief Mate Howell, inscrutable. McFarlane and Amira standing together silently. Even the crafty old doctor, Bramble, had emerged from his hole below decks. It was as if, on some unspoken signal, they had assembled to witness something momentous. Lloyd straightened up, a small gesture meant to attract attention. He waited until all eyes were on him, then turned to Glynn. "Mr. Glynn, may I offer you my heartfelt congratulations," he said. Glynn bowed slightly. Smiles and glances went around the bridge. At that moment the bridge door opened and a steward came in, wheeling a stainless steel cart. The neck of a champagne bottle peeked out from an urn of crushed ice. A dozen crystal glasses were racked up beside it. Lloyd rubbed his hands together delightedly. "Eli, you liar. You may be an old woman about some things, but your timing today has been exquisite." "I did tell an untruth when I said I'd only brought one bottle along. Actually, I brought a case." "Marvelous. Let's have at it, then." "We'll have to make do with this single bottle. This is a ship's bridge. Fear not. The moment we reach New York Harbor, I'll uncork the other 10 myself. Meanwhile, please do the honors." And he gestured toward the cart. Lloyd strode over, slid the bottle out of the ice, and held it up with a grin. "Don't drop it this time, Gov," Pop-Up said, almost inaudibly. Lloyd looked at Britton. "How much longer?" 3 minutes. The wind beat against the windows. The Pantanero was growing, but Britton had informed him they would round Staten Island and be in the lee of Tierra del Fuego long before the southwesterly wind shifted to the more dangerous northwest. He unwired the cork and waited, the bottle cold in his hand. For a moment the only sounds on the bridge were the moan of the wind and the distant thundering of the ocean. Then Britton looked up from the screen and glanced at Howell, who nodded his affirmation. "The Rolvaag has just crossed into international waters," she said quietly. A small cheer erupted. Lloyd popped the cork and began pouring judicious measures all around. Suddenly the grinning face of Pup-Up appeared before Lloyd, his skinny arms holding up 2 glasses. "Right here, Gov. One for me, and one for me friend." He ducked his head. Lloyd emptied the bottle into the glasses. "Who's your friend?" he asked, smiling indulgently. The man's role, though not large, had been crucial. He would find him a good job at the Lloyd Museum. In maintenance, perhaps, or even security. Or maybe, as the last surviving Yagan Indian, there might be something even better. Perhaps he should consider some kind of exhibit after all. It would be tasteful and correct. A far cry from those 19th century exhibitions of primitive people. But it could be a draw, especially with Pup-Up on hand as the last living example. Yes, he would have to think about it. "Anuxa," Pup-Up answered, with another duck and grin. Lloyd looked up in time to see his rabbit-like retreat, drinking two-fistedly from both glasses. The chief mate's voice broke through the hubbub. "I've got a surface contact at 32 miles, bearing 315 true at 20 knots. Instantly the conversation ceased. Lloyd glanced over at Glynn, eager for assurance, and felt a prickly sensation stir in his gut. The man had an expression on his face he had never seen before, a look of sick surprise. "Glynn," he said, "it's some merchant vessel, right?" Without answering, Glynn turned to his operative at the EES console and spoke a few words in an undertone.
"It's the Almirante Ramirez," said Britton in an undertone.
"What? How can you know that from the radar?" Lloyd asked, the prickly sensation turning into a flush of disbelief.
Britton looked at him. "There's no way to tell for sure, but it's in the right place at the right time. Most shipping would be heading through the Strait of Le Maire, particularly in this weather. But this one's coming after us, with all it's got."
Lloyd watched as Glynn conferred with the man at the computer. There was the faint sound of a dial tone, of high-speed dialing, the hiss of a digital handshake. "I thought you put that son of a bitch out of action," Lloyd said. Glynn straightened up, and Lloyd was immediately reassured to see that the collected, confident expression had returned to his face.
"Our friend proves unusually resourceful."
"Resourceful?"
"Commandante Vallenar has managed to repair his vessel, at least partly. Quite an achievement. I can scarcely believe it possible. But it makes no difference."
"Why not?" Britton asked.
"It's all in the computer profile. He will not pursue us into international waters."
"That's a rather arrogant prediction, if you ask me. The man's crazy. He might do anything."
"You are in error. Commandante Vallenar, despite everything, is a naval officer at heart. He prides himself on his honor and loyalty, and on a set of abstract military ideals. For all these reasons, he will not pursue us beyond the line. To do so would be to embarrass Chile, and create an unpleasant incident with his country's largest supplier of foreign aid. Furthermore, he will not take a crippled ship too deeply into a building storm."
"So why is he still coming?"
"2 reasons. First, he doesn't know our exact location, and he still hopes to cut us off before we reach international waters. Second, our Commandante is a man of the noble gesture. Like a dog running to the end of his chain, knowing his quarry is out of reach, he will drive full bore to the edge of his country's waters, then turn back."
"Fancy analysis," said Britton. "But is it right?"
"Yes," said Glynn. "It is right." His voice was serene with conviction. Lloyd smiled. "I've made the mistake of not trusting you before. I'm satisfied. If you say he won't cross, he won't cross." Britton said nothing. Glynn turned to her with a personal, almost intimate gesture, and Lloyd was surprised to see him clasp her hands gently. He did not quite catch Glynn's words, but Britton appeared to flush.
"All right," she said, in a voice that was just audible.
Pop-Up suddenly appeared, both glasses empty, holding them up in a supplicating gesture. Lloyd glanced at him, noticing the way he unconsciously kept his balance despite an unusually heavy roll of the deck.
"Any more, then?" the Yagan asked. "For me and my friend, I mean?"
There was no time to answer. There was a sudden vibration, a subsonic boom that shook the very frame of the tanker. The bridge lights flickered, and the banks of monitors sank into a wash of gray electronic snow. Immediately, Britton and the rest of the officers were at their stations.
"What the hell was that?"
Lloyd asked sharply. No one answered him. Glynn had returned to his operative's side and was conferring with him in low, urgent tones. There was a deep vibration in the ship, almost like a groan. It was followed by another. And then, as abruptly as it began, the disturbance ceased. The screens returned, the lights brightened and steadied. There was a chorus of chirps and whirs as devices across the bridge rebooted.
"We don't know what it was,"
Britton said, finally answering Lloyd's question. Her eyes swept over the instrumentation.
"Some kind of general malfunction? An explosion, perhaps? It seems to have affected all ship's systems."
She turned to the chief mate.
"I want a damage assessment right away." Howell picked up the telephone and made 2 quick calls. After the second, he replaced the phone, face ashen.
"It's the holding tank," he said. "The one with the meteorite. There's been a serious accident."
"What kind of accident?" Glynn asked.
"A discharge from the rock."
Glynn turned to McFarlane and Amira. "Get on it. Find out what happened and why. And Dr. Bramble, you better get to—" But Bramble had already disappeared from the bridge. Almirante Ramirez, 8:30 a.m. Vallenar stared hard into the murk, as if the act of staring itself would bring the elusive tanker into view. "Status," he murmured again to the conning officer.
"With the jamming, sir, it's hard to tell. My best estimate is that the target is heading 090 at approximately 16 knots.
Range?"
"Sir, I can't tell exactly. Somewhere around 30 nautical miles. We wouldn't even have that close a fix, except their jamming seemed to drop briefly a few minutes ago."
Vallenar could feel a rhythmic surge to his ship, a sickening lifting and dropping of the deck. He had only felt this motion once before, when he had been caught in a storm south of Diego Ramirez during a training mission. He knew what this odd motion meant. The distance between the wave crests had begun to exceed twice the length of the Almirante Ramirez. He could see the following sea from the aft windows. Long, muscular swells, topped with a breaking line of water, coming at his stern and foaming along the hull before disappearing forward into the darkness. Once in a while a giant wave, a tigre, would come up from behind, the water piling up against the rudder, giving the helmsman a loose wheel and threatening to shove the destroyer around, causing it to broach to. It would only get worse when they turned south and took the sea on their beam. Reaching thoughtfully into his pocket, he withdrew a puro and examined its soiled outer leaves absently. He thought of the 2 dead divers, their cold, stiff bodies wrapped in tarps and stored in sea lockers aft. He thought of the 3 others who never resurfaced, and a 4th, shivering now in the last stages of hypothermia. They had done their duty, no more and no less. The ship was seaworthy. True, they could make only 20 knots with their damaged propellers, but the tanker was only making 16, and the long eastward run toward international waters was giving him the time he needed to achieve his strategy. He glanced back at the conning officer. The crew was frightened of this storm, of this chase. That fear was good. Frightened men worked faster. But Timur had been worth any 10 of them. He bit off the end of the cigar and spat it away. Timur had been worth the entire complement. Vallenar mastered himself, taking the time to light the cigar carefully, methodically. The glowing red tip reflected back from the inky windows. By now they surely knew he was coming after them once again. This time he would be more careful. He had fallen into their trap once, and he would not allow it to happen again. Initially his plan had been to cripple the ship, but now it was clear that Timur was dead. The time for mere crippling was long past. 5 hours, maybe less, would bring them into range of his 4-inch guns. In the meantime, if there was even a short respite from jamming, the exocets were ready to fire at a moment's notice. This time, there would be no mistake. Rolvaag, 9:20 a.m. As McFarlane ran down the center corridor of the medical suite, Rachel on his heels, he almost collided with Bramble, stepping through the operating room door. He was a very different Bramble than the wry, dry man of the dinner table. This Bramble was grim, his movements brusque, his wiry frame tense. "We are here to see—" McFarlane began, but Bramble was stalking down the hall and disappearing behind another door, paying them not the slightest bit of attention. McFarlane glanced at Rachel. Following Bramble's path, they entered a brightly lit room. The doctor, who was still wearing a pair of surgical gloves, stood over a gurney, examining a motionless patient. The man's head was swathed in bandages, and the surrounding sheets were soaked in blood. As McFarlane watched, Bramble jerked a sheet over the man's head with a sharp, angry motion. Then he turned to a nearby sink. McFarlane swallowed hard. "We need to speak with Manuel Garza," he said. "Absolutely not," Bramble said as he broke scrub, ripping off the pair of bloody gloves and dashing his hands under hot water. "Doctor, we must question Garza about what happened. The safety of the ship depends on it." Bramble stopped in his tracks, looking at McFarlane for the first time. His face was somber but controlled. He said nothing for a moment, and McFarlane could see behind the mask the racing mind of a doctor making a decision under extreme pressure. "Room 3, he said as he pulled on a fresh pair of surgical gloves. 5 minutes. They found Garza in a small room, wide awake. His face was bruised, his eyes blackened, and his head heavily bandaged. When the door opened, he swiveled his dark gaze at them, then looked away immediately. "They're all dead, aren't they?" he whispered, eyes on the bulkhead. McFarlane hesitated. "All but one." "But he's also going to die." It was a statement, not a question. Rachel came over and laid a hand on his shoulder. "Manuel, I know how hard this must be for you, but we need to know what happened in the holding tank." Garza did not look at her. He pursed his lips, blinked his blackened eyes. "What happened? What do you think happened? That goddamn meteorite went off again." "Went off?" McFarlane repeated. "Yeah, it exploded, just like it did with that guy Timmer." McFarlane and Rachel exchanged glances. "Which one of your men touched it?" Rachel asked. Garza suddenly turned to stare at her. McFarlane wasn't sure if his look was one of surprise, anger, or disbelief. The wide purple moon holes of his eyes seemed to draw all expression from the rest of his face. "Nobody touched it." "Somebody must have." "I said nobody. I was watching every minute." "Manuel," Rachel began. He rose angrily. "You think my men were crazy? They hated being near that thing. They were scared to death of it. Rachel, I'm telling you, nobody got within 5 feet. He winced and lay back. After a moment, McFarlane spoke again. "We need to know exactly what you saw. Can you tell us what you remember, right before it happened? What was going on? Did you notice anything unusual?" "No. The men were almost finished with the welding. Some of them had finished. The job was virtually done. Everyone was still wearing their protective gear. The ship was healing. It seemed to be taking a pretty big wave." "I remember that wave," Rachel said. "Are you sure nobody lost his balance? Nobody put out an involuntary hand to steady—" "You don't believe me, do you?" he asked. "Tough shit, because it's true. Nobody touched the rock. Check the tapes yourself if you want." "Was there anything unusual about the meteorite?" McFarlane asked. "Anything funny?" Garza thought for a moment. Then he shook his head. McFarlane leaned closer. "That freak wave that healed the ship. Do you think tilting the meteorite could have caused the explosion?" "Why? It was tilted, banged, and shoved all the way from the impact site to the holding tank. Nothing like this happened." There was a silence. "It's the rock," Garza murmured. McFarlane blinked, not sure he had heard correctly. "What?" he asked.
"I said, it's the goddamn rock. It wants us dead. All of us."
And with that, he turned toward the bulkhead and would not speak again. Rolvaag, 10 a.m. A violent dawn rose beyond the windows of the bridge, revealing a wind-torn sea. A procession of gigantic swells, undulating, remorseless, came out of the storm-racked western horizon and disappeared into the east. The Panteonero continued to build, a screaming wind that seemed to rip pieces of sea from the tops of the waves and send them flying, shredding the water into white sheets of foam. The great ship heaved up, heaved down, rolling and pitching in agonizing slow motion. Eli Glynn stood alone at the windows, hands clasped behind his back. He gazed out at the violence, conscious of an internal serenity he had rarely felt since the project began. It had been a project fraught with unexpected turns and surprises. Even here, on the ship, the meteorite continued to bedevil them. Howell had returned from the sick bay with reports of 6 dead and Garza injured. Nevertheless, EES had succeeded. It was one of the greatest engineering feats ever. He would not care to repeat such a project again. He turned. Britain and the other ship's officers were glued to the surface radar, tracking the Almirante Ramirez. Lloyd hovered behind them. It was a tense-looking group. Clearly his assurances about Comandante Vallenar had not convinced them. A natural, if illogical, position to take. But Glynn's proprietary profiling program had never been wrong in a critical prediction. Besides, he knew Vallenar. He had met the man on his own turf. He had seen the iron discipline on his ship. He had seen the man's skill as a naval officer, his overweening pride, his love of country. The man will not cross the line. Not for a meteorite. At the last minute he would turn. The moment of crisis would pass, and they would be on their way home. "Captain," he asked, "what course do you propose to take us out of Drake Passage?"
"As soon as the Ramirez turns around, I'll order a 330 bearing to bring us back into the lee of South America and get us out of this gale."
Glynn nodded approvingly. "That will be soon." Britain's eyes dropped back to the screen. She said nothing more. Glynn strolled over and stood with Lloyd behind Captain Britain. On the electronic chart, the green dot that represented Vallenar was fast approaching international waters. Glynn couldn't help but smile. It was like watching a horse race on television for which he alone knew the outcome. "Any radio contact from the Ramirez?"
"No," Britain replied. "They've been maintaining radio silence throughout. Not even making contact with their own base. Banks heard the base CO order him back hours ago."
Naturally, thought Glynn. It fit the profile. He allowed his gaze to linger on Britain, at the scattering of freckles on her nose, the poise in her bearing. She doubted his judgment now, but later she would see that he had been right. He thought about the courage she had shown, the unerring good sense, the coolness under pressure, the dignity, even while the bridge had been out of her command. This was a woman, he felt, he could finally trust. Perhaps this was the woman he had been looking for. It bore further consideration. He began thinking of the correct strategy to win her, potential avenues of failure, the likeliest path to success. He glanced back at the radar screen. The dot was now just minutes from the line. He felt the faintest twinge of nervousness disturb his serenity. But all factors had been taken into account. The man would turn. He looked deliberately away from the screen and strolled back to the window. It was an awesome sight. The waves were topping the main deck, sweeping past in green sheets, streaming through the scuppers back into the sea. The Rolvaag, despite its movement, still felt quite stable. It was a following sea, which greatly aided stability, and the mass in the center tank acted as ballast. He glanced at his watch. Any moment now, Britain would report that the Ramirez had turned back. There was an audible sound, a collective murmur from the group around the radar. "The Ramirez is changing course," said Britain, glancing up. Glynn nodded, suppressing a smile. "Turning northerly to a 060 heading." Glynn waited. "He just crossed the line," Britain added in a low voice. "Still heading 060. Glynn hesitated. Vayanar's navigation is slightly off. His rudder is damaged. He's clearly in the process of turning around. The minutes ticked off. Glynn left the windows and once again approached the screen. The green dot continued heading east-northeast. It wasn't exactly chasing them now, but it wasn't turning around either. Strange. He felt another twinge. "He will come around momentarily," murmured Glynn. The silence lengthened as the Ramirez continued on its bearing. "Maintaining speed," said Howell. "Turn," muttered Lloyd. The ship did not turn. Instead, it made another slight course correction to 050. "What the hell's he doing?" Lloyd suddenly exploded. Britain straightened up and looked squarely at Glynn. She said nothing, but words were unnecessary. Glynn could read her expression with crystal clarity. Doubt passed through him like a spasm, to be quickly replaced by reassurance. He knew now what the problem was. Of course. He's not only having trouble with his rudder, but his primitive navigation systems have been affected by our jamming. The man doesn't know where he is. He turned to his operative at the console. "Turn off the ECM. Let our friend find his bearings." The operative typed a series of commands. "He's 25 miles distant," said Howell. "We're just within range of his exosets." "I'm aware of that," murmured Glynn. There was a moment in which the entire bridge fell silent. Then Howell spoke again. "We're being illuminated with targeting radar. He's getting our range and bearing." For the first time since his final op as a ranger, Glynn felt a certain kind of uneasiness in his gut. Give him a few more minutes. Let him figure out we're both in international waters. Again the minutes ticked by. "For God's sake, bring the ECM back online," Britain said sharply. "Another minute. Please." "Exoset launched," said Howell. "CIWS full auto," said Britain. "Prepare to launch chaff." The minutes passed in frozen dread. Then there was a sudden rattling of Gatling guns as the CIWS went into action, followed by a harrowing airburst off the starboard side of the ship. A tiny piece of shrapnel ticked off a bridge window, leaving a star. "Still being painted with radar," said Howell. "Mr. Glynn," Britain cried, "order your man to re-employ ECM." "Re-employ electronic countermeasures," Glynn said weakly, leaning on the console for support. He stared at the implacable green point on the screen, his mind racing to find the answers, to see the pattern. Vayanar had stayed true to form by launching a missile at them. This was a gesture Glynn had anticipated. Now, having rattled his saber in impotent rage, the man would turn back. Glynn waited, willing the ship to turn. But the pulsing green dot continued on its course. Not their own course exactly, but a course that took it ever deeper into international waters.
Eli?
It was Lloyd. His voice was strangely calm. With an effort, Glynn detached himself from 100 avenues of speculation and met Lloyd's flinty stare. "He's not going to turn," Lloyd said. "He's coming after us. For the kill." Rolvaag, 10:20 a.m. Sally Britton steeled herself, tuning out extraneous details one at a time, focusing her mind for what was to come. One look at Glynn's pale, shattered face had disarmed her anger and told her all she needed to know about the failure of his prediction. She felt a twinge of sympathy for the man, despite the unforgivable misjudgment which had now put all their lives in extreme danger. She herself had made a misjudgment, on a bridge similar to this one, not all that long ago. She turned her attention to the rear of the bridge, where a large nautical chart of the Cape Horn region was displayed. As she looked at it, going automatically through the familiar steps, she felt the worst of the tension ease. A few options presented themselves. All might not be lost. She felt Glynn's presence behind her. She turned to see that the color was returning to his face, and the look of shock and paralysis was leaving his eyes. She realized, with surprise, that this man was still far from beaten. "Captain," he said, "may I confer with you a moment?" She nodded. He took up position beside her, removing a piece of paper from the vest pocket of his suit as he did so. "I have here all the specifications of the Almirante Ramirez. The data is accurate as of approximately 3 weeks ago." She looked at him. "Where did you get this?" "From our home office." "Let's hear it." The Almirante Ramirez is an Almirante-class destroyer, built for the Chilean Navy by Vickers Armstrong in the UK. Its keel was laid in 1957 and the ship was commissioned in 1960. It has a complement of 266, with 17 officers. It displaces— "I don't need to know how many dinners they serve. Get to the threat systems." Glynn's eyes flitted downward. It was retrofitted in the 70s to hold 4 Aerospatiale 38 Exocet sea-skimming missiles. They have a range of 25 nautical miles. Fortunately for us, they use an earlier generation of active radar homing that can't overcome our advanced ECM system. So the Exocets are useless to him, even in visual range. "What else has he got?" 4 Vickers 4-inch guns, 2 forward and 2 aft, that can deliver 40 rounds a minute with a range of 10 nautical miles. These are normally directed using 2 SGR-102 fire control radars, but, if necessary, can also be targeted visually. Dear God! 40 rounds a minute per gun? There are also 4 Bofors 40mm with a range of 6.5 nautical miles. They can throw 300 shells a minute. Britton felt the blood leave her face. Any one of those guns could take us out in a matter of minutes. We can't let him get within range. Visual targeting in this heavy sea will be difficult. But you are correct. We wouldn't last long in a barrage. We've got to increase our speed. Britton didn't answer at first. You know we're already pushing the limits of the turbines at 16 knots. She turned to the chief mate. Mr. Howell, is there any way we can squeeze a little more speed out of her? I might be able to wring out another knot. Very well. Do it. He turned to the helmsman. All ahead 110. Deep inside the ship she felt an answering rumble as the engines were brought up to 110 RPMs. That would give them— She did a quick mental calculation— 4.5 hours, maybe a little less, before they were within range of the Vickers. She turned back to Glynn and the chart. I've worked it out, she said. Our best option is to head northeast into Argentinian national waters as soon as possible. Argentina is a bitter enemy of Chile, and they'd hardly countenance a Chilean destroyer chasing us into their waters. They'd consider it an act of war. She glanced at Glynn, but his veiled look betrayed nothing. Alternatively, we could head for the British naval base on the Falkland Islands. We should also radio our government and report we're under attack by a Chilean warship. We might be able to put some military pressure on that crazy son of a bitch. She waited for a response. At last, Glynn spoke. I understand now what Vianar's slight course changes were about.
What?
We've been cut off. Britain looked quickly back at the map. The Ramirez was now 20 miles northwest of them, on a true bearing of 300 degrees. Suddenly, she understood.
Oh, shit, she breathed.
If we change course now to Argentina or the Falklands, he'll overtake us about here. Glynn drew a small circle on the map with his finger.
We'll head west back to Chile, then,
Britain said quickly.
He wouldn't get away with sinking us in the Puerto Williams harbor.
No doubt. Unfortunately, even if we turn back now, he'll intercept us here. His finger traced another circle on the map.
Then we'll head for the British scientific station on South Georgia Island.
Then he'll intercept us here. She watched the map, a paralyzing chill creeping down her spine. You see, Sally. May I call you Sally? When he made those course changes to the northeast, he had already anticipated our possible points of refuge. If we had realized this and acted immediately, we would have had a chance of getting to Argentina at least. But now even that route is closed to us. Britain felt a pressure on her chest.
The U.S. Navy.
My man's already checked that. There's no effective military help within 24 hours.
But there's a British naval base on the Falklands, armed to the teeth.
We considered that too. Chile was a British ally in the Falklands War. For the U.S. to request military help from the U.K. against its former ally, using the very base they fought for, well, let us just say it is a request that would take more time than we have to expedite, even with Lloyd's and my connections. Unfortunately, the extreme South Atlantic is no place to get into a military scrape. We're on our own. She looked at Glynn. He returned her gaze with gray eyes that seemed to have deepened until they were almost the color of the surrounding ocean. There was a plan behind those eyes. She was afraid to ask what it was. We head south, Glynn said simply, to the ice limit. Britain could hardly believe it.
Go south, into the screaming 60s, into the ice, in a storm like this. That's not an option.
You're right, said Glynn quietly. It's not an option. It's the only option. Almirante Ramirez, 11 a.m. After dawn, Vianar noticed that the wind had begun its inevitable shift to the west. His plan had worked. Belatedly, the Americans had realized they were cut off. There was no place for them to go but down into the 60s. Already they had changed course to 180, due south. And that's where he would intercept them, where the endgame would play out. At the ice limit, in the black freezing waters of the Antarctic Ocean. He spoke softly, precisely. From now on, I'll have the deck. The oficial de guardia, the officer of the deck, called out, "Aye, sir, the commandante has the deck." "Set heading 180, Vianar said to the conning officer. This order would place the violent sea directly on their beam, the most dangerous position for the destroyer. The bridge officers knew this. He waited for the conning officer to repeat the order and call rudder directions. But no orders came. "Sir." It was the officer of the deck who spoke. Vayanar did not turn to look at the officer of the deck. He did not need to. He sensed what was about to happen. Out of the corner of his eye he could see the conning officer and the timonel, the helmsman, all rigidly at attention. So this was it. Better it should happen now than later. He raised his eyebrows at the officer of the deck. "Mr. Santander, are we having a problem with the chain of command on the bridge?" He spoke as mildly as possible. "The officers of the Almirante Ramirez would like to know our mission, sir." Vayanar waited, still not looking at the man. Silence, he had long discovered, was more intimidating than words. A minute passed, and then he spoke. "Is it customary for Chilean naval officers to question their commander?" "No, sir." Vayanar took out a puro, rolled it between his fingers, bit off the end, and placed it carefully between his lips. He drew air through it. "Then why are you questioning me?" He spoke gently. "Sir, because of the unusual nature of the mission, sir." Vayanar removed the cigar and inspected it. "Unusual? How so?" There was an uncomfortable pause. "It is our impression, sir, that we were ordered back to base last night. We are not aware of any orders to pursue this civilian ship." Vayanar took in the word civilian. It was a deliberate rebuke, a suggestion that Vayanar was engaged in a cowardly pursuit against an unarmed adversary. He drew more air through the unlit cigar. "Tell me, Mr. Santander, on board ship do you take orders from your commandante, or from a base commander on shore?" "From the commandante, sir." "Am I your commandante?" "Yes, sir." "Then there is nothing more to discuss." Vayanar removed a box of matches from his uniform pocket, opened the box, removed one wax match, drew it slowly across the striker until it flared, and lit his cigar. "Sir, I beg your pardon. What you have said is insufficient. Men died repairing that screw. We respectfully request information on our mission." At last, Vayanar turned. He felt the growing rage within him. Rage at the arrogant Americans, at the man Glynn who came to chit-chat while his divers sabotaged the vessel, at Timur's death, all channeled now toward this subordinate who dared to question his decisions. He puffed, drawing the smoke into his lungs, feeling the surge of nicotine in his blood. When he was steady again, he flicked the match toward the damp deck and lowered the cigar. This oficial de guardia was a green, foolish man, and the challenge was not unexpected. He looked around at the other officers on the bridge. All of them quickly lowered their eyes. With one smooth movement, Vayanar withdrew his sidearm and pressed its barrel against the officer's chest. As Santander opened his mouth to protest, he pulled the trigger. The 9mm slug thrust the man back like the blow of a fist, slamming him hard into a bulkhead. The officer of the deck stared down in disbelief at his ruined chest and the small horizontal fountain of blood that pumped its rhythmic stream. Air sucked in and out of the wound, once, then again. The man fell to his knees, then toppled forward onto his elbows, surprised eyes now turning glassy, mouth still open wide. Vayanar returned the gun to its sling. The only sound on the bridge was Santander's stertorous attempts to breathe and the quiet patter of blood as it rained from his chest onto the deck. Vayanar glanced at the conning officer.
Mr. Ayer.
Effective immediately. You are the officer of the deck. And you, Mr. Lomas, are the conning officer. A new course has been ordered. Execute it. He turned away, drawing on his cigar, looking once again out over the storm-tossed ocean. The heel of his right hand still rested on the Luger. He waited to see if the incipient mutiny would continue. It would be a pity to lose Ayer as well. Ayer looked at the new conning officer and nodded weakly.
"Right standard rudder," said the conning officer. "Steady on course 180.
The helmsman answered.
"Aye, sir. Right standard rudder, coming to course 180.
Vayanar slipped his hand from his weapon. It was over. Cut off the head, and the body will die. The ship began to turn broadside to the sea, helped along by terrifying shoves from each passing wave. As the shuddering and reeling grew worse, the bridge personnel took hold of stanchions, flag-bag rails, anything that would help them keep upright.
"Steady on 180, said the helmsman in a quavering voice.
"Very well," the conning officer answered. Vayanar leaned into the speaking tube. "Radar, estimate when we will be within targeting range of the American ship with the Vickers guns." After a moment, the response came.
"Sir, at present course and speed, estimated range in 3 hours 30 minutes.
"Very good." Vayanar leaned away from the tube and flicked a thumb toward the dying man at his feet.
"Mr. Sanchez,
take this away, and get a cleaning detail up here." He turned back to the violent sea. Rolvaag, 11:30 a.m. Glynn stood next to Britain, motionless beside the helm. As they fled southward toward the 60th parallel, the Rolvaag had moved squarely into the westerlies that raged around the bottom of the world, endlessly circling, building up the greatest seas on earth. As far as the eye could see, a terrifying progression of Atlantic rollers swept eastward, high as mountains. In the last hour, as the storm grew in intensity, the ocean seemed to have lost a solid surface. There was no longer a sharp line between water and air. The screaming winds and heaving seas joined in a fury of spray and spume. As the tanker sank into the trough between each wave, there would come a brief, eerie calm, and then the great ship would shudder and rise back into the howling gale. But Glynn did not see the storm. For some time his thoughts had been elsewhere. Vayanar had staked everything: his career, his crew, his ship, the honor of his country, his very life on this chase. He knew they were carrying only a rock. A huge rock, but a rock nonetheless. This chase did not make sense. He had miscalculated badly. Unforgivably. For the briefest of moments Glynn contemplated failure, rolled it to and fro on his tongue as if tasting it. Then, with a spasm, he forced it from his thoughts. There would be, could be, no failure here. The problem did not lie in the computer profile or in the 2-foot file on Vayanar back in New York. It lay in himself. There was a crucial piece missing, and this piece was in his own mind, waiting for him to recognize it. If he could understand Vayanar's motivation for this insane pursuit, then he could act upon it. How far would Vayanar take it? Would he pursue them past the ice limit? He shook his head, as if to shake loose the answer, but there was nothing. Without understanding Vayanar's motivation, he could develop no plan. He glanced over at Britain. She was staring at the radar and the wavering green pip that represented the Almirante Ramirez.
"The Ramirez has matched our course for the last half hour," she said, without looking up. 180, dead astern, holding at 20 knots, constant bearing and decreasing range. Glynn said nothing. It was incredible to him that Vayanar would take his ship into a beam sea like this. The giant Rolvaag was struggling, and it was far better at handling the storm than a destroyer with scarcely a 40-foot beam. It was truly insane. There was a good chance that the Almirante Ramirez would be capsized. But a good chance was still a chance, and Glynn had no idea what kind of seamanship Vayanar could bring to bear. He suspected first rate. "At current speed and bearing, he'll catch up with us at the ice limit," Britain said, "and he'll come within firing range considerably before then." "In just over 3 hours," said Glynn. "Around dusk. Once we're in range, do you think he will fire?" "I have no doubt of it." "We have no defense. We'll be ripped to pieces." "If we're unable to lose him in the darkness, that's unfortunately true." She looked up at him. "What about the meteorite?" she asked in a low voice. "What about it?" She lowered her voice, glancing at Lloyd. "If we drop it, we'll be able to increase our speed." Glynn felt himself stiffen. He glanced over at Lloyd, who stood frowning at the bridge windows, trunk-like legs planted wide apart. He hadn't heard. When Glynn answered, he spoke slowly, reasonably. "To jettison it, we have to bring the ship to an absolute halt. That would give Vayanar all the time he needs to catch us. We'd be sunk before we came to rest." "Then you've run out of answers?" she asked, her voice even lower. He looked into her green eyes. They were clear and steady and quite beautiful. "There is no such thing as a problem without a solution," he said. "We just have to find it." Britain paused. "Before we left the island, you asked me to trust you. I hope that I can. I would like to, very much." Glynn looked away, feeling an unexpected flush of emotion. For a moment his eyes fell on the GPS screen and the dotted green line marked ice limit that ran across it. Then he looked back into her eyes. "You can trust me on this, Captain. I will have a solution for you. I promise." She nodded slowly. "I don't believe you're a man who breaks his promises. I hope I'm right. Mr. Glynn, Eli, there's only one thing I want out of life right now, and that's to see my daughter again." Glynn began to answer, but what came out instead was a hiss of surprise. He took an involuntary step back. In a blinding flash of insight brought on by Britain's final sentence, he understood what was driving Vayanar. He turned, and without a word, abruptly left the bridge. Rolvaag, 12:30 p.m. Lloyd paced restlessly across the long expanse of the bridge. The storm battered furiously against the windows, but he had averted his eyes from the tearing seas. In all his life he had never seen anything so frightening. It barely resembled water anymore, looking more like mountains, green and gray and black, rising, falling, sweeping, crumbling apart in gigantic creamy avalanches. He could hardly see how their ship, any ship, could survive 5 seconds in such a sea. Yet the Rolvaag plowed on. It was difficult to walk, but he needed the distraction of the physical activity. Reaching the starboard wing door, he pivoted brusquely and resumed pacing. He had been at it for 60 minutes, ever since Glynn had vanished without a word.
His head ached from the sudden reversals of fortune, the abrupt shifts in mood, the unbearable tension of the last 12 hours. Exasperation, humiliation, triumph, apprehension. He glanced up at the bulkhead clock, then at the faces of the bridge officers. Howell, his face set. Britton, expressionless, monitoring alternately the radar screen and the GPS chart. Banks, framed inside the door of the radio room. Lloyd felt like shaking some kind of answers out of them. But they had already told him everything there was to know. They had about 2 hours before the Ramirez would start edging into range. Lloyd felt his limbs stiffen against a current of rage. It was Glynn's fault. It was overweening arrogance. He had studied the options so long the man believed himself incapable of failure. Think long, think wrong, someone had once said. If he'd been allowed to call in some favors, they wouldn't be helpless, like a mouse waiting for the cat to close in for the kill. The door to the bridge opened and Glynn stepped in. "Good afternoon, Captain," he said nonchalantly. More than anything, this air of nonchalance sent fury coursing through Lloyd. "God damn you, Glynn," he said. "Where the hell have you been?" Glynn's eyes drifted toward him. "I've been examining Vayanar's files. I know now what's driving him." "Who the hell cares? He's the one who's driving us, right towards Antarctica." Timur was Vayanar's son. Lloyd stopped short. "Timur?" he asked, confused. "Vayanar's signal officer, the man who was killed by the meteorite." "That's absurd. Didn't I hear Timur had blonde hair and blue eyes?" "He was Vayanar's son by a German mistress." "Is this another guess, or do you have evidence?" "There's no record of a son, but it's the only explanation. That's why he was so anxious to get Timur back when I visited, and that's why he initially refrained from attacking our ship. I told him Timur was in the brig, but as soon as we left the island, he realized Timur was dead. I believe he thinks we murdered him. That's why he pursued us into international waters. That's why he'll never give up until he dies. Or until we do." The spasm of fury had left. Lloyd felt drained, exhausted. Anger at this point was useless. He controlled his voice. "And how, pray tell, is this psychological insight going to help us?" Instead of answering, Glynn glanced back at Britton. "How far are we from the ice limit?" "It's 77 nautical miles south of our position." "Can you see any ice on your radar?" Britton turned. "Mr. Howell?" "Some drift ice at 10 miles. A few growlers. Just at the limit, the long-range surface radar's picking up a massive ice island. 2 ice islands, actually. It looks like one broken half." "Bearing?" 191. Glynn spoke. "I would suggest heading that way. Make a very slow turn. If it takes Vayanar a while to notice the course change, we might gain a mile or 2. Howell looked questioningly at Britton. "Mr. Glynn," said Britton, "it's suicide to take a huge ship like this past the ice limit, especially in this weather." "There are reasons," said Glynn. "Care to share them with us?" Lloyd asked. "Or are you going to keep us in the dark again? Maybe we could have used some freelance decision-making back there." Glynn's gaze fell first on Lloyd, then Britton, then Howell. "Fair enough," he said after a moment. "We are reduced to 2 options. Turn away and try to outrun the destroyer, or keep to this course and try to lose the destroyer below the ice limit. The former has a close to 100% probability of failure. The latter, somewhat less. This latter plan also has the advantage of forcing the destroyer through a beam sea. "What is this ice limit?" Lloyd asked. "It's where the freezing waters around Antarctica meet the warmer northern waters of the Atlantic and Pacific. Oceanographers call it the Antarctic Convergence. It's known for impenetrable fogs and, of course, extremely dangerous ice." "You're proposing to take the Rolvaag into an area of ice and fog? It does sound like suicide." "What we need now is concealment. Time to lose the destroyer long enough to lay a course away from it. In the darkness, in the ice and fog, we might just escape." "We might just sink, too." "The probability of hitting an iceberg is lower than the probability of being sunk by the destroyer." "What if there's no fog?" asked Howell. "Then we have a problem." There was a long silence, and then Britton spoke. "Mr. Howell, set a new course for 190. Bring her head around slowly." There was the briefest of hesitations. Then Howell relayed the order to the helmsman in clipped tones. As he spoke, his eyes never left Glynn's. Rolvaag, 2 p.m. McFarlane slumped back in the uncomfortable plastic chair, sighing and rubbing his eyes. Rachel sat beside him, cracking peanut shells and letting the debris fall onto the metal deck of the observation unit. The only light came from a single monitor set high in the bulkhead above them. "Don't you ever get tired of those damn peanuts?" McFarlane said. Rachel seemed to consider this a moment. "Nope," she replied. They lapsed into silence. Conscious of an incipient headache and low-grade nausea, McFarlane closed his eyes. The moment he did so, the roll of the ship seemed to increase dramatically. He heard the tick of metal, the occasional drip of water. Other than that, the holding tank that yawned beneath them was quiet. McFarlane opened his eyes with an effort. "Run it again," he said. "But we've already viewed it 5 times, Rachel said. When McFarlane did not reply, she gave a disgusted snort and leaned forward to punch the transport controls. Of the 3 security view cams in the holding tank, only one had survived the explosion. He watched as Rachel ran the tape forward at high speed, slowing to normal speed a minute before the detonation. They watched in silence as the seconds counted down. Nothing new. Garza was right. Nobody had touched the rock. Nobody had even been close. McFarlane leaned back again with a curse, glancing out of the observation unit and along the catwalk as if searching for an answer on the walls of the tank. Then he let his eyes travel slowly down the 40-foot span to the top of the meteorite. The explosion had gone off sideways, killing most of the lights in the tank, damaging communications networks both fore and aft, but leaving the catwalk and observation unit at the top of the tank unharmed. The web looked largely intact, although it was clear that some struts had been knocked out. Molten steel had sprayed in foamy streaks across the walls of the tank, and some of the massive laminated oak timbers were charred. Flecks of blood and red matter could be seen here and there at points the scrub team had missed. The meteorite itself looked unchanged. "What's the secret here?" he thought. "What is it we're missing?" "Let's go over what we know," he said. "The explosion seems to have been just like the one that killed Timmer." "Perhaps even stronger," Rachel said. "One hell of an electrical blast. If there hadn't been so much metal around to absorb the charge, it might have blown the ship's electronics. And afterwards, the meteorite threw off a lot of radio noise," he said, "just like with Timmer." Rachel picked up her radio, turned it on, made a face at the roar of static, turned it off again. "And it's still throwing it off," she said. They lapsed into silence again. "I wonder if anything triggered the blast," said Rachel, rewinding the tape. "Maybe it was random." McFarlane didn't respond. It couldn't be random. Something must have triggered it. And despite Garza's remark, and the increasing nervousness of the crew, he didn't believe the meteorite was some malignant thing, actively seeking to hurt them. McFarlane wondered if perhaps Timur and Msanke had never touched the thing after all. But no, he'd analyzed it too carefully. The key to the mystery had to be Palmer Lloyd. He had placed his cheek against the rock and lived to tell the story. The two others had been blown up. What was different about their touches? He sat up in the chair. Let's watch it again. Wordlessly, Rachel punched the controls, and the monitor flickered to life. The surviving camera had been placed almost directly above the rock, just below the observation unit. There was Garza, standing to one side, the welding diagrams unrolled before him. The TIG welders were spaced evenly around the rock, working on various nodes. They were kneeling, their bright points of flame leaving red tracks on the screen. In the lower right corner, a time display ran rapidly through the seconds. "Turn up the sound," McFarlane said. He closed his eyes. The headache and nausea were getting worse. Seasickness. Garza's voice leapt into the small enclosure. "How's it going?" he shouted. There was an answering shout. "Almost there." Scratchy silence, the trickle of water, the pop of a torch flaring out. Room tone, then a flurry of creaks and groans as the vessel began to heel. He heard Garza's voice. "Hold tight!" And then it ended in a hiss of white noise. McFarlane opened his eyes. Back 10 seconds. They watched as it ran through again. "It went off at the very top of the roll," Rachel said. But Garza's right. That thing was manhandled all the way down to the shore. McFarlane paused. Could there be another workman hidden by the rock? Somebody we're not seeing? I thought of that. 6 welders came in, plus Garza. Look, you can see them all there in the last frame, clearly visible. All well back from the meteorite. McFarlane dropped his chin to his hands. Something about the video was nagging at him, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe he was just too damn tired. Rachel stretched, swept peanut shells from her knees. Here we are, trying to second-guess Garza, she said. But what if everybody's right? McFarlane glanced at her. I don't understand. What if nobody touched the meteorite? What if it was something else that touched the meteorite? Something else, he replied. But there was nothing else moving in that room. He stopped abruptly, realizing what had been troubling him. The sound of water. Give me the last 60 seconds, he said. Quickly. He lifted his head toward the screen, searching for the source of the sound he'd heard. There it was, very faintly. A thin stream at one side, falling from above, disappearing into the depths of the tank. He stared at it. As the ship began the heavy roll, the stream of water pulled away from the bulkhead and began angling closer to the meteorite. Water, McFarlane said aloud. Rachel looked at him curiously. There was a stream of water coming down the side of the tank. There must be a leak in the mechanical door. Look, you can still see it. He pointed up at a narrow stream trickling down the far longitudinal bulkhead. The meteorite went off when that roll brought the water in contact with it. That's absurd. The meteorite's been sitting in waterlogged ground for millions of years. It got rained and snowed on. It's inert. How could water possibly affect it? I don't know, but take a look. He replayed the video, demonstrating how, at the instant the water connected with the meteorite, the screen popped into snow.
Coincidence?
She asked. McFarlane shook his head. No. Rachel looked at him.
Sam, how could this water be different from all the other water that's touched the meteorite?
And then, in a moment of revelation, it became clear.
Salt, he said.
It's salt water dripping into the hold. After a shocked moment, Rachel suddenly gasped.
That's it, she said. And that's why Timmer and Misanke set it off with their hands. Their sweaty hands. There was salt in their touch. But Lloyd put his cheek to it on a bitterly cold day. There was no sweat in his touch. It must be highly reactive to sodium chloride. But why, Sam? What's it reacting to?
McFarlane looked at her, then beyond, to where the trickle of seawater still glistened in the gloom, swaying with the gradual motion of the ship. The motion of the ship. We'll worry about that later, he said. He reached for his radio, snapped it on, heard the hiss of static.
God damn it, he said, shoving the radio back in his belt.
Sam, Rachel began. We've got to get out of here, he interrupted. Otherwise, when the next big roll comes, we're toast. He stood up, just as she gripped his arm.
We can't leave, she said. Another explosion like that might break the web. If the meteorite gets loose, we'll all die.
Then we have to keep the water from the rock. For a moment, the two stared at each other. And then, as with a single thought, they sprinted down the catwalk toward the access tunnel. Almirante Ramirez, 2:45 p.m. Bayanar stood at the bridge, looking southward over the heaving seas, an old pair of binoculars cradled in his hands. The officers around him were struggling to remain on their feet in the wildly rolling ship, their faces frozen masks of neutrality. They were terrified. But now his regime of absolute discipline was paying off. The test had come, and those who remained were with him. They would follow him to hell if necessary. And that, he thought as he glanced at the chart, was exactly where they were heading. The snow and sleet had stopped, and the sky was clearing. Visibility was excellent. But the wind had, if anything, picked up, and the seas were mounting ever higher. When the ship sank into the bottom of the troughs, it became enshrouded in a midnight darkness, and the walls of black water rising on either side made him feel as if the ship were at the bottom of a vast canyon. At the bottom of these troughs, the wave crests were an astonishing 20 meters above the level of the bridge. He had never seen a sea like this in his life, and the increase in visibility, while useful to his plan, made it appear all the more dreadful. The normal procedure would be to head into the wind and ride it out. But that was not an option. He had to keep a heading that put the wind and sea almost on his beam. Otherwise, the heavier American ship would escape. He watched as the bow of his destroyer plowed into the sea at the bottom of the long trough and came up slowly, the Castillo thunderously shedding water. The ship leaned to starboard until the bridge was hanging over the open ocean, racked with foam. Everyone grabbed a handhold. The bridge hung for frightening seconds, then slowly righted itself, the momentum dipping it to port. It was an especially ugly roll. Bayanar knew the ship, knew what it could and could not do. He could feel when the wind and water took charge. They had not. At least, not yet. It would take vigilance and adroit seamanship to keep the ship from foundering. He would do it himself, not leave it to the conning officer. He saw a foaming swell looming in the distance, towering over the rest, thrusting itself through the storm like a whale. He spoke calmly, almost nonchalantly. "Ease your rudder to left standard. Starboard engine back 1/3. Port engine ahead 2/3. Keep calling your head." "Coming around easy, sir," said Ayer. "Heading 175. Heading 170. Steady on 165. The wave began to take the ship in its embrace. The Ramirez rose, strained, canted. Vayanar held on to the engine-room telegraph as they heeled sickeningly, the inclinometer reading close to 40 degrees before the wave finally crested. For a moment he had a long view across the southern ocean, all the way to the horizon. He quickly fitted the binoculars to his eyes and scanned the tumultuous sea until they subsided into the next trough. It was a terrifying sight. The monumental peaks and valleys of water, the absolute promiscuity of chaos. It temporarily unnerved him. As the ship fell, he calmed himself. They rose again, and so did Vayanar's binoculars. He felt a sudden lurch in his chest. There it was, a dark silhouette against the sea, bordered in white. It was larger and closer than he thought it would be. He kept the binoculars trained, almost afraid to blink as the ship subsided, then slowly began to rise on the next foam-webbed mountain of water. As they topped it, and the combing crest creamed over the port railing and slanted the ship over, Vayanar saw the tanker again. "Port engine back 1/3. Right standard rudder. Steady on 180. Once more the deck heaved up and fell to starboard. "What is our fuel?" 30%. He turned to the Ingeniero de Guardia, the engineer of the watch. "Ballast the tanks." Filling the empty tanks with seawater would slow them down half a knot, but it would add a stability they would need for what was about to come. "Ballasting the tanks," said the engineer, with evident relief. Vayanar turned to the quartermaster. "Barometer." 29.28, falling. He called his tactical action officer to the bridge. "We have visual contact with the American ship," he said, handing the man the binoculars. The man raised them to his eyes. "I see it, sir," he said after a moment. Vayanar turned toward the officer of the deck. "It bears 190 or thereabouts. Have CIC give me a course to intercept." The orders were relayed, the new course given. Everything now was crisp, correct. Vayanar swiveled back to the tactical action officer. "Report when we are within gun range. Do not engage without my order." "Yes, sir," said the tactical action officer in a carefully neutral tone. The destroyer began to yaw as it cleared another ugly wave, its prow dropping into the next trough with a rumble of water. The deck heaved, careening to starboard. The head began swinging to port, a heavy, uncontrolled motion. "I can't hold her at 190. "Use full rudder to maintain your heading." The ship steadied. Vayanar could see a Tigre approaching from due west. "Ease your rudder to standard. Ease it!" The ship began a slow, dangling roll as it mounted the side of the enormous wave. When the wave broke, a sheet of water came racing across the deck. They were actually shipping water on the bridge. "Right hard, rudder! Right hard!" The ship skidded sideways. "Rudder's out of the water, sir," the helmsman cried, the wheel loose in his hands. "Port engine back 2/3. Starboard ahead flank." The operator worked the engine telegraph. The ship continued sideways. "She's not answering." Vayanar felt a twinge of fear, not for himself, but for his uncompleted mission, and then he felt the stern settle in the sea and the screws bite into the water. He slowly released his breath, then leaned into the squawk box as if nothing had happened. "Report any air contacts." No ship would be coming to the aid of the Americans in this weather, he was sure of that. But he felt less sure about aircraft.
No air contact out to 200 miles, returned the CIC. Ice to the south.
What kind of ice?
2 large ice islands and assorted growlers and drift ice.
They are running to the ice, Vayanar thought with satisfaction. It was a desperate measure, taking a tanker below the ice limit, deliberately heading for the ice in a storm like this. But it was their only move, and he had expected it. Perhaps they thought they could play hide-and-seek among the bergs, or escape under cover of darkness. Perhaps they were hoping for fog. It would not succeed. On the contrary, the ice would work to his advantage by dampening the heavy seas. And in ice, a destroyer was far more maneuverable than a tanker. He would kill them in the ice, if the ice didn't get them first.
Drawing into gun range, sir, said the tactical action officer.
Vayanar looked out over the storm-tossed ocean. Now, even without the binoculars, he could occasionally glimpse the dark speck of the American ship. It was perhaps 8 miles away, but even at that distance it made a big, fat target.
Do you have visual contact acceptable for targeting? He asked. Not yet, sir. Visual targeting will be difficult in this sea at this range.
Then we wait until we are closer. The minutes dragged on as they gained, very slowly, on the American ship. The sky darkened as the wind held steady at 80 knots. The fear that had gripped the bridge remained, a healthy tonic. The sun was setting. Vayanar continued to issue a stream of carefully nuanced rudder and engine instructions, responding to the changing sea. The repairs to the propellers and rudder were holding well. The men had done a good job. Pity so many had died in the process. Night would be falling soon, and the Rolvaag was running dark. He could wait no longer.
Mr. Caseo, bracket the target. Tracers only.
Yes, sir, said the tactical action officer.
Loading tracers.
Vayanar looked down at the forward guns. After a minute he saw them turn, elevate to about 45 degrees, and then fire in sequence. 2 bright shells. The barrels jerked backward in a gout of flame, and the bridge shook with the recoil. Vayanar clapped his binoculars to his eyes and watched the ranging shots arc into the storm. Both fell wild, well short of the tanker. The ship subsided into another trough, then climbed again. Once more the forward guns fired tracers in the pause at the top of their roll. These flew farther, but still fell short. The tactical action officer timed additional shots for the wave crests, making slight adjustments. After a few minutes, he spoke again.
Commandante, I believe we have sufficient range data to lay a line of shells across the target.
Very well. Fire for effect. I want to disable this ship enough to slow it down, but not sink it. Then we will draw close for a clean kill. There was the briefest of silences at this.
Yes, sir,
said the tactical action officer. As the destroyer rose, the guns went into action once again, live rounds leaving the barrels now, screaming southward in deadly arcs of orange. Rolvaag, 3:30 p.m. McFarland sank back against the bulkhead of the observation unit, ignoring the nearby chair and letting himself slide down to the metal deck. He felt utterly drained. Countless small muscles twitched spasmodically in his arms and legs. He could feel Rachel plop herself down beside him, but he felt too exhausted even to look over. With the meteorite disrupting their radios and no time to get help, they had been forced to find a solution themselves. Standing in the access corridor, behind the safely closed hatch, they had finally come up with a workable scheme. There were dozens of waterproof tarps in the storage compartments behind them, slung over the stacks of stores. They rigged a series of those tarps over the top of the web to shield the meteorite from seawater. It took a half-hour of frantic activity, conducted under constant fear of another explosion. McFarlane unclipped his radio, found it was still dead, and snapped it off again with a shrug. Glynn would learn all about it eventually. It seemed strange to McFarlane that Britton and Glynn and the rest could have been on that bridge all this time, preoccupied with their own work, completely unaware of the crisis that had played out half a dozen decks beneath them. He wondered what the hell was going on up there. The storm seemed to be getting worse. He felt himself roll back with the ship. It was only a matter of time until the stream of seawater swerved toward the web once again. They lapsed into silence. McFarlane looked over as Rachel reached into a breast pocket of her shirt, pulled out a jewel case containing a CD-ROM, and gave it an appraising glance. Then, exhaling in relief, she replaced the case. "I'd forgotten all about that in the scramble," she said. "Thank God it wasn't damaged." "What is it?" he asked. "Before boarding, I dumped all the data from our meteorite tests onto this disk," she said. "I want to go over it again. If we get out of here alive, that is." McFarlane said nothing. "It must have an internal energy source," Rachel went on. "How else could it generate so much electricity? If it were just a capacitor, it would have discharged whatever electricity it had millions of years ago. It's generating the charge inside itself." She tapped the disk in her pocket. "The answer has to lie somewhere in the data. What I want to know is just what kind of environment it comes from. I mean, the thing reacts so violently to salt water, of all things." McFarlane sighed. Hell. Let's give the damn rock a rest." "That's just the problem," Rachel said. "Maybe it isn't just a rock." "Not your spaceship theory again." "No. Maybe it's something a lot simpler than a spaceship." McFarlane began to answer, then stopped. The rolls of the ship were growing ever steeper. Rachel, too, had gone silent. It was clear she knew what he was thinking. "Must be a hell of a sea up there," he said. She nodded. "Any time now." They waited in silence as the rolls grew ever stronger. At last, at the very crest of a great roll, the stream of water once again parted from the bulkhead and angled through the air toward the tarps. McFarlane pulled himself to his feet and stared out the window of the observation unit, waiting. Over the rush of the ocean and the distant shriek of the wind, he heard the patter of water on plastic coming up from below. He watched it run harmlessly down the tarps to drip into the spaces between the bottom girders. They paused expectantly for the space of a heartbeat. Then Rachel let out a long breath. "Looks like it worked," she said. "Congratulations." "Congratulations," McFarlane replied. "It was your idea." "Yeah, I know. But you figured out the salinity angle." "Only through your prompting." McFarlane hesitated. "Listen to us," he went on. "We're a goddamn mutual appreciation society." Despite his weariness, he found himself grinning. He could almost feel a huge weight lifting from his shoulders. They knew now what caused the explosions. They had taken the necessary steps to make sure it would not happen again. They were on their way home. He looked down at Rachel, her dark hair shining in the dim light. Just a few weeks ago, the thought of sharing this easy, comfortable silence would have been unthinkable. And yet now it seemed hard to imagine a time when she had not been with him, working at his side, finishing his sentences for him, teasing him, providing speculation, wisecracks, and insight, whether they were desired or not. She was leaning back against the tank, gazing out at nothing as the ship went into an even steeper roll, unaware that he was looking at her. "Do you hear something?" she asked. "I could swear I heard a distant explosion." But McFarlane was barely listening. To his surprise, he felt himself kneeling beside her and drawing her near with a very different feeling than the passion that had briefly filled him in her cabin. She laid her head on his shoulder. "You know something?" he said. "You're the nicest, smart-assed, backstabbing assistant I've met in a long time." I'll bet you say that to all the girls." He stroked her cheek gently, then raised her lips to his as another large wave passed by. Water splattered loudly across the tarps. "Does this mean I get to wear your MIT ring?" she murmured. "No, but you can borrow my rock hammer." They kissed again as the ship slowly righted, then went immediately into another heavy roll in the other direction. Suddenly, McFarlane drew back. Over the general muttering and creaking of the hold, over the distant boom of the sea, he heard a new sound, a strange, high-pitched creaking ending in a metallic crack loud as a gunshot, and then another and another. He glanced quickly at Rachel. She looked back, her eyes wide and luminous. The loud reports ceased, but the echoes still sounded in his ears. They waited in shocked silence. With each fresh roll of the ship, there now arose a chorus of other sounds. The groaning of steel, the creak and crackle of splintering wood, the tearing of rivets and welds. Rolvaag, 3:30 p.m. Britain watched the first tracer shell rise lazily above the racked surface of the sea and then fall away in a twinkle of light. Another one followed, still dropping well short of their position. Lloyd was instantly at the window. "Christ, do you believe this? The son of a bitch is firing at us." "Tracers," said Glynn. "They're getting our range." She saw Lloyd's jaw set in a tight line. "Mr. Howell, hard left rudder," she ordered as another pair of tracer shells arched over the sea, a little closer this time. They watched in silence as more shells came on, creeping ever closer, and then one flashed directly overhead, a streak of light against the dark sky. "We're bracketed," murmured Glynn. "Now they'll open up with live rounds, walking them through our position." Lloyd turned on him. "What are you, a sports announcer? We need a plan, not running commentary. I can't believe this. 300 million, and this is where you've brought us?" Britain spoke, quickly but distinctly. "Silence on the bridge. Mr. Howell, right full rudder. Engines emergency astern." In the crisis, she felt her thoughts begin to stream past with a crystalline clarity. It was almost as if someone else was doing her thinking for her. She glanced at Lloyd, standing there at the center of the bridge windows, his beefy fingers twined like a knot as he looked southward over the ruthless seas. How difficult it must be to realize that money couldn't buy everything, even one's own life. How different he was in the last analysis from the man who stood beside him. Her eyes moved to Glynn. She found herself becoming dependent on his judgment now, in a way she would never have allowed before he had been proven wrong. Proven human, she thought. Beyond the two men lay the storm-tossed sea. As night had fallen, they had darkened the ship in an attempt to elude Vayanar's guns. But a huge southern moon, a day from full, had risen in a crystalline night sky to thwart their hopes. To Britain it almost looked as if it was smiling mockingly at them. A Pantanera was a strange form of weather. It usually ended in a clear night of maddening, murderous wind. In the moonlight, the moiling surface of the ocean had a ghastly luminescence. The surreal ocean continued to launch a procession of gigantic breakers past them, looming above the ship, periodically throwing it into darkness deeper than night, subsiding in huge roars as the ship broke out once again into the moonlight, the tumbling white water, and the banshee winds. An abrupt report, faint but audible above the storm, shook the bridge windows. Others followed in measured cadence. Britain saw a row of geysers climbing down the face of a wave to the north, one after another, heading toward the Rolvaag along the line of its former course. The great ship's head labored and wallowed in the seas. "Turn, you bitch," she thought. Suddenly, the ship bucked and shuddered. A great billow of ugly yellow smoke shot from the bow, hot metal winding upward, trailing streamers. A thunderous report immediately followed. One of the king posts jerked into the air, twisting as it fell back, the guy wires whiplashing across the deck. Then the geysers were erupting ahead of them, and turning wide as the fire passed their position. There was a deathly moment of stasis. Britain was the first to recover. She raised her glasses and examined the bow area. It appeared that at least one shell had ripped through the forecastle. The great ship rose on the next wave. In the bright moonlight she could see water running into the exposed chain locker and out a ragged hole well above the waterline. "General alarm," she said. "Mr. Howell, send a damage control team forward. Assemble a fire team with AFFF foam and an explosimeter. And I want a lifeline rigged up along the main deck, bow to stern." "Aye, aye, ma'am." Almost involuntarily she glanced at Glynn. "Cut the engines," he murmured. "Veer away from the wind. Cut ECM. Pretend we're crippled. That will stop his firing for now. Give it just 5 minutes, then we'll run again. That will force him to repeat his range-finding. We must make those ice islands." She watched him step away to confer with his operative in low tones. "Mr. Howell," she said, "all engines stop. Left 30-degree rudder." The ship continued forward under its immense inertia, slowly turning. She looked at Lloyd. His face had gone gray, as if the firing had shocked him to the core. Perhaps he believed he was about to die. Perhaps he was thinking about what it would be like to be sinking in the cold, black, 2-mile-deep water. She had seen that look before, on other ships in other storms. It was not a pretty sight. She dropped her gaze to the radar. It was getting a lot of sea return, but it cleared every time the Rolvaag rose. They were now 25 miles from the ice limit and the pair of ice islands. The beam sea was slowing down the Chilean ship by as much as a knot, but it was still closing the gap steadily, relentlessly. As she looked out over the boiling seas, she wondered how the destroyer could possibly be surviving. Suddenly the door to the bridge burst open, and there, framed in the doorway, was McFarlane. He took a step forward, Rachel following close behind. "The meteorite," McFarlane said as he struggled for air, his face wild. "What about the meteorite?" Glynn asked sharply. "It's breaking free." Rolvaag, 3:55 p.m. Glynn listened as McFarlane gasped out his story, feeling an unfamiliar and unpleasant sensation of surprise drift over him. But it was with his usual unhurried economy of motion that he turned toward a telephone. "Sickbay. Get Garza on the horn." In a moment Garza's weakened voice came across the line. "Yes." "Glynn here. The meteorite's breaking its welds. Get Stone Cipher and the backup team down there at once. You lead it." "Yes, sir." "There's something else," said McFarlane. He was still struggling for breath. Glynn turned. "The rock reacts to salt. Salt, not touch. That's what sets it off, what killed Garza's team. Rachel and I strapped tarps over the web, but whatever you do, for God's sake, keep salt water off it. And it's still throwing off a lot of radio noise. Radio communication will be spotty, at least for an hour or so." Glynn took this in, then raised the phone and spoke again to Garza. As he was finishing, he heard a fumbling sound on the other end, followed by the nasal, angry voice of Bramble. "What's this devilment? I forbid this man leaving sick bay. He has head trauma, concussion, a hyperextended wrist, and—" "No more talk, Dr. Bramble. I must have Garza's expertise at whatever cost." "Mr. Glynn, the life of the ship depends on it." He lowered the phone and looked at Britain. Is there any way to reduce the ship's list in these waves? Britain shook her head.
In seas this heavy, ballast shifting would only make the ship more unstable.
The Rolvaag continued driving southward, the raging sea alternately burying its main deck in the water, then forcing it skyward, water thundering out the scuppers. 2 of the containers had torn free and washed overboard, and several others were now shifting in their lashings.
"What the hell were those explosions?" McFarlane asked Glynn.
"We were fired on by the Chilean ship." He looked first at McFarlane and then at Amira. "Do you have any idea why salt affects the meteorite?"
"It doesn't seem like a chemical reaction," McFarlane said.
"None of the meteorite was consumed in the explosions, and there sure as hell wasn't enough salt to generate that kind of energy." Glynn looked at Amira.
"It was too big an explosion to be either a chemical or catalytic reaction," she said.
"What other kind of reaction is there? Nuclear?"
"That's one unlikely possibility.
But I think we're not looking at this problem from the right perspective." Glynn had seen this before. Amira's mind had a tendency to jump out of everyone else's groove. What resulted was either genius or idiocy. It was one of the reasons he had hired her, and even at this extremity he knew better than to ignore it. "How so?" he asked.
"It's just a feeling. We keep trying to understand it from our point of view, thinking of it as a meteorite. What we need to do is look at it from its point of view. Salt is important to it somehow. Something either dangerous or necessary."
Howell's voice filled the resulting silence. "Captain, more ranging shots being fired from the Ramirez." The chief mate hunched over the Doppler radar. There was a long moment of silence, and he looked up, a grin on his face.
"A snow squall just cut us off from the Ramirez. The bastards can't see us, Captain. They're running blind." "Come right. Steady on 190, said Britain.
Glynn moved to the GPS chart, staring at its arrangement of green dots. The chess game was drawing to a close. The board was cleared of all but a few pieces. Their fate had been reduced to a combination of 4 factors: 2 ships, the storm, the ice. He examined them intently for 30 minutes, the positions of the 2 ships changing ever so slightly, his mind intensely concentrated. He closed his eyes, retaining the image of the green dots in his mind. In that simplicity lay a deadly lack of options. Like a chess master, he had played out in his mind each possible sequence of moves. All but one led to 100% probability of failure, and the probability of success on the last option remained exceedingly low. For this last play to succeed, everything would have to happen perfectly, and on top of that, they would need luck. Glynn hated luck. A strategy that required luck was often fatal. And now, that which he hated, he needed most of all. He opened his eyes, focusing immediately on the chart. The green dot representing the Rolvaag was now 30 minutes from the ice limit, and a few minutes more from the 2 gigantic ice islands. Glynn's radio chirped, and he snapped it on.
"Garza here,"
came the weakened voice over a wash of static.
"In the tank. There's a lot of radio interference. Don't know how long we can talk."
"Go on."
"There are welds failing with each roll of the ship."
"Cause?"
"The meteorite's discharge snapped some critical points on the web and weakened others. Also, Rochefort designed the cradle for a maximum 35-degree roll. We're still 10 degrees below the limit."
For a moment, the radio cut out.
"But of course the meteorite is 250% heavier than Rochefort initially anticipated. We might be a bit short on the engineering."
"How short?"
"Hard to say without—"
The radio cut out a second time.
"Still, a certain amount of over-engineering was built into the design, even beyond double overage. Stonecipher thinks we might be able to go a long way like this. On the other hand, if some key points go, the rest could fail quickly. I don't like these words, might and could. It's impossible to be more precise.
So how quickly is quickly?
We'd have 5, 10 minutes, maybe more.
And then?
The meteorite will shift. Even a few inches might be fatal, cause hull failure.
Reinforce those critical point welds. There was a crackling pause. Glynn knew what Garza was thinking about. What happened the last time they welded the cradle.
Yes, sir,
Garza said finally. And keep the salt water off it. The only answer was another buzz of static. The great ship Rolvaag drove southward, ever southward. Rolvaag, 5 p.m. At the rear of the bridge was an observation alcove, a small area sandwiched between the radio room and the chart room. Except for the tall expanse of windows, it was devoid of furniture or decoration. At the windows stood Glynn, binoculars to his eyes, looking aft between the stacks. The snow squall, a wavering gray line to the north, was passing. It had given them 60 minutes. They needed another 20. But as the bright moonlight once again lay a carpet of illumination across the raging seas, it became clear that they were not going to get it. As if on cue, the Ramirez came blowing out of the distant curtain of snow. It was shockingly close now, no more than 4 miles away, lights ablaze. Its bow rose and fell in the violent sea, and he thought he could even see the forward guns trained on them, etched against the night sky behind. The Rolvaag would be as clear to them as the Ramirez was to him. There was a sudden murmur on the bridge, followed by an unbearably tense silence. Vayanar was wasting no time. The forward guns quickly adjusted their elevation. Even worse, with another gun the Ramirez began firing a string of white phosphorus Willie Peters, which popped on and drifted slowly down, brilliantly lighting up the Rolvaag and the sea around it. Vayanar was methodical, not rushed. He was being careful. He knew he had them. Glynn glanced at his gold pocket watch. At 4 miles, the Ramirez would just fire away, not bothering to get their range. The Rolvaag was 20 minutes from the ice islands. They would need 20 minutes of luck. "Crossing the ice limit, ma'am," said Howell to Britton. Glynn glanced down to the sea. Even in the moonlight he could easily make out the abrupt color change in the water, from a deep green to a clear, almost bluish black. He came to the front of the bridge now, searching the southern horizon with his binoculars. He could see thin patches of brash ice lifting and falling, and as the ship rose, he caught a striking glimpse of the ice islands, 2 low, flat lines of turquoise. He raised his binoculars and examined them more closely. The one to the east was huge, perhaps 20 miles long. The one to the west, about 5. They rode steady in the water, vast, still mesas above the changeable sea, so large that even this violent sea could not raise and lower them. There was a gap between the islands of perhaps 1,000 yards. "No sign of fog," said Britton, coming up beside him with her own binoculars. As Glynn continued gazing southward, a terrible feeling, perhaps the most terrible he had ever felt, constricted his solar plexus. The ice limit had not brought them cover. If anything, the sky to the south was clearer. The brilliant moonlight, silvering the enormous waves, was like a searchlight across the sea. The Willie Peters, slowly dropping about them, made the landscape as bright as day. There was no place to hide. They were completely vulnerable. It was intolerable, an exquisite pain unique in Glynn's experience. With supreme self-mastery, He once again raised the binoculars and examined the islands. The Ramirez was not firing, taking her time, sure now of the kill. Minutes passed as his mind traveled back down all the dead avenues it had explored before. Again and again his mind probed farther, deeper down the branches of possibility, trying to reach another solution to their problem. But there were no others. Just the one far-fetched plan. The silence stretched on. A shell came screaming down past the superstructure, sending up a delicate plume of spray. And another, closing on their position. He quickly turned to Britain. "Captain," he murmured, "pass between the two islands, staying close to the larger island. Understand me now, as close as you possibly can. Then bring the ship into its lee, and heave to." Britain had not dropped her binoculars. "That's going to turn us into a sitting duck as soon as he comes around the island. This is not a viable plan, Eli." "It's our only chance," he answered. "Trust me." A geyser erupted off their port side, and another, the shells once again walking through their position. There was no time to turn, no point in evasive action. Glynn braced himself. Tall columns of water shot up around them, moving closer. There was a brief lull, pregnant and terrible, and then a terrific explosion jerked Glynn from his feet and threw him to the deck. Some of the bridge windows blew out, scattering jeweled shards across the deck and letting in the howling of the wind. As Glynn lay on the deck, half stunned, he heard, or perhaps felt, a second explosion. And that was when the lights went out. Rolvaag, 5:10 p.m. The firing stopped. Britain, lying amid shards of plexiglass, instinctively listened for the engines. They were still running, but the vibration was different. Different and ominous. She rose shakily as the orange emergency lights snapped on. The ship rolled with the terrifying sea, and now the roar of the wind and waves, blasting through the broken windows, filled her ears, along with stinging sheets of salt spray and gusts of sub-zero air. The storm was now inside the bridge. She staggered over the main console, which was covered with blinking lights, shaking chips of plastic out of her hair. She found her voice. "Status, Mr. Howell." He was also on his feet, punching buttons on the console, speaking into the phone. "Losing power to the port turbine. 10 degrees left rudder." 10 degrees left rudder, aye, ma'am." Howell spoke briefly into the intercom. "Captain, it looks like we received 2 hits on C deck. One in 6 starboard, the other in the vicinity of the engine room. Get damage control on it. I need damage assessment and casualty count, and I need them now. Mr. Warner, start the bilge pumps." "Start the bilge pumps, aye, ma'am." Another gust of wind blasted through the bridge, bringing with it another sheet of spray. As the temperature on the bridge dropped, the spray was starting to freeze on the deck and consoles. But Britain hardly felt the cold. Lloyd approached, shrugging glass from his clothes. A nasty cut across his forehead was bleeding profusely. "Mr. Lloyd, report to sickbay," Britain began automatically. "Don't be ridiculous," he said impatiently, wiping the blood off his brow and flinging it to one side. "I'm here to help." The blast seemed to have shocked him back to life. "Then you can get us all foul weather gear," Britain said, gesturing toward a storage locker at the rear of the bridge. A radio crackled, and Howell answered. "Waiting on the casualty list, ma'am. Damage control reports fire in the engine room. It was a direct hit." "Can it be contained with portable extinguishers?" "Negative. It's spreading too fast." "Use the fixed CO2 system. And I want water fog on the exterior bulkheads." She glanced over at Glynn. He had been speaking urgently to his operative at the EES console. The man stood and vanished from the bridge. "Mr. Glynn, I need a report from the hold, please," she said. He turned to Howell. "Patch Garza through." A minute later, the overhead speaker crackled.
"Jesus, what the hell's going on?" Garza asked.
"We've received 2 more hits. What's your status?"
"Those explosions came on a roll. They broke additional welds. We're working as fast as we can, but the meteorite—"
"Keep on it, Manuel. Smartly." Lloyd returned from the locker and began distributing gear to the bridge crew. Britton accepted hers, pulled it on, and looked forward. The ice islands now loomed up, faintly blue in the moonlight, barely 2 miles distant, rearing 200 feet or more out of the water, the surf tearing and ripping at their bases.
"Mr. Howell, what is the position of the enemy ship?"
"Just at 3 miles enclosing. They're firing again." There was another explosion off the port beam, a geyser of water that rose only to immediately bend almost horizontal under the force of the Panteonero. Now Britton could hear the distant reports of the guns themselves, strangely disconnected from the nearby explosions. There was another crash, a shudder, and she flinched as white-hot metal screamed up past the bridge windows. "Glancing shot main deck," Howell said. He looked over at her. "The fire's being contained, but damage to both turbines was severe. The explosion knocked out the high and low-pressure turbines. We're losing power fast." She dropped her eyes and watched as the digital readout blinked the ship's speed back at them. It dropped to 14 knots, then 13. With the drop in speed, the motion of the ship became worse. Britton could feel the storm taking over, clutching her ship in its anarchistic grip. 10 knots. The bigger waves were shoving it hard, sideways, up, down, in a weird and sickening ballet. Never had she believed a ship this big could be so bullied by the sea. She focused on the console. The engine warning lights were on. They didn't tell her anything she didn't already know. Beneath her feet she felt the distant thrum of the wrecked engines, strained, stuttering, intermittent. And then the lights flickered again as the power failed and the backup systems engaged. No one spoke as the great vessel plowed through the seas. Its great inertia continued to carry it forward, but every breaking wave robbed another knot or 2 from its forward motion. Ramirez gained on them ever more quickly. Britton looked around at her officers on the bridge. Every one of them looked back with pale, steady faces. The chase was over. Lloyd broke the silence. Blood from his wounded forehead trickled into his right eye, and he blinked it away absently. "I guess this is it," he said. Britton nodded. Lloyd turned to McFarlane. "You know, Sam, I wish I was down in the hold right now. I'd kind of like to say goodbye to it. I suppose that sounds crazy. Does that sound crazy to you?" "No," he replied. "No, it doesn't." Out of the corner of her eye, Britton saw Glynn turn toward them at these words, but the man remained silent as the dark shadows of the ice islands slipped ever closer. Almirante Ramirez, 5:15 p.m. "Cease firing," Vayanar said to the tactical action officer. He raised his binoculars and examined the wounded ship. Plumes of black smoke, thick and low, were pouring from the stern of the tanker and barreling across the moonlit seas. At least 2 confirmed hits, including what looked like a shell directly into the engine room and extensive damage to their communications masts. It was brilliant shooting in seas such as this, enough to leave the ship dead in the water exactly as he had hoped. He could already see they were losing headway. Really losing headway. This time, there was no feint. The American ship was still aiming for the ice islands. They would prove a pathetic, temporary shelter from his guns. But the female captain had shown great courage. She would not surrender her ship until all courses of action had been tried. He could understand such a captain. Hiding behind the island was a noble, if futile, gesture. And, of course, for them there would be no surrender. Only death. He glanced at his watch. In 20 minutes he would pull through the gap and draw up to the Rolvaag. The slack water in the lee of the ice islands would give him a steady platform for precise firing. He began to visualize the kill. There could be no error, no possibility of reversal. He would position the Ramirez at least a mile away to prevent more underwater excursions. He would illuminate the entire area with phosphorus flares. There would be no haste. The operation would be executed with care. But he wouldn't tease it out, make things unduly slow. He was no sadist, and the female captain in particular deserved a respectful death. It would be best to hull her aft, he decided, at the waterline, so she would go down by the stern. It was most important that none escaped to provide an eyewitness account of what happened here. He would turn the 40mm guns on the first lifeboats. That would keep the rest on board until the end. As the ship went down, the survivors would crowd into the forecastle, where he could better see them. He wanted most particularly to make sure the smooth one, the lying cabron, would die. This man was behind everything. If anyone had ordered his son executed, it was him. The tanker, now slowed to 5 knots, was drawing between the ice islands, passing close to the larger one. Very close, in fact. Perhaps the rudder was damaged. The islands were so tall, so sheer, that the tanker appeared to be slipping into some monstrous hangar of gleaming azure. As the Rolvaag disappeared from view between them, he saw the ship begin a turn to port. That would take it behind the larger of the 2 islands and into its lee, temporarily out of the reach of his guns. It was a sad, hopeless effort. "Sonar," he called out, dropping the binoculars at last. "Clear, sir." That was it. There was no unexpected underwater ice. It was a clean drop from the top to the root of the ice island. Time to finish the job. Steady through the gap. Follow their course. He turned to the tactical action officer. "Await my orders to engage with the guns." "Aye, sir." Vayanar swiveled back to the windows, raising the binoculars once again. Rolvaag, 5:20 p.m. The Rolvaag passed between the ice islands, gliding into a tranquil, twilit world. The wind dropped, no longer gusting through the broken windows into the bridge. Suddenly the ship was released from the evil grip of the storm. Britain found the sudden silence in the midst of the storm unsettling. She stared up at the cliffs that rose up on either side, sheer as if cleaved with an axe. Below, at the waterline, the pounding surf on the windward side had formed an undercut of fantastic-looking caves. In the moonlight, the ice shone a pure, rich blue so deep she thought it one of the most beautiful things she had ever seen. Funny, she thought, how the nearness of death could heighten one's sense of beauty. Glynn, who had disappeared onto the port bridge wing, now returned, closing the door carefully behind him. He approached her, wiping flecks of spray from his shoulders. "Steady as she goes," he said quietly. "Keep the tanker's head at this angle." She did not bother relaying the useless and cryptic direction to Howell. The ship had lost even more headway, making a 90-degree turn behind the ice island. Now they were gliding parallel to the ice at about a knot, still slowing. Once they stopped, they'd never start again. She glanced at his profile, at the unreadable face. She almost asked whether he really thought they were going to successfully hide their almost quarter-mile ship from the destroyer. But she kept silent. Glynn had made a supreme effort. There was nothing more he could do. In a few minutes, the Ramirez would round the ice island, and that would be it. She tried not to think of her daughter. That was going to be hardest of all, letting go of her daughter. In the lee of the island, everything seemed strangely quiet. There was a terrible silence on the bridge. There were no longer any orders to give or receive. The wind was gone, and the swell warping around the island was smooth and low. The wall of ice was only a quarter-mile distant. Here and there long fissures ran down from its top, deep runnels worn by ice melt and rain. She could see small waterfalls feathering into the moonlit sea, and hear the distant cracking and pinging of the ice. Beyond that came a distant, keening sound of wind, raking the top of the ice island. It was an ethereal, otherworldly place. She watched an iceberg, recently calved off the island, drift away to the west. She wanted to be there when it slowly melted and disappeared into the sea. She wanted to be anywhere but here. "It isn't over, Sally," Glynn said quietly, so that only she could hear. He was regarding her intently. "Yes, it is. The destroyer killed all our power. You'll see your daughter again." "Please, don't say that." She brushed away a tear. To her surprise, Glynn took her hand. "If we get through this," he began, with a hesitation foreign to him, "I would like to see you again." "May I do that?" "I would like to learn more about poetry. Perhaps you could teach me." "Please, Eli. It's easier if we don't talk." She gave his hand a gentle pressure. And then she saw the prow of the Ramirez nosing past the ice. It was less than 2 miles away, slinking close to the blue wall of the ice island, following their own wake, approaching like a shark closing on its disabled prey. The gun turrets were tracking them with a cool deliberation. As Britain stared out the rearward bridge windows at those guns, waiting for the final deadly fire to erupt from their barrels, time slowed. The space between her heartbeats seemed to grow longer. She took in the scene around her. Lloyd, McFarlane, Howell, the watch officers, silently waiting. Waiting for death in the dark, cold water. There was a popping sound from the destroyer, and an array of Willie Peters soared into the air, exploding into a crooked line of brilliance. Britain shielded her eyes as the surface of the water, the deck of the tanker, the wall of the ice island shed their colors under the terrible illumination. As the worst of the brightness eased, she squinted out the windows once again. The guns on the Ramirez lowered their elevation, pointing at them until all that could be seen were the black holes of the muzzles. The ship was now halfway through the gap and slowing fast. The shooting would be almost point blank. An explosion cracked through the air, echoing and reverberating between the islands. Britain jerked back instinctively and felt Glynn's hand bear down on hers. This was it, then. She murmured a silent prayer for her daughter, and for death to be merciful and quick. But no burst of flame had come from the destroyer's guns. Britain's eyes scanned the scene in confusion. She saw movement far above. At the top of the ice cliff above the Ramirez, splinters and chunks of ice were spinning lazily into the air, rising above 4 drifting puffs of smoke. The echoes died, and for a moment the stillness returned. And then the ice island seemed to shift. The face of the cliff above the Ramirez began to slip, and the blue fissure opened between it and the rest of the island, rapidly widening. Now Britain could see that a gigantic piece of ice, nearly 200 feet high, was peeling away. The great plate of ice separated from the cliff and began to descend, breaking into several pieces as it did so, in a kind of slow, majestic ballet. As it merged with the sea, a wall of water began to rise. Black at first, then green and white. Higher and higher the water rose, propelled by the great plunging mass of the ice, and then the sound began to reach her, a mingled cacophony of noise that grew steadily in volume. And still the wave mounted, so precipitous it began breaking over itself even as it formed, climbing, breaking, climbing again. The vast block of ice disappeared, driven below the surface by its own momentum, and the steep-walled wave broke free and headed broadside for the Ramirez. There was a roar from its steam turbines as the destroyer tried to maneuver, but in an instant the wave was upon it. The destroyer yawed, rose and rose still farther, heeling, the rust red of its bow plates exposed. For a sickening moment it seemed to pause, slanting far to starboard, its two masts almost horizontal to the sea as the crest of the monstrous wave foamed over it. Seconds ticked by as the ship hovered there, clinging to the wave, poised between righting itself and foundering. Britain felt her heart pounding violently in her chest. Then the ship wavered and began to come upright, water shedding from its deck. It didn't work, she thought. God, it didn't work. The righting movement slowed. The ship paused again, and then it sagged back into the water. There was a sigh of air from the superstructure. Jets of spray shot in all directions, and the destroyer turned over, its slimy keel rolling heavily toward the sky. There was another, louder sigh, a moiling of water and foam and bubbling air around the hull, and then, with hardly a swirl, it disappeared into the icy deep. There was a second brief explosion of bubbles, and then those too disappeared, leaving behind black water. It had taken less than 90 seconds. Britain saw the freakish wave race toward them, spreading and attenuating as it did so. "Hang on," murmured Glynn. Positioned lengthwise to the wave, the tanker rose sharply, heeled, then came easily to rest. Britain disengaged her hand from Glynn's and raised her binoculars, feeling the cold rubber against the sockets of her eyes. She could hardly comprehend that the destroyer was gone. Not a man, not a life raft, not even a cushion or bottle appeared on the surface. The Almirante Ramirez had disappeared without a trace. Glynn's eyes were on the island, and she followed his gaze. There, at the edge of the ice plateau, were 4 dark specks. Men in dry suits, crossing their arms over their heads, fists together. One by one the flares dropped into the sea, each with a faint hiss. Darkness returned. Glynn raised his radio. "Up accomplished," he said quietly. "Prepare to receive the launch." Rolvaag, 5:40 p.m. Palmer Lloyd found himself momentarily unable to speak. He had been so certain of impending death that to stand here on the bridge, drawing breath, seemed a miracle. When he finally found his voice, he turned to Glynn. "Why didn't you tell me?" The chance of success was too slim. I myself did not believe it would succeed. His lips twitched briefly in an ironic smile. It required luck. In a sudden physical display of emotion, Lloyd leapt forward, wrapping Glynn in a bear hug. "Christ," he said, "I feel like a condemned man getting a reprieve. Eli, is there anything you can't do?" He found himself crying. He didn't care. "It's not over yet." Lloyd simply grinned at the man's false modesty. Britain turned to Howell. "Are we taking in water?" "Nothing that the bilge pumps can't handle, Captain, as long as we have auxiliary power." "And how long is that?" by shutting down all but essential systems, with the emergency diesel more than 25 hours. Splendid, Lloyd said. We're in fine shape. We'll repair the engines and be on our way. He beamed at Glynn and then Britton, and then faltered a little. He wondered why they looked so grim. Is there a problem? We're DIW, Mr. Lloyd, said Britton. The current's moving us back into the storm. DIW. Dead in the water. We've weathered it so far. It can't get any worse than this. Can it? No one answered his question. Britton spoke to Howell. Give me status on our communications. All long-range and satellite communications down. Issue an SOS. Raise South Georgia on the emergency channel 16. Lloyd felt a sudden chill. What's this about an SOS? Again, no one answered. Britton said, Mr. Howell, what is the status on engine damage? After a moment, Howell reported back. Both turbines beyond repair, ma'am. Prepare for possible evacuation of the ship. Lloyd could hardly believe what he was hearing. Just what the hell are you talking about? Is the ship sinking? Britton turned a pair of cool green eyes on him. That's my meteorite down there. I'm not leaving this ship. Nobody's leaving the ship, Mr. Lloyd. We'll only abandon ship as a last resort. Putting lifeboats out into this storm would probably be suicide anyway. For God's sake, then, let's not overreact. We can weather the storm and get a tow to the Falklands. Things aren't that bad. We have no steerage, no headway. Once we drift back into that storm, we'll have 80-knot winds, 100-foot sea, and a 6-knot current all pushing us in one direction, toward the Bransfield Strait. That's Antarctica, Mr. Lloyd. Things are that bad. Lloyd felt stunned. Already he could feel a swell rolling the ship. A gust of air came into the bridge. Listen to me, he said in a low voice. I don't care what you have to do, or how you do it, but don't you lose my meteorite. Is that understood? Britton gave him a steadily hostile look. Mr. Lloyd, right now I couldn't give a shit about your meteorite. My sole concern is my ship and crew. Is that understood? Lloyd turned to Glynn, looking for support. But Glynn had remained perfectly silent and still, his face its usual mask. When can we get a tow? Most of our electronics are down, but we're trying to raise South Georgia. It all depends on the storm. Lloyd broke away impatiently and turned to Glynn. What's happening in the holding tank? Garza is reinforcing the web with fresh welds. And how long will that take? Glynn did not answer. He did not need to, because now Lloyd could feel it too. The motion of the ship was growing worse. Ghastly, slow rolls that took forever to complete, and at the top of each roll the Rolvaag cried in pain. A deep groaning that was half sound and half vibration. It was the dead hand of the meteorite. Rolvaag, 5:45 p.m. Howell emerged from the radio room and spoke to Britton. We've got South Georgia, ma'am, he said. Very good. Put them on voice, please. The bridge intercom came to life. South Georgia to tanker Rolvaag, acknowledged. The voice was tinny and faint, and Britton could recognize a home county's accent barely recognizable through the static. She picked up a transmitter and opened the channel. South Georgia, this is an emergency. We are severely damaged, without propulsion. Repeat, without propulsion. We're drifting south-southeastward at a rate of 9 knots. Acknowledged, Rolvaag. State your position. Our position is 61 degrees, 15 minutes, 12 seconds south, 60 degrees, 5 minutes, 33 seconds west. Advise as to your cargo, in ballast or oil. Glynn glanced up at her, a sharp look. Britton closed the channel. From this point on, Glynn said, we begin telling the truth. Our truth. Britton turned back to the transmitter. South Georgia, we are converted to an ore carrier. We are fully loaded with, a meteorite, mined on the Cape Horn Islands. There was another silence. Did not copy, Rolvaag. Did you say meteorite? Affirmative. Our cargo is a 25,000-ton meteorite. A meteorite of 25,000 tons, the voice repeated impassively. Rolvaag, please advise as to your intended destination. Britton knew this was a subtle way of asking, what the hell are you doing down here? We're headed for Port Elizabeth, New Jersey. There was another silence. Britton waited, wincing inwardly. Any knowledgeable mariner would know there was something very wrong with this story. Here they were, 200 miles off the Bransfield Straits, well into a major storm. And yet this was their first distress call. Rolvaag, may I ask if you have the latest weather report? Yes, we do. But she knew he would give it to her anyway. Winds increasing to 100 knots by midnight, seas topping 40 meters, all of Drake Passage under a Force 15 storm warning. It's almost Force 13 now, she replied. Understood. Please describe the nature of your damage. Make it good, Glynn murmured. South Georgia. We were attacked without warning by a Chilean warship in international waters. Shells struck our engine room, forecastle, and main deck. We have lost headway and steerage. We are DIW. Repeat, Delta India Whiskey. Good Lord. Are you still under attack? The destroyer struck an iceberg and sank 30 minutes ago. This is extraordinary. Why? This was not a proper question to ask during an emergency distress call. But again, this was a most unusual emergency. We have no idea why. The Chilean captain seems to have been acting alone, without orders. Did you identify the warship? The Almirante Ramirez, Emiliano Vallanar, C.O. Are you taking in water? Nothing our bilge pumps can't handle. Are you in imminent danger? Yes. Our cargo could shift at any moment, and the ship might founder. Rolvaag, please stand by. There was a 60-second silence. Rolvaag, we fully appreciate your situation. We have SAR assets standing by here and at the Falklands. But we cannot, I repeat, we cannot undertake a search and rescue until the storm abates to Force 10 or less. Do you have satellite communications? No. Most of our electronics are down. We will advise your government of your status. Is there anything else we can do? Just a tow, as soon as possible, before we end up on the Bransfield Reefs. There was a whisper of static. Then the voice returned. Good luck, Rolvaag. God bless. Thank you, South Georgia. Britton replaced the transmitter, leaned on the console, and stared out into the night. Rolvaag, 6:40 p.m. As the Rolvaag drifted out of the lee of the ice island, the wind caught it and shoved it brutally back into the storm. The wind gathered force, and in moments they were soaked again with freezing spray. Sally Britton could feel that the ship, with no headway left, was completely at the mercy of the storm. It was a repulsive, helpless feeling. The storm began to strengthen with a clockwork regularity. Britain watched it build, minute by minute, until it reached an intensity she barely believed possible. The moon had fallen behind thick clouds, and nothing could be seen beyond the bridge. The storm was there, inside the bridge, all around them, in the lashings of spray, in the bits of razor-sharp ice whipping through, in the smell of death at sea crowding in. But it was the sound that unnerved her most, a continuous dull roar that seemed to come from all directions at once. The temperature on the bridge was 19 degrees Fahrenheit, and she could feel ice building in her hair. She continued to receive regular reports of their status, but found herself issuing few orders. Without power or steerage, there was little she could do but wait. The feeling of helplessness was nigh unbearable. Based on the motion of the ship, she estimated significant wave heights at well over 100 feet, and they were moving as powerfully as a freight train. These were the waves that circled the globe, pushed by the winds, never hitting shore, building, ever building. These were the waves of the screaming 60s, the biggest seas on Earth. Only the sheer size of the Rolvaag was saving it now. As the ship rose on each wave, the winds climbed to a gibbering wail. At the peak of the wave, the whole superstructure would vibrate and hum, as if the winds were attempting to decapitate the ship. Then there would be a shudder, and the ship would heal, slowly, achingly. The wave-by-wave battle was recorded by the inclinometer. 10, 20, 25 degrees. As the angle became critical, all eyes stared at this normally insignificant instrument. Then the crest of the wave would pass, and Britain would wait for the ship to recover. The most terrible moment of all. But each time the ship did recover, first imperceptibly, then more quickly, gradually riding into an equally unnerving overcorrection, as its great inertia caused it to lean momentarily against the wave. It would slide into the next trough, shielded by the surrounding mountains of water, into an eerie stillness almost more frightening than the storm above. The process would repeat again and again, in an endless, cruel cadence. Throughout all this, there was nothing she, or any of them, could do. Britain turned on the forward superstructure spotlights to check the Rolvaag's main deck. Most of the containers and several davits had been torn from their moorings and swept overboard, but the mechanical door and the tank hatches were solid. The vessel was still taking in water from the shell hole near the king posts, but the bilge pumps were compensating. The Rolvaag was a well-built, seaworthy vessel. It would be weathering the storm nicely, were it not for the monstrous weight in her belly. By 7 the storm had reached force 15, with gusts up to 100 knots. When the ship topped a wave, the force of the wind coming through the bridge threatened to suck them out into the darkness. No storm could keep up this kind of violence for long. Soon, Britain hoped it would begin to break. It had to. She kept checking the surface scopes irrationally, looking for a contact that might indicate a rescue. But they were streaked with grass, giving mostly sea return. At the crest of each wave they cleared long enough to show a growler field, small bergs, about 8 miles ahead. Between the ship and the growler field lay a single ice island, smaller than those they had passed, but several miles long nevertheless. As the ship was pushed deeper into the ice, the waves would mitigate. But of course, then there would be more ice to deal with. The GPS at least was steady and clear. They were about 150 miles northwest of the South Shetland Islands, an uninhabited row of fang-like mountains sticking up from the Antarctic seas, surrounded by reefs and ripping currents. Beyond lay the Bransfield Strait, and beyond that, pack ice and the brutal coast of Antarctica. As they drew closer to the coast, the seas would drop, but the currents would get worse. 150 miles. If South Georgia could launch a rescue at 6 a.m., it all depended on that thing down in the hold. She thought of asking Glynn for a progress report, but then she realized she did not want a report. Glynn had been as silent as she, and she wondered just what was going through his mind. She at least could read the movement of the ship. For the others it must be simple, sheer terror. The ship rolled, a frightening roll. But as the roll approached the apex, she felt an odd hitch, a catch to it. At the same time, Glynn raised his radio to his ear, listening intently. He saw her look. "It's Garza," he said. "I can't hear him over the storm." She turned to Howell. "Patch him through. Maximum gain." Suddenly Garza's voice boomed through the bridge. "Eli!" he was calling. The amplification gave the panic in his voice a ragged, desperate edge. In the background, Britain could hear the groan and screech of tortured metal. "Here." "We're losing the primary crosspieces." "Stick with it." Britain wondered at Glynn's calm, steady voice. The ship began to heal again. "Eli, the whole thing's unraveling faster than we can keep up with." The ship heeled farther, and another scream of metal drowned out Garza's voice. "Manuel," said Glynn, "Rochefort knew what he was doing when he designed that web. It's much stronger than you think. Take it one step at a time." Still the ship slanted. "Eli, the rock, it's moving. I can't—" The radio went dead. The ship paused, shuddered throughout its frame, then slowly began to right itself. Britain felt that little hitch again, like a pause, almost as if the ship had caught on something for a moment. Glynn kept his eyes to the speaker. After a moment it crackled once again. Garza's voice came back on. "Eli, are you there?" "Yes." "I think the thing shifted slightly, but it came back into place." Glynn almost smiled. "Manuel, do you see how you're overreacting? Don't panic. Focus on the critical points and let the others go. Triage the situation. There's a tremendous amount of redundancy built into that web. Double overage. Remember that." "Yes, sir." The ship began another roll, a slow, screeching, agonizing motion. Again she felt the pause, and then she felt something new, different in the motion. Something ugly. Britain looked at Glynn, then at Lloyd. She could see that they hadn't noticed. When the meteorite had moved, she could feel how it affected the entire ship. The massive Rolvaag had almost pivoted on the crest of that last wave. She wondered if it was her imagination. She waited while the ship sank down into the unnatural peace of the trough, then began to rise again. She turned on the main deck lights and sea lights. She wanted to see the conformation of the ship on the water. It was rising, shuddering as if to shake off its burden, the heavy black water surging off its sides and out the scuppers. As they came up, the thing in the hold began to groan again. Slowly the ship reared up the long face of the wave, shivering as it rose into the wind. The bow broke through the topmost comb of water, and the groaning became a shriek of protesting metal and timber, echoing through the bones of the ship. There it was. The Rolvaag made that same ugly motion at the top, a yaw that almost became a pivot, then a lying back down in the water. There was a hesitation before it recovered, and that was the worst of all. Once, on a terrible storm off the Grand Banks, she had seen a ship break its back. The hull had come apart with a horrific noise. Black water had boiled in, instantly flooding the ship's deepest compartments. Nobody had a chance to get off. All were sucked down into the deep. It was a sight that still disturbed her sleep to this day. She glanced at Howell. He had noticed the slow recovery, too. He was staring at her, frame rigid, round eyes white in a deathly pale face. She had never seen him so frightened. "Captain," he began, his voice breaking. She gestured him silent. She knew what he was going to say. It was her duty to say it. She glanced at Glynn. His face remained strangely confident and serene. She had to look away. For all his knowledge, the man did not know the feel of a ship. The Rolvaag was on the verge of breaking up. They began to subside into another trough, the wind abruptly dropping to zero. She took the opportunity to look around the bridge. Lloyd, McFarlane, Amira, Glynn, Howell, Banks, the other officers of the watch, all silent, all watching her, all waiting for her to do something, to keep them alive. "Mr. Lloyd," she said. "Yes." He stepped over, eager to help. This was going to be hard. A hideous shudder rattled the consoles and windows as the ship took a major cross-swell. When the sound eased as the ship slipped back down, Britain could breathe again. "Mr. Lloyd," she said again, "the meteorite must go." Rolvaag, 7 p.m. On these words, McFarlane felt a queer feeling in his gut. A galvanic charge seemed to spread through his body. Never. It was impossible. He tried to shake off the seasickness and fear of the last harrowing minutes. "Absolutely not," he heard Lloyd say. The words were quiet, barely audible over the roar of the sea. Nevertheless, they carried a tremendous force of conviction. A hush fell on the bridge as the ship went deeper into the preternatural calm of the trough. "I am the captain of this ship," Britain said quietly. "The lives of my crew depend on it. Mr. Glynn, I order you to trigger the dead man's switch. I order it." After the briefest of hesitations, Glynn turned toward the EES console. "No!" screamed Lloyd, seizing Glynn's arm in a powerful grip. "You touch that computer and I'll kill you with my bare hands." With a short, sharp motion, Glynn twisted out of the grip, throwing Lloyd off balance. The big man stumbled, then drew himself up, panting. The ship slanted again, and a metallic groan ran through the length of the hull. All movement stopped as everyone clung to the nearest handhold. "You hear that, Mr. Lloyd?" Britain cried over the sound of protesting metal. "That son of a bitch down there is killing my ship!" "Glynn, stay away from that keyboard." "The captain has given an order," Howell shouted, his voice high. "No. Only Glynn has the key, and he won't do it. He can't, not without my permission. Eli, do you hear me? I order you not to initiate the dead man's switch." Lloyd moved suddenly to the EES computer, blocking it with his body. Howell turned. "Security! Seize this man and remove him from the bridge." But Britain held up a hand. "Mr. Lloyd, step away from the computer. Mr. Glynn, execute my command." The vessel had begun to heel still farther, and a terrifying crackle shot through the ship's steel, rising in pitch to a muffled howl of tearing metal, abruptly cut off as they began to write. Lloyd gripped the computer, his eyes wild. "Sam!" he cried, his wild eyes seizing on McFarlane. McFarlane had been watching, dumbstruck, almost paralyzed with conflicting emotions. Terror for his life, desire for the rock and its boundless mysteries. He would rather go down with it than give it up now. Almost. "Sam!" Lloyd was almost pleading now. "You're the scientist here. Tell them about all the research you did, the island of stability, the new element." He was becoming incoherent. "Tell them why it's so important. Tell them why they can't dump the rock." McFarlane felt his throat constrict, and realized for the first time how utterly irresponsible it had been to take the rock to sea. If it sank now, it would drive itself deep into the abyssal mud of the ocean bottom, 2 miles down, never to be seen again. The loss to science would be catastrophic. It was unthinkable. He found his voice. Lloyd's right. It might be the most important scientific discovery ever made. You can't let it go. Britton turned to him. We no longer have a choice. The meteorite is going to the bottom, no matter what we do. So that leaves us with only one question. Are we going to let it take us with it? Rolvaag, 7:10 p.m. McFarlane looked at the faces around him. Lloyd, tense and expectant. Glynn, veiled and unreadable. Rachel, clearly as conflicted as he was. Britton, an expression of utter conviction on her face. It was a haggard group, ice crystallizing in their hair, faces raw and bleeding with the cuts of the flying ice. We can abandon ship instead, Lloyd said, his voice panicky. Hell, let the ship drift without us. It's drifting anyway. Maybe it'll survive on its own. We don't have to jettison the rock. It's close to suicide to launch lifeboats in this sea, Britton replied. It's below zero out there, for God's sake. We can't just drop it, Lloyd continued, desperate now. It would be a crime against science. This is all an overreaction. We've already been through so much. Glynn, for God's sake, tell her she's overreacting. But Glynn said nothing. I know my ship, was all Britton said. Lloyd veered wildly between threats and pleas. Now he turned back to McFarlane. There must be something. Some way, Sam. Tell them again about the value to science, about the irreplaceable. McFarlane looked at Lloyd's face. It was ghastly in the orange emergency lights. He struggled against his own nausea, fear, and cold. They couldn't let it go. He seemed suspended. He thought of Nestor and what it meant to die, and he thought of sinking in the cold, dark, bottomless water. And suddenly he was very, very afraid of death. The fear surged over him, temporarily usurping the intellectual functioning of his brain. Sam! Jesus Christ, tell them! McFarlane tried to speak, but the wind had risen and his words were lost in the howl. What? Lloyd cried. Everyone, listen to Sam! Sam! Let it go, McFarlane said. An incredulous look filled Lloyd's face, and he was temporarily speechless. You heard her, McFarlane said. It's going to the bottom regardless. The fight's over. A feeling of hopelessness swept over him. He felt a warmth at the corners of his eyes and realized it was tears. Such a waste. Such a waste. Abruptly Lloyd turned, abandoning McFarlane for Glynn. Eli! Eli! You've never failed me before. There's always been something in that bag of tricks. Help me here, I beg you. Don't let them drop the rock. His voice had taken on a pathetic, beseeching tone. The man was unraveling before their eyes. Glynn said nothing as the ship began to roll again. McFarlane followed Britton's eyes to the inclinometer. All talk ceased as the wind shrieked through the broken bridge windows. Then the terrible sound began again. The Rolvaag hesitated, 30 degrees on its side, everyone clinging desperately, the vessel wallowing broadside to. McFarlane gripped a bulkhead rail. The terror he felt was now helping to clear his mind, sweeping away his regret. All he wanted to do was get rid of it. Recover, he heard Britton murmur. Recover. The ship remained heeled stubbornly to port. The bridge hung so far out over the side of the ship that McFarlane could see nothing but black water below the windows. He was swept with a feeling of vertigo, and then with an immense shudder It gradually began to right. As soon as the deck leveled, Lloyd let go of the computer, his face torn with a mixture of horror, rage, and frustration. McFarlane could see the same terror working in him, clearing his mind as well, illuminating the sole rational course left them.
"All right,"
Lloyd finally said.
"Let it go."
He buried his face in his hands. Britton spoke to Glynn.
"You heard him. Get rid of it. Now."
Relief sounded clearly through the tension in her voice. Slowly, almost mechanically, Glynn sat down at the EES console. He placed his fingers on the keyboard. Then he glanced at McFarlane. "Tell me, Sam, if the meteorite reacts to salinity, what will happen when it hits the open ocean underneath the ship?" McFarlane started. In all the mayhem, he had not stopped to consider this. He thought quickly. "Seawater is a conductor," he replied. "The meteorite's discharge will be attenuated through it." "Are you sure it won't blow up the ship?" McFarlane hesitated. "No." Glynn nodded. "I see." They waited. There was no sound of typing. Glynn sat hunched over the keyboard, motionless. Silence fell again as the ship subsided into another trough. Glynn half turned his head, fingers still poised over the keys. "This is an unnecessary step," he said quietly. "And it is also too dangerous." His long white hands fell away from the keys, and he stood up slowly to face them. "The ship will survive. Rochefort's work has never failed. There is no need to use the dead man's switch. In this instance, I am in agreement with Mr. Lloyd." There was a moment of shocked silence. "When the meteorite comes into contact with seawater, the explosion could sink the ship," Glynn went on. "I told you. The charge will be dispersed through the seawater," said McFarlane. Glynn pursed his lips. "So you think. We can't risk damaging the jettison doors. If they can't be closed, the tank will flood." Britton spoke. "What's certain is that if the meteorite isn't jettisoned, the Rolvaag will go down." "Eli, don't you understand? We aren't going to last a dozen more rolls." The ship began to rise on the next wave. "Sally, you're the last person I'd expect to panic." Glynn's voice was calm, confident. "We can ride this out." Britton took an audible breath. "Eli, I know my ship. It's over, for God's sake. Can't you see that?" "Not at all," said Glynn. "The worst has passed. Trust me." The word trust hung in the air as the ship rolled farther and farther. The bridge seemed to have been shocked into paralysis, every eye on Glynn. And still the ship rolled. Garza's voice came on the speaker, faint now, fading in and out. "Eli, the web is failing. Did you hear me? Failing!" Glynn wheeled toward the microphone. "Stay with it, man. I'll be down there in a moment." "Eli, the foundation of the cradle is being rocked to pieces. There's metal everywhere. I've got to get the men out of here." "Mr. Garza," Britton spoke into the ship's intercom. "This is the captain speaking. Are you familiar with the dead man's switch?" "I built it." "Then trigger it." Glynn stood impassive. McFarlane watched him, trying to understand this sudden change. Was Glynn right? Could the ship, the meteorite, survive? Then he glanced at the faces of the officers. The abject terror in their eyes told him a different story. The ship poised at the crest of the wave, twisted, groaned, sank back again.
"The dead man's switch must be initiated from the EES computer on the bridge," said Garza. "Eli has the codes." "Can you do it manually?" Britton asked. "No. Eli, for God's sake, hurry. We don't have much time before this thing rolls right through the side of the ship." "Mr. Garza," Britton said, "order your men to their abandoned stations." Glynn spoke. "Garza, I contravene that order. We won't fail. Stay at your work." "No way, sir. We're evacuating." The radio went dead. Glynn looked pale. He glanced around the bridge. The ship subsided into a trough, and silence fell. Britton stepped toward Glynn and put her hand lightly on his shoulder. "Eli," she said, "I know you have it in you to admit failure. I know you've got courage enough to do that. Right now, you're the only one with the power to save us and this ship. Execute the dead man's switch, please." McFarlane watched as she stretched out her other hand and clasped Glynn's. He seemed to waver. Suddenly, silently, Pup-Up returned to the bridge. He was streaming wet, dressed once again in his old rags. There was a strange excitement in his face, an expectancy that chilled McFarlane. Glynn smiled and squeezed Britton's hand. "What nonsense. Sally, I really expected more of you. Don't you see, we can't fail. We've planned far too carefully for that. There's no need to invoke the dead man's switch. In fact, under the circumstances, it would be dangerous to do so." He looked around. "I don't blame any of you. This is a complex situation, and fear is an understandable reaction. But you have to consider what I've just brought you through, virtually single-handedly. I can promise you, the web will hold, and the ship will weather the storm. We're certainly not going to end it here, not because of a regrettable failure of nerve." McFarlane wavered, feeling a surge of hope. Maybe Glynn was right. The man was so persuasive, so confident. He had succeeded under the most unlikely circumstances. He saw that Lloyd, too, looked eager, wanting to be convinced. The ship rose. It heeled. All talk ceased as everyone clung for their lives to whatever handholds they could find. The screeching chorus of warping, tearing metal began anew, rising in volume until it drowned out even the rage of the storm. At that moment, McFarlane realized, utterly and completely, just how wrong Glynn was. At the crest, the ship shook as if it were in an earthquake. The emergency lights flickered. After an agonizing moment, the ship righted itself and fell over the crest of the wave. The wind howled once about the bridge and was cut off. "You're wrong this time, Glynn, you son of a bitch," said Lloyd, terror back in full force. "Throw the switch!" Glynn smiled, almost to the point of sneering. "Sorry, Mr. Lloyd. I'm the only one who has the codes, and once again I will save your meteorite for you, despite yourself." Suddenly Lloyd rushed at Glynn, a strangled cry rising in his throat. Glynn sidestepped him lightly, and with the briefest flick of the heel of one hand, sent Lloyd crashing to the deck, gasping heavily. McFarlane took a step toward Glynn. The man turned on him lightly, poised. His eyes remained as impenetrable, as opaque as ever. McFarlane realized that Glynn wasn't going to change his mind. He was a man who couldn't fail, and he would die proving it. Britton glanced toward the chief mate. One look at her face told McFarlane she had reached the same decision. "Mr. Howell," she said, "all hands to abandon stations. We will abandon ship." Glynn's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise, but he remained silent. Howell turned to Glynn. You're giving us a death sentence, forcing us out in that storm in lifeboats, you crazy bastard.
I may be the only sane one left on the bridge. Lloyd pulled himself painfully from the deck as the ship struggled once again to rise. He did not look at Glynn. Glynn turned, and without another word, left the slanting bridge.
"Mr. Howell," Britton said, "initiate a 406 megahertz beacon and get all hands to the boats. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, you will assume the duties of master."
Then she, too, turned and vanished. Rolvaag, 7:35 p.m. Eli Glynn stood on the iron catwalk above number 3 center tank. He heard a clanging noise as Pup-Up dogged the hatch of the access corridor shut. He felt a small twinge of gratitude for the Indian. He had been loyal to the last, when everyone else, even Sally, had failed him. The hysteria he had witnessed on the bridge was very disturbing. He had succeeded at every turn, and they should have trusted him. A klaxon horn was blowing in some faraway, echoing space, an eerie, unpleasant noise. In the coming hours many would die in the rough seas. It was all so unnecessary. The great Rolvaag would survive. Of that he was sure. It would survive, with its cargo and those who remained with it. And at dawn, with the storm just a memory, they would be met by the tow ships from South Georgia. The Rolvaag would return to New York with the meteorite. It was a pity that so many others would not. He thought of Britain again. A magnificent woman. He felt a great sadness when he reflected on her unwillingness to trust him at the end. He would never find another like her. That he knew. He would save her ship for her, but any question of a personal relationship was now dead. He leaned against the longitudinal bulkhead, distantly surprised at how long it was taking to regain his breath. He clung as the ship heeled. An alarming angle, admittedly, but still beneath the critical limit of 35 degrees. He could hear the slippage of chains, the protests of metal below his feet. At last the ship began to right itself with a groan. A tragedy that after all he had done, the quite extraordinary successes he had engineered, they were not willing to trust him this one last time. All but Pup-Up. He glanced toward the old man.
"Heading down there, Guff?"
Glynn nodded. "I'll need your help."
"That's what I'm here for."
They stepped to the edge of the catwalk. There below sat the rock, the top of its surrounding web swathed in plastic tarps. The emergency lights bathed it in a dim light. The tank was still holding nicely, staying dry. It was a superb ship. The triple hulling made all the difference. Even covered with tarps, the rock looked magnificent, the epicenter of their terrors and hopes. It was resting in its cradle, just as he knew it would be. Then his eyes flickered down to the struts and braces. There was, it had to be admitted, a great deal of damage. Bent spars, compression fractures, sheared metal. The transverse web brackets along the bottom of the tank were littered with broken rivets, snapped chains, and splintered wood. He could hear a residual creaking and groaning. But the web was still essentially intact. The elevator was broken, however. He began climbing down. The ship rose, heeling again. Glynn steadied himself, then continued descending. It took longer than he thought it would, and by the time he had reached the bottom he felt more horizontal than vertical, splayed upon rather than clinging to the ladder. Hooking an elbow to it, he braced himself, waiting it out. Now he could see, under the tarps, the red flank of the rock. The sounds in the hold were growing, like some infernal symphony of metal, but they signified nothing. Toward the top of the roll, he slipped out his pocket watch and held it at arm's length, dangling it from its chain, estimating the roll. 25 degrees. Well below critical value. He heard a sudden muttering, groaning noise, and the massive crimson curve of the meteorite seemed to stir. The ship heeled farther, the meteorite moved with it, until Glynn was not sure whether the ship was shifting the meteorite or vice versa. The meteorite now seemed poised at the edge of its cradle, ready to tip out. There was a crackling, splintering sound. 27 degrees. 28. The ship shuddered, paused, then began to right itself. Glynn eased out a breath. 28 degrees. Well within tolerances. The meteorite shifted back into its cradle with a monstrous shudder. Abruptly, the screech of metal stopped. The screaming of the wind and water outside the hull abated as the ship sank down. His eyes scanned the tank. What was necessary here was to tighten the chains closest to the meteorite. They had been designed so that one person could do it, using a motor-assisted come-along anchored to each tightening point. He was surprised Garza hadn't done this already. Quickly, he scrambled to the main tightening point and switched on the key motor assist. It lit up. In perfect working order. Of course. The ship continued to subside into the oncoming trough, giving him some peace and stability in which to work. Glynn pulled the forward lever on the motor assist and was pleased to see the big rubber-coated chains that had come loose in the rocking of the meteorite tighten again. Why hadn't Garza done this? The reason was clear. He had panicked. Glynn felt a momentary disappointment at his trusted construction manager. This wasn't like Garza. Not like him at all. So many had failed him. But at least he had failed no one. The chains were tightening nicely, and he turned to Pup-Up. "Take this toolbox," he said, indicating a box left in Garza's retreat. The ship rose. The roll began. The chains began to strain. And then, with a sharp ratcheting noise, the chains loosened. Glynn peered closely in the dim light. He saw that, in fact, Garza had already tried it. The gears on the motor assist had been stripped, and the 4-inch steel ratchet head had sheared off. The assist was useless. The ship began to rise, and then he heard a voice from above. He ducked out from the web and glanced up. Sally Britton was stepping through the hatchway onto the catwalk. She carried herself with the same natural dignity that had struck him so forcefully the first time he had seen her, coming down those sun-drenched steps, ages and ages ago. His heart gave an unexpected lurch. She had changed her mind. She would stay with the ship. Britton had to pause during the long, screeching roll. They stared at each other while the meteorite rocked in its cradle and the ship screamed its pain. When it was over, she called out again. "Eli! The ship's about to break up!" Glynn felt sharp disappointment. There had been no change in her thinking, after all. But all this was a distraction. He focused his attention on the cradle again. Now he saw it. The way to lock down the rock was to tighten the top chain bolt at the summit of the meteorite. It would mean cutting through the tarp. It was a simple matter, requiring no more than 6 inches of hand tightening. He began climbing up the nearest chain. "Eli, please. There's an extra lifeboat in reserve for us. Leave this thing and come with me." Glynn pulled himself up, Pup-Up following with the toolbox. He needed to focus his mind on the objective, not suffer distractions. Reaching the crown of the meteorite, he found to his surprise a small flap already cut in the tarp. Beneath the top chain bolt was loose, as he expected. As the ship rose out of the trough and began to heel yet again, he fitted the wrench around the nut, anchored the bolt with a second wrench, and began to tighten. Nothing moved. He had not comprehended, could not comprehend, what tremendous, what unimaginable pressure the bolt was under. "Hold this wrench," he said. Pop-Up obliged, grabbing it with his sinewy arms. The ship canted farther. "Come back to the bridge with me, Eli," Britain said. "There may still be time to trigger the switch. Both of us might yet live." Glynn glanced up for an instant from his struggle with the bolt. There was no pleading in her voice. That was not Sally Britton's way. He heard patience, reason, and utter conviction. It made him sad. "Sally," he said, "the only people who are going to die are the foolish ones in the lifeboats. If you stay here, you'll survive." "I know my ship, Eli," was all she said. Kneeling, hunched over the top chain bolt, he struggled with the nut. Someone else had tried this before him. There were fresh marks on the metal. As the ship heeled, he felt the meteorite shift, and he anchored himself more firmly, both feet braced against the links. He strained to the limits of extremity, but it did not move. Gasping, he refitted the wrench. Still, the ship heeled. Britain spoke out of the darkness above, her voice rising above the sound. "Eli, I would like to have that dinner with you. I don't know much about poetry, but what I know I could share with you. I would like to share it with you." The meteorite shuddered, and Glynn found himself gripping with both hands as the meteorite tipped with the ship. There were ropes up here, fastened to the frame plates of the tank, and he quickly lashed one around his waist to keep his position. He returned to the wrench. A quarter turn. That was all he needed. The yawing of the ship slowed, and he once again grasped the handle of the wrench. "And I could love you. Eli." Glynn stopped suddenly and stared up at Britain. She tried to speak again, but her voice was drowned out by the rising shriek of tortured metal, echoing madly in the vast space. All he could see was her small figure on the catwalk above. Her golden hair had become unpinned and lay wildly across her shoulders, glowing even in the dim light. As he stared, he became dimly aware that the ship was not leveling out. He looked away from her, first at the bolt, then at Pop-Up. The man was grinning, his long, thin mustaches dripping water. Glynn felt a surge of anger at himself for not focusing on the problem at hand. "The wrench!" he called to Pop-Up over the screaming of metal. The ship was very far over, the sounds of metal deafening. With a hand he wished was steadier, Glynn took out his pocket watch to once again calculate the inclination. He held it up, but it swung back and forth. As he tried to steady it, the watch slipped through his fingers and shattered against the flank of the rock. He saw little glints of gold and glass skittering along the red surface and disappearing into the depths. The yawing seemed to accelerate with a brutal suddenness. Or was it his imagination? Surely none of this could be real. Double overage had been brought to bear, the calculations run and rerun, every possible path to failure accounted for. And then he felt the meteorite begin to move beneath him, and there was a tearing sound as the tarps rent and the web unraveled, the sudden red of the meteorite filling his field of vision like the opening of a great wound, the rock crisscrossed by tangled ropes and cables, rivets shooting and ricocheting past him. Still the ship yawed on its side, steeper and steeper. He scrambled desperately, trying to untie the rope from his waist, but the knot was so tight. So tight. There was a sound beyond all description, as if the heavens and the gulfs below had opened up at once. The tank tore apart in a terrific shower of sparks, and the meteorite rolled into the darkness, a monstrous shambling like some deliberate beast, taking him with it. Instantly, all was dark, and he felt a rush of chill air. There was the faint tinkle of glasses, the murmur of voices. L'Ambroisie was busy on this balmy Thursday night, filled with art fanciers and wealthy Parisians. Beyond the restaurant's discreet front, the smoky autumn moon lent the Marais district a delicate shimmer. Glynn smiled at Sally Britton, who was seated across the fine white damask. "Try this," he said, as the waiter uncorked a bottle of Veuve Clicquot and tipped a chilly stream into their glasses. He grasped his glass and raised it. She smiled and spoke. "How everything turns away quite leisurely from the disaster. The ploughman may have heard the splash, the forsaken cry, but for him it was not an important failure." An important failure. As his mood turned to puzzlement, the recitation was drowned by a hideous laugh from Pup-Up, and then the scene vaporized in a pure flash of brilliant, beautiful light. Drake Passage, 7:55 p.m. McFarlane clutched desperately at the lifeboat's safety loops, riding it through the great peaks and valleys of a confused sea, Rachel clinging tightly to his arm. The last 20 minutes had passed in a terrifying confusion. Britain's sudden departure from the bridge, Howells taking command and ordering them to abandon ship, the muster at the lifeboat stations, and the harrowing launching of the boats into the raging seas. After the tense hours of the chase, the struggle against the storm and the meteorite, this ultimate calamity had happened so quickly that it seemed unreal. He looked around the inner walls of the lifeboat for the first time. With its single-piece hull, tiny entrance port, and tinier windows, it looked like an oversized torpedo. Howell was at the helm, guiding the inboard. Lloyd and some 20 in all were inside, including half a dozen whose own lifeboat had been torn from its davits during launch and who had to be plucked from the freezing waves. He tightened his grip as the boat dropped in free fall, crashed, and was abruptly driven upward. Instead of plowing through like the Rolvaag, the 60-foot craft bobbed like a wood chip. The staggering falls, the wrenching climbs up the cliffs of water were exhausting and terrifying. They were drenched in ice water, and some who had been in the sea, McFarlane could see, were unconscious. Bramble was there, thank God, attending to them as best he could. An officer in the bow of the boat was securing the provisions and security gear. Debris was wallowing and rolling in the water beneath their feet. They were all sick, and some were retching uncontrollably. None of the crew spoke, going silently through their duties. The tightly enclosed hull of the lifeboat sheltered them from the elements, but McFarlane could feel the terrible seas were battering the boat mercilessly. Howell finally spoke, his voice hoarse over the sound of wind and water. He was holding a radio to his mouth, but he spoke so that everyone in the boat could hear. "All boats, listen up. Our only chance is to head for an ice island to the southeast and ride out the storm in its lee. Maintain a heading of 120 at 10 knots and keep in visual contact at all times. Keep Channel 3 open. Activate emergency beacons." It was hard to tell they were going anywhere, but the moon had come back out, and now and then, through the narrow oblong windows, McFarlane caught the faint lights of the other 2 lifeboats driving down the foam-webbed seas, struggling to keep in sight. At the heights of the terrible waves, he could still make out the Rolvaag, half a mile back, wallowing back and forth as if in slow motion, its emergency lights winking on and off. No more boats had been launched since their pack of 3 started out minutes before. He could not take his eyes from the sight of the gigantic vessel, held in the death grip of the storm. A fresh roller tried to raise the tanker, but this time the Rolvaag hung back, almost as if it was tethered from below. It leaned farther and farther from the face of the wave, and as the crest boiled over the ship, It slowly lay down on its side. McFarlane glanced over at Lloyd. The man's haggard face was turned away from McFarlane and the Rolvaag both. Another bob. The seas completely submerged the lifeboat. Then they struggled upward again. Although he too wanted nothing more than to avert his eyes, McFarlane found his gaze drawn once again to the great ship. It still hung sideways, motionless. Even after the crest of the wave had passed over, it sagged, dragged lower and lower by the ineluctable weight. Its stern began to peer through the retreating wave, dead screws exposed. A distant shriek, almost feminine, cut through the howl of the storm. And then both bow and stern jerked apart and rose from the seas in a boil of white. There was a deep, intense blue light in the center of the cataclysm, so bright it seemed to light up the sea from underneath, sending an unearthly hue through the water. A huge gout of steam ripped through the surface and mushroomed upward, blanketing the doomed ship, while lightning flickered within it, breaking out its top in forks that stabbed into the night. At that moment the lifeboat sank back into a welter of water, obscuring the terrible sight. When it emerged, the seas were empty and dark. The ship was gone. McFarlane sat back, shaking and nauseated. He did not dare look at Lloyd. Glynn, Britton, the 36 crewmen, EES staffers, and Lloyd Industries workers who had gone down with the ship. The meteorite plunging to the bottom 2 miles below. He closed his eyes, tightening his grip on the shivering Rachel. He had never been so cold, so sick, so frightened in his life. She murmured something unintelligible, and he leaned close. "What's that?" She was pressing something toward him. "Take it," she said. "Take it." In her hands was her CD-ROM, containing the test data on the meteorite. "Why?" he asked. "I want you to keep it. Keep it always. The answers are there, Sam. Promise me you'll find them." He slipped the disk into his pocket. It was all they had left. A few 100 megabytes of data. The meteorite was forever lost to the world. It had already buried itself deep in the abyssal silt of the ocean floor. "Promise," Rachel said again. Her voice sounded slurred, drugged. "I promise." And he hugged her closer to him, feeling the warm trickle of her tears upon his hands. The meteorite was gone. So many others were gone. But the 2 of them remained, would always remain. "We'll find the answers together," he said. A breaking crest slammed into the lifeboat, driving it sideways. They were thrown to the deck of the boat. McFarlane could hear Howell shouting commands as another breaking wave slammed the boat and pushed it sideways, almost flipping it over. It dropped back with a crash. "My arm!" a man cried. "I've broken my arm!" McFarlane helped Rachel back onto the padded seat, helped her arms into the loops. The seas were roaring all around them, burying them in water, sometimes forcing the entire closed boat beneath the surface. "How much farther?" someone shouted. 2 miles, Howell replied, struggling to keep the boat on course. "Give or take." Heavy water rinsed down the portholes, allowing only occasional glimpses of the black night beyond. McFarlane's elbows, knees, and shoulders grew sore from being battered against the sides and roof of the small vessel. He felt like a ping-pong ball tumbling inside a washing machine. It was so cold that he had lost all feeling in his feet. Reality began to recede. He remembered a summer spent on a lake in Michigan. He would sit on the beach for hours, bottom in the sand, feet in the shallows. But the water had never been this cold. He realized that frigid seawater was rising in the bottom of the boat. The punishing gale was pulling the lifeboat apart at the seams. He stared out the little window. A few hundred yards away he could see the lights of the other two boats, bucking and bouncing in the sea. A great wave would descend upon them, and they would struggle through it, corkscrewing wildly as the pilots worked to keep them from rolling over, the propellers whining madly as they rose out of the water. He stared, stupefied with exhaustion and fear, at the wildly gyrating antennas, the semicircles of 10-gallon water tanks knocking crazily around the sterns. And then one of the boats vanished. One moment it was there, running lights winking, diving into yet another wave. And then it was gone, buried, its lights cut out as abruptly as if shut off with a switch. "We've lost the beacon on number 3 boat, sir," said the man in the bow. McFarlane let his head sink toward his chest. Who had been in that boat? Garza? Stonecipher? His mind did not work any more. A part of him now hoped they, too, would go down as swiftly. He longed for a quick ending to this agony. The water in the bottom of the boat was getting deeper. He realized, vaguely, that they were sinking. And then the seas began to quiet. The craft was still pitching and bobbing in ferocious chop, but the endless procession of watery mountains beneath them ceased, and the wind fell. "We're in the lee," said Howell. His hair was matted and lank, the uniform beneath the foul-weather gear soaked. Blood mingled with water in pink rivulets that ran down his face. And yet, when he spoke, his hoarse voice was steady. Again he had the radio. "I need your attention. Both boats are taking on water, fast. They won't stay afloat much longer. We've got only one choice: to transfer ourselves and as many provisions as we can carry to the ice island. Understood?" Very few in the boat looked up. They seemed beyond caring. The feeble beacon on their boat swept the flank of ice. "There's a small ice ledge up ahead. We'll run the boats right up on it. Lewis in the bow will pass out supplies to each of you and take you out 2 at a time, fast. If you fall in the water, get the hell out. It'll kill you in 5 minutes. Now buddy up." McFarlane drew Rachel protectively toward him, then turned to look at Lloyd. The man stared back this time, his eyes dark, hollow, haunted. "What have I done?" he whispered hoarsely. "Oh, my God, what have I done?" Drake Passage, July 26th, 11 a.m. Dawn rose over the ice island. McFarlane, who had passed in and out of a fitful doze, was slow in waking. At last he raised his head, the ice crackling off his coat as he did so. Around him a small group of survivors had huddled together for warmth. Some lay on their backs, their faces coated with ice, their eyes open, frosted over. Others were half upright, on their knees, unmoving. They must be dead, McFarlane thought in a dreamy sort of way. 100 had begun the voyage, and now he could see barely 24. Rachel lay before him, her eyes closed. He struggled to a sitting position, snow sliding from his limbs. The wind was gone, and a deathly stillness surrounded them, underlined by the thunder of surf below them, worrying the margins of the ice island. Before him stretched a tableland of turquoise ice, cut with rivulets that deepened into canyons as they snaked off to the edges of the island. A red line, like a streak of blood, tinted the eastern horizon, dribbling color across the heaving seas. In the distance, the horizon was dotted with blue and green icebergs. Hundreds of them, like jewels, stationary in the swell, their tops glistening in the morning light. It was an unending landscape of water and ice. He felt terribly sleepy. Odd that he was no longer cold. He struggled to bring himself awake. Now, slowly, it came back to him. The landing, climbing a crevasse to the top in the blackness, the wretched attempts to light a fire, the slow slide into lethargy. There was the time before, too. Before all this. But he did not want to think of that right now. Right now his world had shrunk to the edges of this strange island. Here on its top there was no feeling of motion. It was as solid as land. The great procession of rollers continued eastward, smoother now. After the black of the night and the grey of the storm, everything seemed tinted in pastels. The blue ice, the pink sea, the red and peach sky. It was beautiful, strange, otherworldly. He tried to stand, but his legs ignored the command, and he only rose to one knee before falling back. He felt an exhaustion so profound it took a supreme effort of will not to sink back to the ground. A dim part of his mind realized it was more than exhaustion. It was hypothermia. They had to get up, move. He had to rouse them. He turned to Rachel and shook her roughly. Her lidded eyes swiveled around to him. Her lips were blue, and ice clung to her black hair.
"Rachel,"
he croaked.
"Rachel, get up, please."
Her lips moved and spoke, but it was a hiss of air, without sound.
"Rachel."
He bent down. He could hear her words now, sibilant, ghostly.
"The meteorite,"
she murmured.
"It went to the bottom,"
McFarland said.
"Don't think about it now. It's over."
She shook her head faintly.
"No, not what you think."
She closed her eyes, and he shook her again.
"So sleepy."
"Rachel, don't go to sleep. What were you saying?" She was rambling, delusional, but he realized it was important to keep her talking and awake. He shook her again.
"The meteorite, Rachel. What about it?"
Her eyes half opened, and she glanced downward. McFarland followed her gaze. There was nothing. Her hand stirred slightly.
"There,"
she said, looking down. McFarland took her hand. He pulled off the sodden, half-frozen gloves. Her hand was freezing, her fingertips white. Now he understood. Her fingers were frostbitten. He tried to massage the fingers, and the hand relaxed. She was holding a peanut.
"Are you hungry?"
McFarland asked as the nut rolled away into the snow. Rachel closed her eyes again. He tried to rouse her and could not. He pressed himself against her, and her body was heavy and cold. He turned for help and found Lloyd, lying on the ice beside them.
"Lloyd,"
he whispered. "Yes," came the faint, gravelly voice.
"We've got to move."
McFarland found himself growing short of breath. "Not interested." McFarland turned back to shake Rachel again, but he could hardly move his own arm now, let alone apply force to her. She was inert. The loss seemed more than he could fathom. He looked out over the huddled, unmoving shapes, glistening under their thin coatings of ice. There was Bramble, the doctor, with a book crooked incongruously under his arm. There was Garza, the white of his bandaged head rimed in frost. There was Howell. 2, maybe 3 dozen others. No one was moving. Suddenly he found he cared very much. He wanted to yell, to get up and start kicking and punching people to their feet, but he couldn't even find the energy to speak. There were too many of them. He couldn't warm them all. He couldn't even warm himself. His head swam as a strange, inky sensation overcame him. Apathy came creeping. "We're all going to die here," he thought. "But it's okay." He looked over at Rachel, trying to shake the inkiness off. Her eyes were half open now, rolled up. just the whites showing. Her face was gray. He would go where she had gone. It was okay. A single snowflake drifted out of the sky and touched her lips. It took a long time to melt. The inkiness returned, and this time it was good, like sleeping in his mother's arms once again, and he gave in to it. As he drifted off into delicious sleep, Rachel's voice kept going through his mind. Not what you think. Not what you think. And then the voice changed. Louder. More metallic. South Georgia Bravo. In sight. Approaching for a highline pickup. A light appeared overhead. There was a clattering, a rhythmic beating. Voices. A radio. He struggled against it all. No, no, let me sleep. Leave me be. And then the pain began. South Georgia Island, July 29th, 12:20 p.m. Palmer Lloyd lay in a plywood bunk bed in the infirmary hut of the British Scientific Station. He stared at the plywood ceiling. Endless loops of dark and light wood, patterns his eyes had traced 1,000 times over the recent days. He smelled the stale food that had been sitting by his bed since lunchtime. He heard the sound of wind outside the tiny window that peeked out over the blue snowfields, blue mountains, and blue glaciers of the island. It had been 3 days since their rescue. So many had died, on the ship, in the lifeboats, on the ice island. But one man of her crew alive, what put to sea with 75? The old sea ditty from Treasure Island ran through his head, as it had run over and over and over since he had first regained consciousness here in this bed. He had survived. Tomorrow a helicopter would take him to the Falklands. From there he would return to New York. Distantly, he wondered how the media was going to report this one. He found that he didn't care. So little seemed important anymore. He was finished. Finished with the museum, finished with business, finished with science. All his dreams, they seemed so ancient now, had gone to the bottom with the rock. All he wanted to do was go to his farm in upstate New York, mix a stiff martini, sit in the rocking chair on the porch, and watch the deer eat apples in his orchard. An orderly came in, removed the tray, and began to put down another. Lloyd shook his head. "It's my job, mate," the orderly said. Very well. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. McFarlane came in. His left hand and part of his face was bandaged. He was wearing dark glasses, and the man looked unsteady on his feet. In fact, he looked terrible. He sat down in the metal folding chair that occupied almost all the free space in the tiny room. The chair creaked. Lloyd was surprised to see him. He hadn't seen McFarlane at all these past 3 days. He had just assumed McFarlane was through with him. As well he should be. Hardly anyone had spoken to him. His only visitor from the expedition, in fact, had been Howell, and that had been to sign some papers. They all hated him now. Lloyd thought McFarlane was waiting to speak until the orderly left, but the door closed behind them, and still McFarlane remained silent. He did not say anything for a long time, and then at last he removed his dark glasses and leaned forward. The change startled Lloyd. It was almost as if the man's eyes were on fire. They were red and raw, with dark circles beneath. He was dirty, unkempt. The loss of the meteorite, the death of Amira, had hit him hard. "Listen," said McFarlane, his voice tight with tension.
"I've got something to tell you."
Lloyd waited. McFarlane bent even closer now, speaking directly into Lloyd's ear.
"The Rolvaag went down at 61 degrees 32 minutes 14 seconds south, 59 degrees 30 minutes 10 seconds west."
"Please don't speak of this with me, Sam. Not now."
"Yes, now,"
said McFarlane with unexpected vehemence. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a compact disc. He held it up, winking its rainbow colors in the light.
"On this disc—"
Lloyd turned away and faced the plywood wall. "Sam, it's over. The meteorite's gone. Give it up."
"On this disc is the last batch of data we gathered on the meteorite. I made a promise. I've been studying it."
Lloyd felt tired, so very, very tired. His eyes strayed out the little window to the mountains wreathed in glaciers, their icy tops piercing the clouds. He hated the sight of ice. He never wanted to see ice again, ever.
"Yesterday,"
McFarlane continued relentlessly, "one of the scientists at the station here told me they'd been recording some very unusual, shallow sea quakes. Dozens of them, all below 3 on the Richter scale." Lloyd waited for McFarlane to continue. It was all so irrelevant.
"The epicenter of those quakes is at 61 degrees 32 minutes 14 seconds south, 59 degrees 30 minutes 10 seconds west."
Lloyd's eyes flickered. He slowly turned his head back to meet the young scientist's eyes.
"I've been analyzing this data,"
McFarlane continued. "It mostly has to do with the shape and internal structure of the meteorite. It's very unusual." Lloyd did not answer, but he did not turn away either.
"It's layered. It's almost symmetrical.
It's not natural." Lloyd sat up.
"Not natural?"
He was beginning to feel alarmed. McFarlane had suffered a psychological break. He needed help.
"I said layered. It has an outer shell, a thick inner layer, and a tiny, round inclusion, right in the center. This is not an accident. Think about it. What else is like this? It's very common. It must be a universal structure."
"Sam, you're tired. Let me call a nurse for you. She'll—" But McFarlane interrupted.
"Amira figured it out. Right before she died. It was in her hand. Remember how she said we had to stop thinking from our perspective, start thinking from the meteorite's perspective? At the end, Amira knew. It reacted to salt water. It's been waiting for salt water, waiting millions of years."
Lloyd looked for the emergency button near his bed. McFarlane was in much worse condition than he had initially thought. McFarlane paused, his eyes glittering unnaturally.
"You see, Lloyd, it wasn't a meteorite at all."
Lloyd felt a queer suspension, a stillness in the room. There was the button. If only he could press it casually, without exciting the man. McFarlane's face was flushed, sweaty, his breathing rapid and shallow. The loss of the rock, the sinking of the Rolvaag, the deaths in the water, on the ice. It must have broken him. Lloyd felt a fresh stab of guilt. Even the survivors were damaged.
"Did you hear me, Lloyd? I said it's not a meteorite."
"What was it, then, Sam?" Lloyd managed to ask, keeping his voice calm, his hand casually moving toward the button.
All those shallow earthquakes, right where the ship went down.
What about them?
Just this. Are you familiar with the panspermia theory? That the Earth was originally seeded with life from spores drifting through space?
Certainly, Sam. Certainly, Lloyd said in a soothing voice. He pressed the button. Once, twice, 3 times. The nurse would be there momentarily. McFarlane would get help.
Well, this is panspermia with a vengeance.
The red-rimmed eye bored into Lloyd's.
That thing we just planted at the bottom of the sea. I don't know what it was, not exactly. But I do know one thing.
And what's that? Lloyd tried to sound normal. Thank God, he could hear the hurried footsteps of the nurse in the corridor.
It's sprouting.
The Ice Limit, Webalog. Dear reader, we have been asked to amplify certain details relating to the ending of the ice limit. In response, we have reproduced the following news stories, which we culled from issues of the New York Times, U.S. News and World Report, and the Washington Post during the period July 26 through September 1 of this year. We offer our thanks to the appropriate news organizations and wire services for giving permission to reproduce the stories here. Please note that these articles are copyrighted by their respective owners. Reproduction, copying, storage, or retrieval of these articles in any form is strictly prohibited. We present these items to you without editing and without further comment. Sincerely, Douglas Preston and Lincoln Child. New York Times, page A12, International, single-column story below the fold. Tanker sinks in South Atlantic, by Christopher Orlanger. South Georgia, July 26th. The British Maritime Agency representative at this small island in the South Atlantic reported today that a Liberian-registered tanker, Rolvaag, sank yesterday in a severe storm north of the Bransfield Strait, about 200 miles off the coast of Antarctica. Survivors were reportedly rescued and taken to the British Scientific Station at South Georgia, where they are currently receiving medical attention. The extent of the loss of life is not yet determined. The Rolvaag, according to the registry, was a converted tanker owned by an American mining company, Neptune Subterranean, and had been involved in a mining operation on an island off the coast of Chile. New York Times, page A10, International. 2-column boxed story below the fold with black and white locational map. Heavy loss of life reported in tanker sinking by Christopher Orlanger. South Georgia, July 27th. The British Maritime Agency yesterday reported the sinking of the Rolvaag in a storm off the coast of Antarctica. The Rolvaag was a Liberian-registered tanker converted to an ore carrier involved in mining operations off the southern coast of Chile. Out of a crew and passenger roster of 128, only 20 reportedly survived. An unconfirmed report states that among the survivors was the billionaire industrialist Palmer Lloyd, chief executive officer of Lloyd Holdings. The reason for his presence on the ship is unknown at this time. A spokesman for Lloyd Holdings declined to comment on the report. Search and rescue operations also recovered an engineer who had been stranded for 3 days on a small makeshift raft of floating debris which had drifted 150 miles northward from the area of the accident. The engineer reportedly kept himself alive by building a fire and feeding it with pieces of the raft. By the time he was rescued, the raft had been almost entirely consumed. The captain of the Rolvaag, Sally Britton, and most of the crew are also believed to have perished in the disaster. The Rolvaag had been leased from Norge Works of Oslo by Neptune Mining and was transporting iron ore from a mine on the Cape Horn Islands. An investigation is currently in progress. Washington Post, July 30th, page A16, World News, under The Americas in World in Brief box. Small earthquakes shake South Atlantic. South Georgia Island. The British scientific station at South Georgia Island has reported a series of shallow tremblers with an epicenter lying 200 miles north of the Antarctic Peninsula. The small earthquakes have registered between 2.0 and 3.0 on the Richter scale. The tremblers are too small and distant to be felt on land, but have been recorded at seismographic stations on South Georgia, Punta Arenas, the South Sandwich Islands, and the Falkland Islands. Washington Post, page A15, World News, single-column boxed story below the fold. Underwater volcano suspected in series of earthquakes. Unusual readings in Antarctic Sea. By Emily Guest, Washington Post Foreign Service. South Georgia Island, August 2nd. Geologists at the British scientific station here have reported that an undersea volcano is suspected to be the cause of a series of mysterious tremblers in the South Atlantic, off the coast of Antarctica. The small earthquakes, some recently registering as high as 4.2 MW on the Richter scale, have shaken the seafloor at a depth of over 2 miles, near what is called the ice limit, the northernmost extension of pack ice surrounding Antarctica, where the South Atlantic Ocean converges with the Antarctic Sea. The seaquakes have been picked up by seismograph stations in the region. More than 250 small earthquakes have been registered, along with lower-frequency vibrations which scientists believe are the result of the movement of magma deep under the Earth's crust. U.S. News and World Report, week of August 5th, page 31, World Report, half-page article on bottom half of page with a photo of the Maribin. Scientists enthused at prospect of new undersea volcano. Research vessel sent to investigate, by Martin Curtin. Grytviken, South Georgia. Seismologists and volcanologists from the United States and Britain are growing increasingly excited by a new undersea volcano that may be erupting off the coast of Antarctica. A series of small earthquakes shook the region beginning last week, becoming gradually stronger and more widespread. Some of the latest quakes have registered close to 5.0 on the Richter scale, large enough to have been felt on nearby islands. The quakes are occurring in the abyssal plain of the Scotia Ridge, where the ocean is more than 2 miles deep. This is an unusual opportunity for volcanologists to study an undersea volcano in the making, said Dr. Philip Hartley, a scientist with the American National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, who flew to South Georgia 2 days ago to study the eruptions. It is especially interesting because this is not an area previously known for volcanism. Dr. Hartley said it was highly unlikely that the volcano would actually build enough of an undersea mount to break the surface and become a new island. The British research vessel Maribin is deviating from its normal schedule and is being quickly re-equipped in order to leave for the remote site next week, taking advantage of a rare period of good weather. The seas north of the Antarctic Peninsula are known to be the most dangerous on Earth, with large storms, high winds, and immense waves that have been recorded at close to 200 feet high. The vessel will be employing a remote submersible capable of diving the 2 miles necessary to view the volcano. The submersible, called the Nausicaa, is similar to the ones used to discover the Titanic almost 20 years ago. It will be a real challenge to study this eruption, said Dr. Hartley, given the great depth, dangerous seas, and intense cold. August, of course, is winter time down here. Washington Post, page A14, World News, single-column boxed story below the fold. Expedition departs to study possible undersea volcano. Window of good weather seized, by Emily Guest, Washington Post Foreign Service. Bournemouth, England, August 10th. The British research vessel HMS Maribin set off today with a crew of 38, including a joint British-American team of 12 scientists, to study a mysterious undersea eruption taking place on the seabed about 200 miles north of the Antarctic coast. A rare period of good weather in this region, known for severe storms and high seas, allowed the expedition to proceed. "We're incredibly lucky to have this weather," said Dr. Philip Hartley, an undersea volcanologist with NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, who is leading the American scientific team. "This volcano is getting very interesting very quickly, and we're going to be able to study it under optimal conditions." Scientists have recorded several strong earthquakes in the vicinity, some registering as high as 6.2 on the Richter scale, along with some very low-frequency seismic waves that scientists have interpreted as being the movement of magma deep within the Earth's crust. "This is a big eruption," said Dr. Hartley. "Astonishing, really. We're very excited at the prospect of learning more." Not all geologists are convinced the earthquakes mark the eruption of an underwater volcano. "If this is a volcano," said Dr. Elwin Pandolfi of Harvard University's Department of Geophysical Sciences, "then it's the strangest volcano I've ever seen." He explained that the seismic disturbances have been too strong and too localized to be explained by an underwater eruption. And he notes that satellite photographs and aerial flyovers have not revealed any outgassing on the surface of the ocean where the volcano is believed to be erupting. A typical volcanic eruption, Dr. Pandolfi stated, would spew out millions of tons of gases, such as carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide, which under normal circumstances should be roiling the surface of the ocean. Dr. Pandolfi did not have any alternative suggestions as to what the seismic disturbances might mean, but he hypothesized it might have something to do with plate tectonics, the spreading and malformation of the crust that is known to take place on the seafloor. The seafloor is where the continents spread, where new crust is formed. I believe this has something to do with the forces that drive the continents. It's just too massive to be some little undersea volcano. New York Times, page A10, International, 2-column boxed story above the fold with photograph of Maribin. Contact lost with expedition to study undersea volcano, by Eric Hutchins. Grytviken, South Georgia, August 21st. Communications officers at the British Scientific Station on South Georgia Island today lost contact with the research vessel HMS Maribin, which had sailed last week to a remote part of the South Atlantic to study the eruption of a possible undersea volcano. The eruption is believed to be taking place on the abyssal plain near a deep-sea landmark known as the Scotia Ridge, in water that is approximately 2 miles deep. Soon after contact was lost, South Georgia, the Falkland Islands, and the Cape Horn Islands were struck by 2 distinct series of tidal waves, 15 minutes apart, with wave crests measuring up to 70 feet in height. Dr. Dana Embledown, chief of the South Georgia station, doubted that there was a connection between the waves and the loss of contact with the Maribin. Normally, Dr. Embledown said, a ship on the high seas is immune to the effects of a tidal wave. A tidal wave, he explained, can pass beneath a ship in the open ocean with a barely noticeable rise and fall. Tidal waves only become dangerous when they encounter shoaling water, which causes them to crest and break. "We believe the loss of radio contact is temporary," he said. "Probably a generator failure. The weather down here has been splendid. No storms, wind, or high seas. The Maribin is one of the most advanced research vessels ever built. We have complete confidence in both ship and crew." Dr. Embledown dismissed speculation that the undersea volcano might have damaged the ship. "There are 2 miles of water between the erupting volcano and the ship," he said. "There's no way the eruption could have affected the ship." Dr. Embledown added that the 2 sets of tidal waves caused no damage to the scientific station at South Georgia, which has been built to weather the heavy seas and strong storms that periodically sweep that part of the South Atlantic. Minor damage was reported at Port Stevens on the south coast of West Falkland. The rest of the exposed coastal areas in the Cape Horn region are uninhabited, and no damage or loss of life was reported. There is some contention in the scientific community at large, however, as to the fate of the HMS Maribin. Dr. Elwin Pandolfi, director of Harvard's Department of Geology, said that a large release of gas by an underwater volcano or some other tectonic process could have sent a giant cascade of bubbles to the surface, possibly overturning the ship or suffocating those on board. It troubles me that this was a spur-of-the-moment expedition, without advanced planning, that headed south under the assumption they were to visit an underwater volcanic eruption. No eruption I've ever heard of generates earthquakes of this magnitude. Something else is going on here. Something very big. Dr. Pandolfi refused to speculate further. Tidal waves, scientists say, are often a byproduct of undersea earthquakes. It is believed that the quakes can trigger underwater landslides, which in turn can pull down part of the surface of the overlying ocean, triggering unnaturally large waves that spread out in all directions. Seismic stations around the world have continued to record increasingly strong earthquake activity in the area, with some registering up to 7.9 MW on the Richter scale, almost as severe as the 8.25 earthquake that leveled San Francisco in 1906. These recent earthquakes have been strong enough to be felt in Punta Arenas, Chile, some 2,000 miles away. New York Times, page A5 International, 4-column story, top half of page. Furor erupts over sinking of Rolvaag in South Atlantic, by Eric Hutchins. New York, August 23rd. A scientific furor erupted today when Dr. Samuel McFarlane, a planetary geologist with no academic affiliation, asserted on the Today Show that the earthquake activity in the South Atlantic is being caused by a meteorite of interstellar origin. Dr. McFarlane claimed that he had been scientific director of a secret expedition to the Cape Horn Islands to recover the world's largest meteorite for the collection of industrialist Palmer Lloyd. He maintained that the Rolvaag, which sank on July 25th, was chartered by a dummy company set up by Lloyd Holdings Incorporated, and that the ship carried not iron ore, but a 25,000-ton meteorite that had been misappropriated from Chilean national territory. The Rolvaag, of Liberian registry, sank in a severe storm in the South Atlantic with the loss of 108 lives. The meteorite, he said, went to the bottom with the ship. Dr. McFarlane advanced the theory that the meteorite was actually a large seed that had been drifting across interstellar space for millions, even billions of years. "This is the panspermia theory with a vengeance," he said in his surprise appearance on the Today Show. The panspermia theory refers to an idea promoted by the late Carl Sagan, in which life may have first reached Earth through vast clouds of microscopic spores drifting through space. This is a spore, a seed, only it isn't microscopic. It had been waiting for salt water to germinate, and now it's growing into God only knows what. He added that planetary geologists believe the galaxy is populated with planets and that many may have saltwater oceans. "We've already found another planet in our own solar system with a vast saltwater ocean, Europa, one of the moons of Jupiter. It shouldn't be a surprise that the seed was looking for saltwater in which to germinate." Dr. McFarlane offered as evidence for his theory a CD-ROM computer disk, which he claimed contained data collected on the meteorite before it was lost. He offered copies of the disk to any properly credentialed scientist who asked for it. His assertions, however, were quickly disputed by scientists across the spectrum, who pointed to Dr. McFarlane's checkered career, which included a controversial stint at the New York Museum of Natural History and a period as a freelance meteorite hunter. "This theory is absurd," said Dr. Saul Blumenthal, director of the SETI project and an expert on extraterrestrial biology. "It's ridiculous. I have a copy of the so-called disk, and I can assure you it is a fake, a crude fabrication. Why the press has given this asinine claim the slightest attention at all is the only mystery here that needs investigation. This is just one more chapter in Dr. McFarlane's effort to promote his crackpot theory of interstellar meteorites. There is no such thing." The planetary geologist Hugo Breitling, a meteorite expert and adjunct professor with the California Institute of Technology, said he was shocked by Dr. McFarlane's haggard demeanor during his Today Show appearance and said he was clearly in need of psychiatric treatment. He added, "I've known Sam McFarlane for a long time, and all I can say is, this is the culmination of a long and very sad decline." Attempts to reach Palmer Lloyd, whom Dr. McFarlane claimed financed the expedition, were unavailing. A Lloyd Museum spokesperson, Cindy Jenkins, dismissed McFarlane's report as an utter fabrication and libelous. She said that McFarlane had applied for and been refused a position at the new museum several months ago. In a related story, repeated attempts to contact the research vessel HMS Maribin, which disappeared in the South Atlantic 2 days ago, continue to be unsuccessful. Aerial reconnaissance and satellite photography also failed to turn up any evidence of the ship, or even debris on the surface. Some maritime experts said that it would be unthinkable for a large research vessel such as the Maribin to have remained incommunicado for such a period unless some disaster had occurred that either sank the ship or left it crippled beyond repair. Worsening weather cut short further air search and also prevented ships from entering the area, notorious for its high seas and violent storms. New York Times, front page, 1-column story, rightmost column. Palmer Lloyd asserts ship carried meteorite. Says it was a seed from interstellar space, by Quentin Scott. New York, August 24th. Palmer Lloyd, the controversial billionaire and director of the Lloyd Museum, emerged from seclusion to make an unexpected appearance on Larry King Live. He said he had been on the Rolvaag when it sank, and he confirmed that the ship was indeed carrying a meteorite recovered from Chilean territory. He also confirmed that Dr. Samuel McFarlane was the scientific director of the expedition. He stated that the controversial CD-ROM was genuine, and that he and Dr. McFarlane were sending copies to leading geology and biology departments across the country in hopes that the data could be studied as soon as possible. In an interview with the Post following his appearance on Larry King Live, Lloyd told a harrowing story of the loss of the Rolvaag. Last year, he said, a scout for the Lloyd Museum had discovered the presence of the meteorite on Cape Horn Island, the southernmost island in the Cape Horn group. The meteorite was to be the centerpiece of the new Natural History Museum he was building in Putnam County, along the upper Hudson River Valley. The expedition went down to Chile under the cover of a mining operation. Lloyd says he satisfied the letter of international law by acquiring mineral leases to the island in question, and that the expedition broke no laws. The meteorite was loaded on board the Rolvaag without undue difficulties, according to Lloyd, when their activities were discovered by the captain of a Chilean destroyer, the Almirante Ramirez. The destroyer chased the Rolvaag into international waters, fired on the tanker, and crippled it near the ice limit, the line demarcating where the Antarctic ice pack begins. The Almirante Ramirez subsequently sank in a strong storm that was battering the region. The Rolvaag, according to Lloyd, had been so badly damaged by the Chilean warship that the order was given to abandon ship. Many hands were lost launching the lifeboats in the violent seas, and the Rolvaag sank less than 15 minutes after being abandoned, carrying its 25,000-ton cargo to the bottom. The captain of the Rolvaag, Master Sally Britton, went down with the ship. Lloyd stated that the sinking of the Rolvaag took place in precisely the place identified by seismologists as the epicenter of the recent earthquakes. Maritime records back up Lloyd's assertions of where the Rolvaag sank, but the rest of his story could not be independently confirmed. The Chilean consulate in New York issued a strong denial that any of its naval ships had been involved in a confrontation with the Rolvaag or any other vessel. A naval expert with Jane's Defense Weekly did, however, confirm the existence of a destroyer in the Chilean fleet named the Almirante Ramirez, captained by a Comandante Emiliano Vallanar. Lloyd also backed up Dr. McFarlane's theory that the meteorite was a giant seed that they had inadvertently planted at the bottom of the ocean. He ended his interview with a strong plea to the international community to unite and do whatever possible, as he put it, to kill whatever it is that's growing down there before it rips the planet apart. He said he was shutting down the Lloyd Museum and placing his entire fortune, estimated at $33 billion, at the disposal of anyone with a good idea of how to exterminate what he called a very dangerous life form. Mr. Lloyd's appearance was immediately greeted with a chorus of derision from the scientific community, which continued to assert the CD-ROM was a fake, and that Lloyd was, as one put it, pulling a stunt that would shame even P.T. Barnum. New York Times, front page, 3-column banner story. Freakish tidal waves rake South Atlantic coasts, by Sarah Twombly. Buenos Aires, August 26th. Immense tidal waves reaching up to 200 feet high struck the coastlines of Antarctica, Tierra del Fuego, and the southern coastline of Chile at around 11 o'clock GMT. The waves even reached as far as the southwestern coastline of Africa. Tidal waves also raked the islands of South Georgia, South Shetland, South Orkney, and the Falkland Island groups. Preliminary reports indicate heavy damage in Punta Arenas and the Falklands, with loss of life mounting into the hundreds, as well as devastating damage to the British scientific station on South Georgia Island. A general evacuation of low-lying coastal areas in the southern regions of South America has been ordered by Chile, Argentina, and Great Britain. The government of South Africa has issued a coastal advisory covering its west coast ports and cargo carriers using the international shipping route that rounds the Cape of Good Hope. Scientists believe the tidal waves are connected with the intense seismic activity which gripped the Scotia Ridge area of the South Atlantic last month, but severe storms have prevented observation of the area since the research vessel HMS Maribin disappeared there on August 21st. Seismic stations around the globe continue to record powerful earthquakes in the area, some registering as high as 9.3 MW on the Richter scale, making them some of the highest magnitude earthquakes recorded since the scale was invented in 1935. The earthquakes have already leveled the towns of Ushuaia and Puerto Williams and caused extensive landslides in the southern Cordillera of Chile. They have also caused severe damage in Punta Arenas, Stanley, and Rio Gallegos, and have been felt as far as Durban, South Africa. Scientists initially believed the seaquakes were caused by an underwater volcanic eruption, but the increasing size of the quakes have made that theory less likely. "This is like nothing I've ever seen as a geologist," said Elwyn Pandolfi of Harvard University. "Some utterly new and previously unobserved geological process is taking place. I would guess it's related to plate tectonics in some way. It's certainly not a seed, as some absurd reports have suggested." Washington Post, page A14, World News, 4-column boxed story above the fold. Lloyd announces expedition to destroy alien plant, claims future of planet at risk, by Tanisha Hunt, Washington Post staff writer. New York, August 27th. Palmer Lloyd, who stunned the world last week with the announcement that the earthquakes and tidal waves in the South Atlantic were being caused by a germinating seed from outer space, said today that he was forming an emergency expedition to the South Atlantic to exterminate the life form that he says he is responsible for planting. The expedition will be led by Dr. Samuel McFarlane, the former meteorite hunter and planetary geologist who, Lloyd claims, led the original expedition to Chile to recover the meteorite. The announcement was, as usual, greeted with ridicule from the scientific community. "This is cynicism at a breathtaking level," said Elwyn Pandolfi of Harvard University. "It may be true that the Rolvaag sank with a great meteorite on board, but to turn that tragedy into this kind of promotional circus is unforgivable." Other scientists echoed Dr. Pandolfi's views and severely criticized the news media, particularly the Today Show, for giving the assertions any credence. On the Today Show earlier in the week, Lloyd sent out a plea for scientists from around the world to band together in an effort to destroy whatever it is that's growing down there. According to Lloyd spokesperson Cindy Jenkins, the response has been spectacular. "We will have our choice of the very best," she said. "The pay is excellent, and while the danger is high, the stakes are higher. Our very survival as a species is threatened." Later, cameramen photographed a slim man in a wheelchair, wearing a brown suit and dark glasses, his face, hands, and feet heavily bandaged, leaving the Lloyd Holdings headquarters on Park Avenue. The man was said to be an engineer who had survived the wreck of the Rolvaag and who had been attempting to volunteer his services to design a weapon that would kill the alien plant Lloyd claims is growing in the South Atlantic. Later, in response to a press conference question, Lloyd stated he had rejected the man's offer of help. He refused to make the man's name available to the press, but stated that he had been the chief engineer on the original expedition to Chile and had been on board the Rolvaag when it went down. Later, the Post was able to confirm the man's identity as Eli Glynn, president of an obscure New York City firm known as Effective Engineering Solutions. The Post was unable to obtain a telephone number or an address for the firm. According to Lloyd, if all goes as planned, the heavily armed expedition will leave New York Harbor on September 15th, bound for the ice limit. Author's Note: The ice limit is, in part, inspired by a real scientific expedition. In 1906, Admiral Robert E. Peary discovered the world's largest meteorite, which he named the Anegito, in northern Greenland. He located it because Eskimos in the area were using cold-hammered iron spear points, which Peary analyzed and found to be meteoritic in origin. He ultimately recovered the Anegito, wresting it to his ship only with tremendous difficulty. The mass of iron, when it was finally aboard, destroyed all the ship's compasses. He managed to bring it back to the American Museum of Natural History in New York, where it is still on display in the Hall of Meteorites. He recounted the story in his book, Northward Over the Great Ice. "Never," Peary wrote, "have I had the terrific majesty of the force of gravity so powerfully brought home to me as in handling this mountain of iron. The Anegito is so heavy that it rests on 6 massive steel pillars that penetrate the floor of the museum's meteorite hall, pass through the basement, and are bolted into the very bedrock under the building." Needless to say, while many of the locales mentioned in the ice limit